Good morning, everybody. It's time. It is time. Day one of Alec Baldwin. So this is going to be very, 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 very interesting. So, you guys don't remember this Alec? Before I get started, if you guys are new here, my name's Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I'm an attorney in Cleveland, Ohio, and I do a lot of criminal defense work. And we're going to cover Alec Baldwin. This is going to be a very interesting trial. We've gone through what happened with Hannah Reed. Oh, here we go.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Like they're actually doing things right this time. Like somebody's checking the audio levels. This is befitting of a movie star, you could argue. So, well, we will get to that very quickly here. Now let's get to what's happened so far. So jury selection is done. We may have some guests stopping by. I've sent out a couple of things to people if they are interested, so they may be coming through. Some of them I think as a guest, I think we've had on before once, but anyway, that is where we are doing. Hold on here. Where is? All right. All righty. Now, after 15 minutes, we'll get a 15-minute intro from Yellow Flash. Thank you. So the jury's been picked. The jury has been picked. They picked 16 jurors. There are 12 jurors, 4 alternates. We don't know who the actual deliberating jurors are going to be until the end of the trial. Right now, it is 5 men and 11 women that have been picked. That's all we know about the jury. I was scouring around for news articles saying, like, juror number 1 is a 35-year-old Hispanic lady, which, I mean, to be fair, there are probably a lot of them going to be Hispanic. It's New Mexico. But you get my point. We didn't have a lot of that. They got through jury selection fairly quickly yesterday, it sounds like, and not too difficult. Not too difficult. Oh, we've got. Why is? Hold on here. Why is? I wonder why that wasn't working. Oh, I got a couple people. We got one person already. Guys, I think you've been on the show at least once. If not, you will have seen this gentleman. He's been on Future Conflict. Has his own channel. Coming from the lovely, lovely destination and haven for lovers known as Baltimore. CannonHotep, how you doing?
What's up? I was hoping to be at my desk, but you know how this traffic is with this bridge collapse. So now I gotta go all the way around Robin Hood's barn just to get to work. So
yes. And Cannon, if anybody here is new, could you introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah,
Tell them about who you are.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm CannonHotep of Hotep Nation, resident 2A expert, and I do politics and pop culture on YouTube, Rumble, X. I try my hand at TikTok, but TikTok don't like me, so. But resident 2A expert, and I do politics and pop culture. So this one right here was really interesting because I was following it in the beginning, and there were a lot of inconsistencies that I didn't like. And I thought that he was going to walk from this, and come to find out they actually got a trial happening. I was actually, oh man, I got to get on this.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, there's been a lot to this. I don't know how much you've been able to see of what they've done so far, but yeah, there's a lot going on, man. There's a lot going on.
So did they already pick a jury?
Yeah, jury's already been picked. Yep. We are
Okay.
we are now just getting ready for opening arguments, and right now they're just kind of screwing around. Nobody's ready yet. So we'll see. We'll see what happens from here.
It was just it was very interesting because I'm just like, how
Mm-hmm.
does this happen? Because usually when you, especially with a person like Alec Baldwin's not like a D-list actor. He's in big movies and stuff like that. So I'm like, there was no questions I have. There was no armor on site. There was no firearms expert on site.
Well, they did have
Why
an
were there
armor.
real
She just
bullets on
wasn't
site?
good. So
Okay.
the armor is basically, my daddy was an armorer, and it was like her first time ever doing it. So yeah, she basically wasn't an armorer. But yeah, she could say bullets come out of the gun.
So she would be what they would like to call a DEI hire.
Yeah. Oh
Before
yeah,
they were
she was a
called
nepo
DEI
baby.
hires. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yes, she was.
Yeah, so it
And
just
then
didn't make sense. I'm like, why are there real bullets on site? There was a lot of stuff.
Well, that I have the theory of the reason why there were bullets on site is they didn't have enough dummy ammunition. They couldn't afford to buy dummy ammunition. Hannah Reed, through her dad, had access to a lot of live ammo. So she was sitting there with a bullet puller in her hotel room, smacking on the counter, pulling out
The
the gunpowder and the primers, and then putting them back together. And when you've got a pile of things like that, you're gonna mess up and put some live ammo in the wrong pile. And I think that's how that came about, because otherwise there was no other reason for live ammo to be on the set.
Gotcha. So
It
yeah,
was her
she
doing it.
created a mixed bag. I had
Yeah.
to theory that they were just out on set and they wanted to have some fun, so they brought a couple of live rounds out there for people to shoot. For them to shoot, just to have a little fun out. Because I heard it was in like the desert. So let's bring some real ammo out there. Let's shoot around a little bit on doing breaks, and then nobody. I just thought that somebody didn't check the gun after the fact. And then
that actually, and that was a story that I got around from the beginning. But that was actually one of the theories. But Eric Hunley, he runs America's Untold Stories. He has a source, and one of his sources is a guy named Seth Kenny. He's the guy who ran the company that supplied the guns to this movie set. They were able to confirm that didn't happen here. The other movie sets like 1883 and anything like Taylor Sheridan's done. Oh yeah, apparently he's all about, if you carry a gun, you get to shoot it and you get to understand it and all that. But on this set, there was no live firing anywhere at all with any of the stuff by anybody. So that's something. Oh yeah, no, it's a theory I had believed for the longest time, but based on the sources and things, that information available, I tend to believe that person's correct, saying that didn't happen this way. Musna does have a question for you though. Is Hotep Nation a theocracy under Hotep Jesus?
Hotep Jesus likes to think that he's a dictator, but there are checks and balances in place to make sure that a dictator does not happen in Hotep Nation.
Yes.
He likes to troll a lot when it comes to stuff like that.
Oh, he does. Hotep Jesus is a funny he's fun. Well, he's good to follow on Twitter. So
yeah, he's hilarious. He's a great guy. So we're actually right now we're setting up every year we have an annual Hotep Con. For the last 3 years it's been in Vegas, which has been a fantastic time. Subscribers come out and they hang out, and we have build sessions and stuff like that. I take my subscribers to the range and we go shoot. This year we're in Miami. So Miami in October 3rd through the 7th, I believe. So it's going to be a good time. But yeah, he's a funny character. He's a great guy though. Awesome to hang out with, talk to, stuff like that. So, but yeah, no, we're very much he's very much not going to be a dictatorship. Like I said, we got checks and balances in place for that, for Hotep.
That's always
like to
good.
call it.
Keeping them honest.
Yeah, right, exactly. So,
Yes.
but it was a lot of stuff. So I know they said it was a revolver. I think he was talking about he was practicing fanning the hammer, which, you know, again, if you had a proper armorer or firearms expert on site, they would have had you doing that away from a crowd. You know, even if it's nothing in the gun or it's alleged that nothing's in the gun.
Well,
it just, a lot of that didn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, Alec Baldwin, he gave an interview to ABC, and we're gonna use, and you know, this is just a prop here. He said he was sitting there and he was like acting like he was getting in front of the camera. He's like, I'm gonna hold it like this, and he was trying to say like, you're the director and you're looking in the camera, and he's gonna be like, okay, well, I'm gonna hold the gun if I go like this with it. Do you like it like this, or do you want me to hold it like this, or how should I hold it? What should I do? And he's like, if I hold it this way, this way, this way. He claimed he was helping them get ready for the next shot. And he said, okay, well, let's say I cock the hammer. How does it look now? Because the shot he was in, he was supposed to be like really injured. He's like, oh, I'm dying. And he goes, haha, but not you. It's really shitty.
Okay, I got you.
When this happened, Oh, it's garbage. It's a shitty movie anyway. No, this was like a really bad, like, this was going to be like a directed DVD movie. It wasn't like this wasn't Unforgiven, the second version of Unforgiven. Will we see the footage in the trial? Young is asking. Oh, 100% we're going to see this footage. So part of the issue is he does the cross draw from where he's like injured, and he's supposed to go like this. But when you watch it, he's kind of like, and he doesn't have a good grip on it.
Got you.
And part of it is every time they pause it, and these are the ones right before the shooting, his finger's on the trigger, and he's gotten the hammer back. There's a lot of problems with it. And he says, oh, well, you know, I cocked the hammer back, and it went boom.
See, that's what I remember now. And somebody was like, well, it could have been a faulty gun. I'm like, no. I said, with a revolver.
Yeah. Very rare.
You can fan the hammer as long as you keep the trigger depressed. Yes. As long as that trigger's depressed, you can fan that hammer and you can shoot as fast as you want.
They tricked us out.
Westerns all the time. Did they really? Because of the blue gun?
This one? Oh, what I was using right here? Yes. No. He had a real gun. He had a real single action.
I thought you said YouTube kicked you out.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, hold on. I was like, I know they didn't get you for the prop.
Well, you got to be careful though. I was just referencing it. But anyways, he's claiming he didn't pull the trigger. What happened? I'm thinking better of it. I'm going to be a little girl, scared little girl. We're just going to use our fingers. So he's claiming he didn't pull the trigger. The gun got sent out to the FBI, ultimately, to do testing on it. And the FBI, through their firearms testing, which a lot of the FBI's forensic stuff is bullshit, and we're finding that out more and more and more. No, we are.
You're right.
Like their hair analysis, a lot of things they did. They sent the gun to there to get tested, and the theory, and it was just, could the gun fire on its own? They inspected it. They determined the gun was in perfect working order. There were no mechanical defects. And part of the way they tested that theory was they put the gun in a vise, and they put it in full cock, and they started smacking it with a mallet.
Just
and
to try
they
to
had
get
to,
they had to
hit, yes. And they had to hit the back of that hammer so hard. They weren't hitting it like super hard. It wasn't like this guy was putting his back into it, but he hit it solid enough.
Yeah.
That he broke off the sear notches on Alec Baldwin's on the revolver, on the hammer. So he broke off one of the sear catches, just a little piece of metal, but the rest of the gun was operable still. That's how. And I see if I can find the picture here. Alec Baldwin. say, because I thought I had the photos, but I don't. I thought I had them up right away. Let me,
Yeah,
because
because
the
I know
images, and just so you guys are aware, it shows how badly he damaged it.
and Alec Baldwin's hand's not going to do the damage of a hammer.
No,
So
no,
he's
and
not.
yeah,
He doesn't have that type of strength behind him to break a sear notch.
yes, and even then, when those were broken, they were testing other parts of it, and the gun still, when the experts got a hold of it, and they were still testing it, it still caught, because there's the quarter cock and the half cock notch. We're still keeping the hammer from falling all the way. So even though it was broken, that is. David says, "What time's the trial start?" Well, it's supposed to have started now, but that doesn't mean anything.
Because I've had a few revolvers. I have a little 38 snub nose now. I got rid of some stuff, but you need in order for that gun to fire, and most of the time, 99.9% of the time, unless you got some old Saturday night special from the 70s.
Yeah.
Revolvers are pretty solid. They're pretty solid. Like they're hard to malfunction.
Yes.
So you have to have that trigger depressed in order for that hammer to automatically drop every time you pull it back. Which tells me that he had his finger on the trigger, like you said, and he had that trigger squeeze, and he fanned that
yeah, he had the hammer
off.
back. Yeah, I agree. And it's ultimately
the question is though, is he
yeah, no, I agree. He had it, and let me see here. Somebody said it's in one of the defense motions to dismiss. There's the pictures.
But my question is, he shot the lady and he shot the director, right? So was it two separate bullets, or did we have
one shot?
Entry, exit, one shot hit both of them?
Yes. Yeah, it went right through the lady, killed her, and then when it went through she's the director of photography, and then it went right through her, right into the director. So
okay.
Yeah, he was very efficient with his shooting. But I mean, also remember, he was within, he was very, very close, and
point blank range. So it's going to go through and through. Yeah.
Yes.
Man, that's a hell of a series of events right there, man.
It is. It's very much so.
So the question is, this firearms expert or this armor that was on site, is she on trial?
Yeah. The armor? Oh, she's already been. Her name is Hannah Reed. She has already been tried. She was tried a couple of months ago. She was convicted of manslaughter, and she got like 12 months in prison. So, so she's already been done.
That's interesting.
It
gives me some preconceived notions for this trial, but I'm interested to see what happens.
Yeah, and let me see here if I can find. Let's see. Do we have the actual pictures?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn my video off till I get to my desk.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
2 seconds.
All right. Yeah, guys, I'm trying to find the actual pictures here, and I don't see them. So I was going to use those and take them so we could take a look at them here. Where the heck? So we're going to keep going here. I'm sorry. Yeah, she got 18 months. Sorry, guys. She got maxed. Yeah. She got maxed for talking shit. Well, it wasn't just that. It was everything else. But yeah, she didn't hurt herself there. Oh, we have movement in the courtroom. Larry says having problems with the Wi-Fi. Too many leechers in defense. Can't connect. That's funny if they've got that issue. But let's switch over, see where we're at. That's interesting. So right now we've got a thrilling shot of the courtroom. This is the state seal of the state of New Mexico. Oh, Dolly says I'll DM you the black and white version. Let me see. Okay, Dolly, thank you. Is Jensen Ackles gonna Jensen Ackles, not Ackleson, but Jensen Ackles, guy from Supernatural, is he gonna testify? Probably. We don't know for sure. We don't know. Remember, the state can call who they want to call and the order they're going to call and what they're going to do. We don't know yet. So maybe. Do I have the young blood motion? Guys, there are a million of them and I forget what they're all called by when I've got them all saved. So that's that's the issue here. I've got a bunch of stuff here, chat. So that's the problem. I'm trying to find what I have here that works. And okay, I think I found the pictures. Okay, I've got them. I think here. Hold on. Where is All right. So, yeah, here we go. All right.
Is that Billy Baldwin?
Let's see what we got here. Yeah, there's Alec. He's hanging out.
Yeah, I see his brother in the background.
Oh, actually, it is his brother in the back. It was. Wow. Well, hey, he's got his family here. Why not? Is that Oprah in the third row? Hold on. No, I don't see Oprah. I have to remove it so we could see
Oprah.
Stephen Baldwin or Billy Baldwin. I don't know. All I know is it's not Adam Baldwin. So, let's see here. Dolly's saying Jensen Ackles, the guy from Supernatural, is not on either witness list. Well, that's good. Because the state's final witness list for trial, we actually have that. And guys, I can hear it in the background. So when we get to it, we'll get to them. So the actual witness list the state produced at the end of June has a couple different people. You've heard some of these names from the first trial. We have Seth Kenny, the guy who runs PDQ Arm and Prop. Ken Jorgensen, he is a person who runs IATSE. That's the movie crew union. He's also going to claim he teaches people on how to be a producer. He teaches classes on it. So he's going to be kind of like a witness in that regard. Joel Souza, he is the director of the movie. We also then have a couple of people here. Samantha Telmonte. That's not the that's I don't recall which role she's one of the detectives. Then there's a couple people here. Carolyn Schaefer, Wyatt Mortensen, Gabriel Pickle. This lady is involved in the filming production. Mamie Mitchell was involved in the filming production. And if you notice, she's got an attorney, Gloria Allred. Like that Gloria Allred. Corporal Alexandria Hancock, she is the lead detective. So that's who she is. Who else do we have here? Bryce Ziegler, he's the FBI guy who did the hammer testing. Who else do we have here? There's a couple other members of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office that are going to be involved. A couple other FBI personnel. And then we get to, who else do we have? Robert Genoway. He's the New Mexico OSHA, Office of General Counsel. He's working with them because the Mexico OSHA got involved. And they determined that the producers and everything there led to an unsafe environment. Although I think that's going to hurt they're not allowed to focus on the fact Alec Baldwin was producer, because ultimately he did all of this as a cheap ass. So yeah, there's still no
Oh, so
sound.
he was the producer.
Yeah, he was the producer, but they're not allowing him to do that. They're not allowing him to bring that up because he's accused of committing manslaughter because he was pointing a gun at people and he should have made sure it was safe. He's
Right.
not being accused of manslaughter because he was producer and didn't set up a safe environment. So the court prevents them from bringing that up because that's not how he was indicted. He was indicted because he dangerously pointed a gun at somebody, which is a dangerous act. And then he also pointed a gun at somebody and didn't take due care to make sure it wasn't loaded. So there's two
Gotcha.
ways they could convict him under the statute.
Got it.
You know, there's a couple other people we're going to see here. Lucian Haig, that is the state's firearms expert. That's the old guy who looks like he worked with Sam Colt to design a pistol. That's true. He is. Sarah Zachary, she is the actual prop master for the movie. Ross Adiego, he is going to look like Walter White when you see him. These people, a lot of these people testified already. That's why we know who they are. He was the cameraman. He was the camera grip. He was in there, the dolly grip, whatever his position was. He was in there when Alec Baldwin fired the gun. Brian Carpenter, he is a armorer on other movies. He's their expert witness as far as how firearm safety should be done on the movie set. And this guy kind of tore Alec Baldwin a new one, just critiquing all the issues. And if you haven't seen the videos of what happens, we won't get to them today, but holy cow, they're going to make your toes curl about how sloppy they were with these guns. Michael Haig did not testify. He is Lucian Haig's son, but he's on the list as a possible. Melinda Zamora is from the Bulls, is being through the Bulls law firm. Bulls law firm is the attorney, Jason Bowles, who defended Hannah Reed. He sucked. He was really bad. We have a couple other people here that we can go through. A couple people from the University of New Mexico Hospital, the doctors who worked on Halyna Hutchins. Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer herself, care of the Western New Mexico Correctional Facility. So we'll see if she gets called or not. It'll be very interesting. And that is the list. So Jensen Ackles is not on the list right now. Could he be at some point? Maybe, but we'll see. And then here we have an interesting one because they use Pieta revolvers on the set. Alessandro Pieta, the actual Mr. Pieta, is coming over to testify about the gun. The state has subpoenaed him to come over and testify. So it'll be very interesting. And then somebody's asking,
how long did the trial go for?
Seth Kenny, guys. Seth Kenny's number one. He's right here. The trial was oh God, how many days was it? Hold on here. Hannah Reed went a couple. Well, this is scheduled for 8 days.
Okay.
So we have 8 days of Hannah Reed, or we have 8 days of Alec Baldwin. And the judge has said, you've got 8 days. And as of right now, she's broken it down 5 days for the prosecution, 3 days for the defense. And depending on how things go, let's say the defense asks a ton of questions and they drag things down and slow things down, she's going to take away one of the defense's days and give it back to the prosecutor. So it's either going to be a 5-3 or a 6-2, how it splits out. Yeah, guys, they are in the courtroom and they are still in the courtroom with nothing going on. They're still waiting. We are still waiting. I don't know if they still having Wi-Fi problems, but they are. It looks like they're having something there. Now, what was I going to say? So that's Alec Baldwin's attorney right there, Alex Sparrow, and then Luke Nikes. Those are the two of them. There's a couple of more attorneys, but these two guys are his New York City attorneys coming in. Oh, why do we? Oh, come on, Law and Crime. Don't do this to us, please. Don't. We don't need. We don't need this. Also, guys, I don't know the sound levels yet, so get ready. And notice they're on mute, not us. Oh, Hotep, am I good to bring you back on? Okay. Oh, God, that's loud.
There we go. Something.
Lady's goofy as hell.
Funny how his brother's sitting there with the "I did it" face. Oh man. I don't think he'd been in a movie since Biodome. Hopefully they kick the sound insane.
Yeah.
It looks like she's talking, but
You guys can't hear her?
I can't hear anything.
God, hold on, guys. The sound is going here. StreamYard's doing the stupid thing again, chat. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna have to reload. Hold on.
The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What I say now is the introduction of the case and the instructions. All right.
We can hear it now.
Along with those instructions previously, you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you've heard all of the evidence in the case, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of the instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding this case. And just so you know, there's going to be no transcript available to you. Juries have asked me that, so I'm telling you up front, okay? Again, the trial is expected to last 8 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, Monday,
One in
Tuesday.
the chat if you can hear. One in the chat if y'all can hear.
That's the
They can
trial
hear.
that does
People are
not
just
include your
catching up. They're
deliberation time.
behind.
The usual hours of trial will be from 8:30 to 5, typically, with a half hour for lunch. No, an hour for lunch, and then a morning break and an afternoon break. Again, please report to the jury lounge no later than 8:30 unless we're instructing you otherwise for different reasons.
I really
But
hope so
in your
too.
mind, you can always expect 8:30 to be here, okay? Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by my bailiff, Steve, okay? You may take water into the courtroom with you, and you can also take coffee or tea or if you have a lid on your cup, okay? We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and be seated, and then we will take our seats. And again, it's important to hear. So please raise your hand at any time you can't hear. Don't be self-conscious about it. Don't wait until a couple of questions have been asked. You've got to, if you can't hear, you've got to shoot that hand up right away, okay? All right, this is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who goes in and out, but after a while, you'll get used to it. But if there is anything that is distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in this case, please tell Steve immediately. He'll let me know, and I'll do my best to get rid of the distraction. As you know, the temperature we cannot control. All right, so sorry, we'll try to get the county in here if it plummets too high. I doubt it'll plummet too low. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. Steve has given you a pad and a pen? Okay. Please put your name on the front page of your pad and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, follow Steve's instruction on whether to take the pad with you or whether to leave it on your chair.
Put your name. Normally you put your
don't
juror
have to
number
worry
on the
about
pad.
confidentiality. They'll be locked up at night, and when the trial is finished, they'll be shredded. Okay? Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please do not forget to pay close attention to the trial. Listening and watching witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for those that have not engaged in criminal trial before.
Hilaria.
A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Is there something distracting you, juror?
No.
I'm talking to the other one. Okay. Statements of the lawyers, however, are not themselves evidence.
That's so funny.
The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witnesses. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notepaper and give it to Steve before this is important, before the witness leaves the stand, okay? I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. Again, very important. You must decide the case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case, and in this day and age, you cannot Google or research any of the subject matter of this case. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, including each other. Very important, as I said yesterday, when you go in that room, you don't talk about the case. You wait until you are a jury that is deliberating, okay? If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact immediately to Steve. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators, there's nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of court or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they're not being rude. They are just carefully observing. All right, so we're going to begin the case. The case starts with opening statements. The state begins first because they have the burden of proof, and then the defendant. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Judge, just one quick housekeeping matter while Ms. Johnson's getting set up.
All right.
Something's going on. We don't know what. But yes, if you guys were not aware, the judge in this courtroom does allow the jurors to ask questions of the witnesses when they're done with their testimony. So that will be very interesting.
That is very interesting. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. Well, I've had judges that allow this. It's very much a courtroom to courtroom. Every judge has the right to control it how they want to do it. It's not a very common thing. It's not common, but it happens enough. It happens enough.
But it's better than getting secondhand information. You get it straight from the source if you got a question. I like that though.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they ask questions. They can ask very, very good questions. Yes, we watched the George Kelly trial. He's the guy down in Arizona who had the shooting on his property along the border. The jurors were allowed to ask questions in that trial, and it does help. It does help.
Helps a lot because you don't got to rely on, hearsay, or a transcript straight from them.
Well, remember, they will not get access to transcripts, and she already warned them of that now, that they aren't going to get a transcript.
Gotcha.
So, because they always ask, and she's like, "Yeah, she's like, we're cutting you off now. There is no transcript."
I mean, if you can ask questions of the witnesses, then you shouldn't really need it. You should
get
it.
Well, the transcript helps when you're back in the jury room, and you're, it would help them because they could see what that person said. But I also understand the idea of no, you don't get that because that would take forever. I mean, sometimes that would never catch up. You never catch up with that.
Not to mention you got your notepad, so just take good notes and
Yeah, well, in the notepad thing, yeah, jurors, hopefully they'll do their job right. We didn't have jury problems in the first case, so knock on wood, there's no problems with this one.
No, did she hear this? Did she hear this? Did she hear the other case or no?
Yes, she did. She presided over both.
Okay.
Because they are they're technically co-defendants, so they are going to be. Why the hell this pause?
Good morning. When someone plays make-believe with a real gun in a violates the cardinal rules of firearm safety, people's lives are endangered, and someone could be killed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this case is about. It's simple, straightforward. The evidence will show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin. You will hear over the course of the next few days that in the fall of 2021, a movie called Rust began filming at the Bonanza Creek Ranch just south of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County. You will learn that this movie was a Western with a lot of gun action. And while it was a movie set, it was a real-life workplace for many people. But you will hear this workplace was on a tight budget. And you will
They were
learn
poor.
that some of the people who were hired to work at this workplace were very inexperienced. And one of those was the armorer, a very young woman named Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You will hear testimony from crew members who worked on the set, who will tell you that to them, Ms. Gutierrez's inexperience was obvious. You will also learn that this workplace has some talented people. And one of those was the director of photography, a vibrant 42-year-old rising star named Halyna Hutchins. You will also learn that the director of this film was Joel Souza, another talented individual who cares deeply for his projects. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that like in many workplaces, there are people who act in a reckless manner and place other individuals in danger and act without due regard for the safety of others. That, you will hear, was the defendant, Alexander Baldwin, the lead actor on this film. You will learn that this movie began filming on or about October 6, 2021. But the defendant did not arrive on set to begin working until about October 13. And you will learn that prior to arriving on the set to work, he requested to be assigned the biggest gun available. So he was assigned this revolver, a replica of an 1873 single-action revolver manufactured by Pieta Firearms in Italy. You will hear from Alessandro Pieta, who will tell you he manufactured this gun. And he will tell you he manufactured it in 2015. And he will explain the quality control measures that Pieta Firearms follows in order to ensure that firearms that are manufactured by Pieta Firearms don't have any problems or issues. Mr. Pieta will tell you that this firearm he himself manufactured, and that when Pieta sent it to EMF, which is the company that distributes firearms for Pieta Firearms.
She's losing me already, chat.
This gun was in perfect working condition. You will hear from Justin Neal, who is a representative of EMF, a company out of California that has historically been known to provide firearms to the movie industry. Mr. Neal will tell you that when EMF received this firearm in 2017, it was in perfect working order. And in fact, when EMF had this firearm,
and this is New Mexico,
right? To numerous quality control inspections because it was used as a show gun at gun shows. The evidence will show that in September of 2021, an individual by the name of Seth Kenny was contacted by the folks with Rust Production. They asked Mr. Kenny if he would be able to provide some firearms for the filming, for use during the filming of Rust. You will learn that Mr. Kenny owns PDQ Firearm and Prop. It's a duly licensed firearms dealership. Mr. Kenny then contacted EMF and ordered several single-action replica revolvers. And in September, or on September 29, 2021, Mr. Kenny purchased this gun,
What argument is she making?
And you will hear that Mr. Kenny received it
Well,
from
she's
EMF.
kind of
and it was
Leaving
in
the story of
perfect
how the
working
gun got
order.
to the place.
The only thing that Mr. Kenny did to this gun was to insert the firing pin. Because since it was a show gun,
Part of their allegations are they messed
you'll
with the
learn that
gun.
that's a very easy
Someone
step.
did.
All he had to do was just insert the pin, and
I know
that's
New
it.
Mexico is
And then
very,
Mr. Kenny
well,
had
they've
the
become
firearms,
very
this one and some
anti-2A.
other firearms transferred to the set
Hotep, I'll
of
fill you in on
Rust
the
at
side
the
here. real
Bonanza
quick.
Creek Ranch.
Um,
And
Hey, Sean, did you turn the sound down?
All right. Hold on, chat. We're going to have to refresh it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is interesting because New Mexico is very anti-2A. So you see this case that she's about to make.
with that inexperienced armorer. And you'll hear that the reason he didn't do a safety check is because he
People really
didn't
aren't
want to
anti-2A.
offend her. The evidence you will see will paint a real-life picture of a real-life workplace where this defendant mishandled this gun. You will see him using this gun as a pointer to point at people, to point at things. You will see him cock the hammer when he's not supposed to cock the hammer. You will see him put his finger on the trigger when his finger's not supposed to be on the trigger. You will hear about numerous breaches of firearm safety with this defendant and this use of this firearm. And the evidence will show that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, the camera crew walked off set. And you will learn that one of the reasons that camera crew walked out is because they were concerned over safety breaches with the use of firearms. The evidence will show that the morning of October 21st started out a couple of hours behind. They filmed some scenes at this church on the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And you will see that one of those scenes required the defendant to pull out his gun. This was in the morning. Pull out his gun, and you'll hear the director tell him, pull it out and hold it. And the first time, you'll see evidence the defendant does what the director tells him. But you will hear the director tell you that many times the defendant would do his own thing. So then the director in the morning asked him, okay, do it again, just like you did now. The defendant pulls out the gun, but this time he cocks the hammer. The evidence will show they then broke for lunch. And around 1:30 or so, they came back to this church to do what's called a blocking. The evidence will show that Ms. Hutchins wanted to do a blocking for an insert. And you will learn what a blocking is, just working out the details of the moves of the actor. Wasn't even a rehearsal. You will hear from one of the witnesses who walked into the church and saw the defendant kind of playing with his gun. And then you will see evidence or hear evidence that Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were talking to the defendant about doing this insert. And the insert was just supposed to be from here to here. And it was supposed to be of the defendant just slowly taking his gun out of his holster, and just holding it at an angle. The evidence will show that someone asked the armorer to bring the defendant's gun to him, and she did. She brought it into the church, showed it to David Halls, who you will learn was the first assistant director. The gun was empty. Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. But then you will hear that Ms. Gutierrez was given the gun back, and she took it and loaded it with dummy rounds. And what you will learn is that dummy rounds are inert rounds. They look like real rounds, but they are very easy to tell that they are not because they'll rattle. Ms. Gutierrez then went back to the church, showed the revolver to the first assistant director very fast. They only checked about 3 rounds, very quick. And they missed 1 round. You will learn that one of the rounds in that revolver was a real round.
He done pulled a
Will show that Ms. Gutierrez
Brandon Lee.
handed the gun to the defendant. And what you will learn is that once again, the defendant failed to do a gun check or a safety check with this armorer. So he takes the firearm, puts it in his holster. Then Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were doing this blocking. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant, again, did his own thing. You will hear from an individual by the name of Kent Jorgensen. Mr. Jorgensen will tell you that he's been involved in drafting and revising movie set safety rules. You will learn that these movie set safety rules require actors like the defendant to treat every firearm as though it's loaded, to never point a firearm at another person, and to never put your finger on the trigger unless you're prepared to shoot or to destroy whatever's in front of you.
That's right.
The evidence will show that on October 21st, 2021, after that lunch break, the defendant once again violated those set safety rules. And during this blocking, the director had instructed him to just slowly take out that gun and just hold it at an angle. But you will see that the defendant takes it out quickly the first time, points it. And you will hear witness testimony who will tell you the first time he does it, his finger is on or around the trigger. He does it again, takes it out very fast, points it. And once again, you will hear testimony that his finger was on or around the trigger. And the evidence will show that that third and fatal time, he takes it out once again, fast, hammer's cocked, he cocks the hammer, points it straight at Ms. Hutchins, and fires that gun, sending that live bullet right into Ms. Hutchins' body. You will learn that this bullet was a .45 caliber round that entered Ms. Hutchins' body right underneath her right underarm. It perforated her right lung. It traveled through her spine, lacerating her spinal cord, and then it exited on the left side of her back. That bullet then went into Joel Souza's right shoulder, and it came to rest in his back, from where doctors removed it once he was transported to St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Hutchins did not have the same fate. You will see the aftermath of the shooting, and you will see medics frantically working to save Ms. Hutchins, to stabilize her, to transport her to airlift her to UNM Hospital. But the damage from that bullet was too much. Ms. Hutchins succumbed to her injuries and bled to death. The evidence will show that meanwhile, after the shooting, the defendant began to claim he didn't pull the trigger. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that's not possible. You will hear from Mr. Pieta himself, who will tell you that gun will not.
Highly unlikely that he didn't pull that trigger.
You will hear from firearms
Pretty much, it's
experts
impossible.
who will tell you that gun
This is
will not
so
discharge
rambling
without
and
pulling
long,
that
like
trigger.
to get to the point. This is where she needs to be.
The evidence will show that law enforcement officials arrived at the scene on October 21st after the shooting and immediately took this gun into their custody. Then later, they asked the FBI for assistance in processing this gun for forensics and examination. You will learn that the gun and some ammunition that was taken from the set and from PDQ arms were sent to the FBI for analysis. You will learn that the gun first went to the DNA section of the lab, where a DNA analyst found the defendant's DNA on this gun. And then the gun was transferred to the firearms and tool mark section of the lab, where a firearms examiner examined this gun very carefully and closely. Bryce Ziegler, who is the firearms examiner for the FBI, will tell you that when he received this firearm, he first examined it. He didn't see any defects.
The question is, if this was a walkthrough, why was the gun loaded in the first place?
And he checked the hammer in the three different positions, cocking positions. He checked the quarter cock position.
Remember, it's a revolver, so you need bullets in the chambers or it doesn't show up.
Fine.
And the camera's facing, remember?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You need to see the ball.
And when he held it in the full cock position, you will hear that hammer held.
Well, snap
until he pulled the trigger.
Well, they were meant to be dummy rounds that look like real rounds.
You will also hear that Mr. Ziegler test fired this gun 12 different times. And each time, that gun fired as it was designed. Each time, when he pulled that trigger, it fired. And he will tell you that not once did this gun malfunction or discharge on its own. Now, the evidence will show that because the defendant had been claiming that he didn't pull the trigger, Mr. Ziegler suggested one last test to the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Ziegler told the Sheriff's Department that he could do what's called an accidental discharge test. He obtained authorization to do this test, and you will hear that he left that test for last because that test could potentially damage the gun. Mr. Ziegler went forward after he received this authorization and conducted the accidental discharge test. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that during that test, a couple of the internal components of this firearm damaged. You will hear that the trigger sear and the full cock hammer notch were damaged during the accidental discharge testing. The evidence will show, however, that before this accidental discharge testing by the FBI, this gun functioned and worked perfectly fine. You'll see the video footage of the multiple occasions during which the defendant used this firearm on the set, and each time he fired it, it was working just fine. And in fact, you'll hear evidence that the defendant himself admitted in December of 2021 that this gun didn't have any mechanical problems. You will hear from the two of the country's leading experts on firearms forensics, Michael Haig and Lucian Haig. And they will tell you that they examined the revolver and the damaged pieces extensively. They will tell you that the damage to the full cock trigger notch is consistent with the accidental discharge testing that was conducted by the FBI. Lucian Haig will tell you that in August of 2023, he examined the trigger sear, the other piece, and that when he looked at it initially with the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't see anything. But then he put it under the microscope, and he noticed some kind of rough microscopic diagonal
Why does
lines
this feel like a
on the
movie
surface
review?
of the trigger sear. And since at the time he did not
She
know
needs
how
to cut
Mr.
this
Ziegler
down.
had
She can
conducted
bullet point it
the
a lot
accidental
better.
discharge
Yeah.
test,
Because we're going to hear from the witnesses anyway,
he
right?
opined that
And it's a
these
summation,
very
a
small
preview.
microscopic lines were
You don't
likely
tell
not
the whole
caused
story
by
like
the
this, Kat.
FBI accidental discharge testing, but he could not exclude that as the source of those lines. Then a few weeks ago, Mr. Haig will tell you that he spoke with Mr. Ziegler and he learned how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test. Mr. Ziegler explained that he affixed that firearm onto a fixed platform and then struck the firearm on 6 different planes with a rubber mallet. And Mr. Ziegler explained to Mr. Haig that he had not affixed the mallet to another fixed device. Instead, he did it freehand. Mr. Haig will tell you with his 50 plus years of experience as a
Alex
forensic
Freedom's on the line
firearms
and he's falling
forensics
asleep.
expert, he opined or concluded that those very tiny microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear were likely caused by the FBI's accidental discharge test. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that regardless of how those tiny microscopic lines got on that trigger sear, these firearms experts will tell you that those would not affect the functionality of this firearm. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to conclude and be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that on October 21st, 2021, that gun the defendant had asked to be assigned worked perfectly fine as it was designed, and that the fatal and one of the main problems that afternoon of October 21st was that the defendant didn't do a gun safety check with that inexperienced armorer. He pointed the gun at another human being, cocked the hammer, and pulled that trigger in reckless disregard for Ms. Hutchins' safety. And you will be convinced that the only true and just verdict in this case, so that true justice can be served, is a verdict of guilty to involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Mr. Spiro?
Here you go, chat. This should be a lot better. That was a very sad opening argument. I was not impressed. I was not impressed at all. We're going to make up the 10 seconds. I think we're behind here, chat. This is Alex Spiro. He is Alec Baldwin's lead attorney. And
All set? May I proceed? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. This was an unspeakable tragedy,
Not bad.
but Alec Baldwin committed no
you're
crime.
muted, sorry.
He was an actor
No, that's okay.
acting, playing the role of Harlan Rust. An actor playing a character can act in ways that are lethal, that just aren't lethal on a movie set. These cardinal rules, they're not cardinal rules on a movie set. And I don't have to tell you much more about this because you've all seen gunfights in movies. And the reason that can happen is because safety is ensured before the actor. On this movie set, there were people responsible for ensuring the safety of the set and the firearm. Those people failed in their duties, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The most critical issue in this case is how a real bullet got on a movie set. The evidence will show that real bullets are never supposed to be on movie sets. Movie sets use dummies and blanks. Movie sets use dummies, fake inert bullets that look like real bullets, they don't go bang, for when you want a close-up of the gun. You can't tell them apart from live bullets by looking at them, which is why live bullets can be nowhere near a movie set. And if the director wants a shot of the gun going, bang, poof, there's blanks that they can use. And those blanks look nothing like real bullets. And they are used for those shooting scenes. And, they'll play these videos that they described of Alec's, firearm in the movie going bang, poof. And people are conditioned to seeing people firing weapons and thinking that's a dangerous act. That's a dangerous act. And they will play those videos and give you that image to try to tarnish him in your eyes.
Well, it is
but
a
that's not
dangerous
what
act.
happened here. On this set, there was a real bullet, something that should never be on a movie set, something which has nothing to do
I don't
with
like
making
saying it
a
like
movie.
that.
And you will hear no evidence, not one word, that Alec Baldwin had anything to do with that real bullet being brought onto that set. The second critical issue in this case is, why did a real bullet get loaded into a prop movie gun? It is undisputed that the bullet was loaded into the gun by the armorer, the person on set whose responsibility it was to ensure the gun was safe.
Hired by who?
And so picture that moment of the armorer placing a live bullet into that firearm. You hear the prosecutor say, he did this, or he performed in a certain way. He picked out the biggest gun as his prop. It's to tarnish him in your eyes. You will hear no evidence whatsoever. No evidence that anything Mr. Baldwin did, that something he did in that moment, that horrible moment when she put that bullet in that gun, none of it had anything to do with Alec Baldwin. And finally, the first assistant director's job, the head of safety, Dave Halls, checks it before it goes to the actor. And he will tell you he made a tragic mistake. He failed to detect a live bullet. And Alec Baldwin had nothing to do with that either. So all this evidence that the prosecutor just outlined, all of it, has nothing to do with these critical issues. Nothing. Which leads us to this. The evidence will show that on a movie set, safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. In this case, this unique case on a movie set, the prop gun was placed in Mr. Baldwin's hands and cold gun was announced, meaning it had been checked and double-checked by those responsible to ensure the gun was safe. It was just a prop. They all thought it was just a prop and could do no harm. The actor's job is to act, to rehearse, to choreograph his moves, to memorize his lines. He's Harlan Rust. He's an outlaw running for his life, who in the incident in question, he's pulling a 6-shooter to try to defend himself. That's why the gun has to be safe before it gets into the actor's hands. His mind is somewhere else, in the being of another, a century away, an outlaw. He must be able to take that weapon and use it as the person he's acting would. To wave it, to point it, to pull the trigger like actors do, in ways that would be lethal in the real world, but are not lethal on a movie set. And I'm going to show you that scene now before lunch. And if we could just play action.
I'm gonna go find some help.
I don't need no damn help.
You're gonna die for them.
He's wounded on the run. Play again. Continue.
If film the movie, we should see it. Not the B-rolls.
Harlan Rust. Did you stand up nice and slow, tossing your weapons you have?
He's on the church pew, bleeding, his hand gripping the revolver. He would defend himself against the men in the movie. Play.
Fucking Siskel and Ebert over here.
One more. You good? Ready?
Harlan Rust. Did you get up nice and slow, tossing the weapons you have?
Well, how close can I get right there?
Joe, you want me to wait to give you that line till he lands, till camera lands?
Yeah.
Yep.
7 minutes, what? Draw your gun and look up. Move your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
This way.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alex.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready. And set. Ready, and action. Arlen Russ. Do one more just like that. You got one more? Yeah. Ready, ready?
No,
They
notice
want him
his
to do it
fingers
again.
on the trigger.
There's no danger. They want him to do it again.
And set. Ready, and action. Arlen Rust.
He's pulling the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
He's
He
pulling
doesn't
the
have a
trigger
positive grip on the gun.
at all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not
a
like his
scene
fingers
similar
on
to
the trigger.
scenes
He's
we've all
pulling
seen
it.
in
You can
movies and
see it.
television, performed by thousands of actors. And the scene that continues after lunch is the same scene. It's just not, unfortunately, captured on videotape. And the scene they envisioned and acted out, that prop gun was positioned in the afternoon so close
he's
to the
like,
camera
I
that you
did
could
good.
see inside.
Look at his
You
face.
could feel it. You could feel that it was loaded. And it was loaded, of course, with dummies. Dummies to make it look like a real gun. But this one time, one of those dummies was a real bullet. The real bullet was not known to anyone in that church. Amongst the actors, directors, and crew in the scene, everyone was doing exactly how they go about their business every day on a movie, not as if some lethal element had been included in the environment. You will see creativity and movement and everyone talking and vibrant. No one had any idea that this venomous, toxic element had been inserted into this magic they were
Is
creating.
he talking about
But
Alec?
it did. It entered that place. It killed an amazing person. It wounded another, and it changed lives forever. And so to find out what happened on that movie set, you need to do something that the prosecutors could never do. You have to step back and remember what they were doing on a movie set. What were Halyna Hutchins, the cinematographer, Joel Souza, the director, and Alec Baldwin, the actor, doing on Bonanza Creek Ranch? You know, movies and magic have always been closely associated. The first people that made movies were magicians. And this imagination that happens in movies, you know, King Kong, he can stand above a city, and Superman can fly, horses and snakes and gun battles. For this to all work, for cinematography, what Halyna did to work, for acting to work, you have to be
It's
so
almost
close
like you're
to the
saying the
barrier
bullet
of real and
snuck in
imagined
there,
that the
and the
viewer
bullet
feels
Yeah.
that they're
gun
there,
didn't.
that it's real.
Alec didn't pull the trigger. The gun
The viewer
just
can't
took
see
on a life of
strings
its
from the
own.
stuntman.
This is
The
ridiculous.
stuntman must lead.
It's better,
The
though.
snake
This
must
is a better
hiss.
argument.
And guns
It's
happen
flowing.
in movies all over this country for many decades. Bang, bang. You've all seen it. Guns have been an element of theater and film and television since the earliest of times. Depictions of war and combat, Spartacus, it stirs audiences because it feels real. Later films, Platoon, Apocalypse Now, they showed the unvarnished realities of war. This ranch, Santa Fe, it had been the scene to many gunfights and movie scenes, well before Alec was even born. Laramie, Butch and the Sundance Kid, and these westerns.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Butch Cassidy, you mean? Butcher.
No, well, there's other various things it's been part of,
Now
and
it's
I think he's not making the arguments here. These are bad arguments, but I will give him credit. This flows. It's hitting points. The way the way the state came out preemptively trying to make arguments, and we'll get back to more like how I would have changed that. This is far better.
The evidence will show that guns are in movies because movies are about people's lives and guns are in people's lives. So let's talk about the evidence and how the lethal bullet got there. How did this happen and how did it unfold? The evidence will be the following. Everybody on a movie set has a role. The armor armors, the director directs, the actor acts.
He's going to blame
They
the
work
one
in
in jail
harmony,
already.
but they have a
She did
division
it.
of responsibility. Safety
Guilty.
being important has
think the sound went out again.
Hold on, chat. Why is it doing this?
Get your act together, StreamYard. What are you doing here? Goodness gracious.
Dump in it. You don't need to worry even about, eye gear or earplugs for that fake bang. It means it's empty, inert, cosmetic, can do no harm. Cold guns can't hurt people. It's impossible. Literally impossible for a cold gun to hurt somebody. You could hurt you more by dropping it on your foot.
This bad. I don't know what's
and that's
wrong
why
with
these
StreamYard.
artists are carrying on in their art.
I wish I could figure it out.
Cold guns,
StreamYard
all
is
clear
not
to go.
helping me.
And the armorer on this set hands a prop gun to Alec, like she had done times before, like people have done with him in movies for a generation. And he's there. He's in the movie set church with his movie set gear and his holster, and he takes his movie set gun. And
my client's an actor. He's
in that moment on his
stupid to check a gun on his own.
The artists,
he's stupid to know
crew members,
gun safety.
They're moving around him. Again, no eye gear or earplugs, nothing to protect against. They carry on. They practice. They rehearse. They take a lunch break. Some folks leave, some don't. They continue the scene. Dave Halls, the head of safety, is actually practicing the movement so they can frame. They can frame the footage that will happen after lunch. And the prop cold gun comes back. The prop cold gun comes back, cold gun. They call it again. Same gun, again, safe. The first assistant director, Dave Halls, head of safety for the entire film, a man with decades of experience, comes and takes the additional step and inspects the gun. Verifies again, cold gun. Everyone relax. Go back to focus on the making of a movie. There's nothing in the gun that can hurt anybody. And Alex sits on that pew. And the creative directors, the crew, they're moving around him, in front of him. And Harlan Rust, he begins, like the prosecutor told you, rehearsing, acting. This is a completely mundane, uneventful, routine act on a movie set. And so everybody carries on. Nobody fathomed, imagined, foresaw any possible danger. They moved around Alec as he practiced his draw. As the prosecutor put it, working out the details of the move in the actor. He does it again, does it in a different way. Nobody bats an eye. And they will tell you that the investigation revealed that Baldwin was practicing drawing and pointing the weapon of the scene with guidance and instruction from Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. The gun goes off. Everybody's shocked. Alec is startled. He immediately says, "I didn't mean to shoot I didn't pull the trigger." Immediately. What the hell just happened? They collectively explain. Shock turns to panic.
We'll get to this.
911 is called.
Ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. He said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatcher. Don't need that. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay. This fucking AD that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my desk and yell at me?
Oh, what's this?
911 call.
He's protected guns. He's responsible for what happened. Now, Mimi? No.
Who did she just blame?
How many people are injured? 2 that I know of. I was sitting. We were
I didn't hear it.
And it went off, and I ran out.
She said this shot. He's responsible.
On a movie set with a prop gun, the fucking AD, it was his responsibility.
It's a guy named Dave Hall.
Not a word about Alec Baldwin. While they're en route, police, EMS, the cast and crew are outside trying to figure out what happened, frantic, talking to those responsible for the prop and its safety. The armorer is yelling, sorry. Hall's, the first assistant director, is panicked. The prop master, Sarah Zachary, I don't know exactly where she is at that point, but they check the gun furbishly. They take the ammo out of the gun. They look at it. What the heck happened? They go back to the prop cart that houses the ammo. They're touching the gun and manipulating the gun, emptying it. They go and move some stuff off the prop cart, trying to figure it out. Sarah Zachary, the head of props, will tell you she threw some stuff out. And eventually, of course, EMS and police arrive pretty soon thereafter. And Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza, the director, are transported to the hospital where Halyna tragically passes away. And I'm not going to be asking questions about her condition after she was wounded or the medical interventions that followed. Her injuries, the efforts to revive her, are not in dispute in this case. The evidence will be there. The prosecutor may present some of these emotionally charged images, but we're not going to be asking questions about that, and it's not an issue in dispute in this case. You jurors are allowed to ask yourselves whether or not that should be the focus or the focus should be the evidence. So police enter the scene. They have lapel cameras. Thank God they have lapel cameras. You want to see what happens? The evidence will show you can play the videotape. Want to see if they take the right gun? Play the videotape. Want to make sure what the people said or did, they're remembering correctly? Play the videotape. And so they immediately recover the prop gun and they secure it. That's off to the side. And the reason that you preserve things in the moment is so that you know what existed in the moment, the evidence in the moment, the people and the witnesses and what they said in the moment. These folks, the members of Rust, they'd never been through anything like this before. That is why what they originally said matters so much in this case. If you remember anything I say today as the evidence proceeds, remember that. Look at the evidence of what the people of Rust said and did that day. Life changes, memories change. There are human motivations, internal pressure, external pressure. That's why preservation is so important. So the police continue. In terms of the prop cart and the prop ammo that's on the cart, it's manipulated, altered, kind of messy. And, you know, at this accidental shooting on a movie set, the police begin to make some mistakes. No one had ever investigated a prop gun on a movie set before. They recover the prop gun, but they don't wear gloves. They don't have the prop cart inside the crime scene. Someone moves it onto the crime scene. People start touching it and showing, okay, this is a dummy, this is a blank. And then they make another mistake that matters in this case with some more significance, which is that they don't secure the prop truck that houses the cart. See, that cart that they roll off comes from a truck where all of the ammunition, all of the firearms are, and that's where they're stored. They don't secure the prop truck for several days. And then the prop house that supplies the truck, that supplies the cart, they don't secure for over a month. A lot of mistakes. They had never investigated a case in a movie set. But they had the prop gun. That was key. And so they needed to figure out where the live bullet came from. They had the shell casing, Starline brass. That's the sort of make. You'll hear that phrase, Starline brass. And the police were right to focus on that. That was the lethal element. And so they work outward. Makes good enough sense. Folks around the ammo and the gun to be interviewed at the precinct. The armorer at the precinct. She loaded the live bullet. Halls, head of safety, he double checked. And Alec walks up to the police. You'll see this early today. And he says, I'm here, whatever you want to do, whatever you need me to do. Just tell me where to go. And Sarah Zachary, the prop master who threw out the stuff at the cart, they missed her that night to bring to the precinct. But the rest of them at the precinct. And thankfully, we have the lapel cameras.
And then they cleared the gun outside after his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
So the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper.
I can pause this. I can turn this off. Move on. That was just a quick snapshot of the scene.
Let's approach her. This is Ms. Johnson.
Uh-oh.
They consented to the exhibit.
They're complaining. They're complaining now. This is not a good, like, you don't want to be seen as interrupting like that. That's not a good look. That's not a good look, chat. Dolly is saying, yes, I'll play the full videos after trial today on Dolly Talks. Yes, guys, Dolly, if you guys have not been over to Dolly's channel, Dolly did something pretty cool. He went ahead and FOIA'd Discovery. So if you guys go over to Dolly Talks over here on YouTube, he's got all the discovery from the cases, because Hannah Reed's case and this case are exactly the same. He has everything. So if you guys want to watch, he's going to have it all. He's got it all. Oh, we're going to switch back over.
Interviewed on the scene. They're interviewed with lapel cameras. They're interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Cano. And those witnesses, some of them will come in here and testify. And not a single one of them will tell you anything different than what I'm about to tell you about the evidence. The gun was double checked, verified it was a cold gun, not an actor's responsibility to check. Safety was ensured before.
Raiden will cover
Alec
this
was
in a
doing
second.
his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People manipulate and point guns on movie sets. The gun went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger. It was obviously a tragic accident, but Alec committed no homicide. Alec took the gun from those charged with its safety. He did not tamper with it. He did not load it himself. He did not leave it unattended. It completed his costume and his character. It was an actor handling a prop and integrating it into the character of Harlan Rust. There was a dedicated professional there, off camera, whose sole sacred responsibility was that prop safety. And Dave Halls, the head of safety, was there by her side. Everyone relied on that. And it was tragic that they let them down. He was just acting as he has done for generations, and it was the safety apparatus that failed them all. So law enforcement continues. They need to find the live bullet. That was the lethal element. So they, led by Detective Cano, execute a search warrant on the church. And that's what law enforcement does. They immediately go to a judge. They say, this is what we need to do. They go into the church urgently before anything can be altered. They're confirming it was an accident, not a crime in the church. They search for guns and ammunition, videos and photos. There was no further answer in the church. They had the prop gun. They had all those witnesses secured. Their statements are clear. Alec had committed no crime, but the bullet was a mystery. And so they focus on the bullet, the critical lethal bullet, and how did it enter the movie set. So they had the prop cart, and then they go do the warrant on the prop truck. And so at that point, and I'm going to put up a photo so that you can see who some of these individuals are. They're trying to figure out when they go to the truck, what is the source of the lethal bullet? And so they execute a warrant on the truck approximately a week later. The Seth Kenny that you heard about in the prosecutor's opening, the supplier for the set, he's there. Sarah Zachary, the prop master, she's there. And they walk through what's inside of the prop truck with law enforcement. But there's no answer to the lethal bullet. And this case then takes on, all this pressure. The media begins swirling. Where is the lethal bullet? How did it get on that movie set? And what about that actor, Alec Baldwin, who had nothing to do with why the bullet got on the movie set? And so police and prosecutors, they work hand in hand, meeting after meeting, trying to find the lethal bullet, meeting with Seth Kenny, meeting with Sarah Zachary, the prop master, the supplier. Where is it? And about a month after the incident, Sarah Zachary finally sits down with law enforcement to answer some questions. And she explains to them that she threw away some stuff. She disposed of some stuff. And the prosecutors and police keep meeting, swirling media. And then at that point, they go to the last step, right? We've done the cart, we've gone to the truck, met with Sarah Zachary, and they go execute a search warrant on, as the prosecutor told you, PDQ, the prop house. And again, Seth Kenny's there to greet them, let them in, and they don't find the lethal bullet. They never did. They never did. And as things roll into police and prosecutors, cell phones and photos and forensics, looking for this shiny object, they found another shiny object. Instead of trying to find the source of the lethal bullet, they focused on Mr. Baldwin. But Mr. Baldwin was like every other actor. He goes bang bang in movies. He's told when guns are cold or not. He rehearses and acts as his character. Safety proceeds before the actor. Once the actor has the prop gun, he can handle it however a person he's acting as would. A properly cleared gun can't hurt anybody. And so they told you about some of the things that Alec said in the statements that they will take or picked out a few lines from. But he won't tell you anything different.
Now he's meandering.
That he took a gun loaded by the armor in the A-Day. He made motions with the gun as he was rehearsing. He didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. And he does say, I didn't have a problem with the gun before. And this idea, that they said that he didn't want to check because he would offend them. In this moment, he's been doing this for 40 years, the evidence will show. And he has habits, and there are also SAG guidelines that tell actors what to do and what not to do. And the SAG guidelines don't tell actors to check the gun. You will see them. That's not the actor's role. And so I guess the point that they're trying to make is that why in this specific moment he doesn't break his habit of 40 years and check it differently and sort of insult them this one time.
Check it at all.
Done that and started playing with the gun in that way, they'd be saying, arrogant actor, why is he doing that? So they will play these statements, Alec's statements. You're going to hear a man in shock and grief, a father, an artist, worried about his family. You hear he's, on one of the calls, he's going to meet with the decedent's family, the Hutchins family, and he's upset about that. He will talk to law enforcement. He will call them. He doesn't need a lawyer. He didn't commit a crime. He will call them and offer to meet and speak over and over again. And ask anyone in the acting world. Actors know. Actors rely on armorers and point guns and shoot guns. The Armorers Act, what they did is clear and proven. The head of safety, you will learn, took responsibility for his verification failure. But Alec committed no homicide. So law enforcement didn't have a homicide case against Alec Baldwin, but they changed the question. You heard the prosecutor tell you about this. Did he pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? Did he intentionally pull the trigger? And if he did, of course, that would only make his statement incorrect, right? That would mean he would have misspoke, been incorrect. And I want to stop for a moment and just tell you, because you're going to hear a lot of testimony, expert testimony like the prosecutor told you, about the gun functioning imperfectly. Did he let the hammer down when he cocked it? Did he hit the trigger? Did he, in a calculated manner, as the prosecutor made a motion, fire the gun like that? And when this issue is discussed, it's easy to sort of pull yourself into courtroom land and away from a movie set. On a movie set, you're allowed to pull the trigger. So even if he intentionally pulled the trigger like the prosecutor just demonstrated, that doesn't make him guilty of homicide. He did not know or have any reason to know that gun was loaded with a live bullet. That's the key. That live bullet is the key. That is the lethal element. But again, as the prosecutor told you, if they could prove that he intentionally pulled the trigger and he was imperfect, imprecise, wrong with what he said, then maybe you take that and you say he's lying. And if he's a liar, he committed homicide. And so what they do is they take the prop gun. They're blinded by the shine. They're blinded by trying to disprove Alec. They take it and they order a destructive test on the firearm. They order the FBI to take a test that they know will destroy the firearm. It's a pointless, unnecessary test where they blindly try to make this big case by taking a mallet and smashing the firearm. At the time that they did that, they knew that Alec had adamantly maintained, that he was manipulating the hammer and the gun just went off. That the witnesses said it went off out of nowhere. That there are these accidental discharges that happen on the set. That guns have issues in the real world. That this gun had a hair trigger. And the owner's manual of this specific gun actually says that if you load it with a live round or any round in the chamber, in that last position, and you drop it like you see a cowboy in a movie, this type of old cowboy gun can accidentally go off. I don't remember hearing anything about that. The evidence will show that. So rather than trying to answer the question of what happened, they proceed with the destructive test. They eliminate the one item, that could prove what Alex said and believed. They didn't offer him a chance to test the gun. They didn't take the gun apart before they broke it and destroyed it and look at its inner workings. They didn't turn on their videotape. They just destroyed it. Can't ever be tested in the same condition it was in that day. Won't ever allow Alec to show his truth. And the destruction of this gun that you will hear in this evidence is symbolic of this entire case. Because the officers will tell you at that point, they weren't really investigating anymore. They were trying to disprove Alec, to get Alec to have this day. And so after the destruction of the firearm, they hired some expert witnesses you heard about to pick up the pieces, so to speak. And the state retained Lucian Haig, an expert with over half a century of experience. And he will come into court and he will tell you he's never seen anything like this in his entire career. They conducted a pointless test, a test that would lead to inevitable destruction of the firearm. There were other correct tests that they could have done to prove whether or not it could have accidentally discharged. None of the experts can test the gun in the condition it was in on the day in question. Why? Not because of something that Alec Baldwin or the crew members of Rust did. They were all clear. The gun just went off. But because of something that law enforcement did. And they deprived him of that opportunity.
So it's a
However,
government
Lucian
conspiracy.
Haig will tell you that in his analysis, he did find modification that he thought likely pre-existed the FBI testing. And what that modification means and how it impacted the gun is hard to perfectly know, of course. But it was a modification on an important part, the critical part of the firearm. And it was important enough for them to put into a report and to write a new opinion about. They felt this revelation had to be sent to prosecutors. And they maintained that position that this modification was a matter of import for almost a year. And then a few weeks ago, before trial, they just took it back.
He's acting like he's intently paying attention.
You will get to see the circumstances of that take back. How far they would go for the shiny object. They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun. There will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round. So they can't prove their high-profile homicide case. So they will proceed to then here and now tell you about other things, other evidence that you will hear that has nothing to do with what happened in the church on October 21st. That the movie set as a whole was improper or anything, that they hired the wrong armorer. I think I heard in opening. The evidence will show that the armorer was hired by somebody else, trained by somebody else, had done gun scenes on Rust with somebody else before Alec even got there. She was the daughter and the apprentice of the most famous and well-respected armorer in Hollywood. And she had just left serving, being an armorer for Nicolas Cage on another Western. Then they'll come in and they'll say, but what about the movie guidelines? You heard about Mr. Jorgensen and the movie guidelines. That one of the protocols wasn't followed. Or there was a set safety issue about something unrelated to this. Like these movie guidelines on a set or the things of Navy SEALs and NASA. The guidelines were followed. They followed the safety guidelines. Actors don't check the weapons. Safety is ensured by dedicated personnel. So they will say, but there had been accidental discharges on the set, that guns had fired accidentally prior, not related to Alec, by the way. But again, that's the people we looked at. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault, Sarah Zachary's fault, perhaps, Dave Hall's faults, workplace issues. Some of them will end up, and you will hear the witnesses in this case, many of them have brought civil lawsuits. And you'll hear that, in those civil lawsuits, they're presenting evidence to try to meet a burden, not a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt homicide trial burden, but they're going to try to prove their cases in civil courts. And that's where faults and accidents are at worst 99% worked out. Not here. But you'll hear these members of the Rust crew come in here. They'll try to make sense of this for you. Some of them have sued. Some of them are in grief. Some of them are in grief and have sued. And part of this grief they feel, that everybody feels, is understandable. And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony. It's part of the human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of them knew.
Yes.
I guess we got a magic bullet theory here.
Well, the problem is they're trying to make all these arguments that things have happened. Look, Spiro was doing great. He was doing great at first, but now he's going into this realm of this is now he's hurting him, I think.
Yeah, my client is an actor. He's too stupid.
The witnesses in their grief will look for reasons to try to make sense of this tragedy. But again, none of them knew or should have known about the lethal bullet either. No one had any idea that it was on that set or in that gun. In that world, they were all in it together. And you will hear that none of this other stuff has anything to do with those two critical questions we started with. Why there was a live bullet on set? Why the arm?
Sound one again.
All right, it's roboting chat. I'll fix it.
Foreseeable.
I mean, to me, it seems like an investigation was done on the gun already.
Might occur. He's an actor. He's an actor. But here we are at a homicide trial. And so they will pull witnesses, and witnesses will be cross-examined. They will push themselves to the edge of truth and beyond. These things about, Alec didn't notice this or Alec didn't notice that. I want to make sure that you're clear on something that the evidence will show. He had been filming on that set for a handful of days. The evidence will show he had just gotten there. It's not as if he had been there for months and months and noticed things and failed things, and he had just gotten there. You don't notice every little thing when you start at a new place and when you're in the character of Halyna Rust. But they will push forward and they will have gaps in the evidence as well. Don't expect you to be hearing and for them to call the first AD head of safety. I don't know if you'll be hearing from the lead detective, Canal, who investigated this case, the lead detective, or the sergeant that supervised him, Sergeant Zook. I don't think you'll hear from Mr. Schilling, who was the lead investigator for the prosecutors. And so as you hear this, you jurors can assess about that gap of evidence. And there's one thing that I can tell you you will not hear also. You will not hear from an actor or an expert in acting. And so they will play the videotapes of Alec Baldwin, the actor, acting. They will show you perhaps over and over again him in shooting scenes. Bad Alec shooting a gun the wrong way in a movie scene. They will try to get you to picture that and forget that this was a movie set in the first place. And you will see actors in a Western acting. And your mind might go to your favorite gun scene in your favorite movie. You may picture actors and actresses doing exactly what you see here. The other actors in Rust doing the same thing that Mr. Baldwin was doing. But when you come back from that moment, remember, this is a homicide trial. And you will see soon that the reason they play those videos of him over and over is because they don't have any evidence of actual homicide. And you will learn the truth. Not a day goes by when we don't wish Alec had saved her life. But never, the witnesses will tell you, in the history, is something that an actor has done. Intercepted a live bullet from a prop gun. No actor in history. No one could have imagined or expected an actor to do that. So just remember that truth. So when they cry out justice, justice is truth. This was an unspeakable tragedy. Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What we're going to do now is we're going to take our morning bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And follow what Mr. Bing tells you to do. And we'll see you back here about 20 of. All right. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
So they're going to take about a 20-minute break, Chad, it sounds like. And yeah, both those were very, very bad. These were both very bad.
He started off like out the blocks great, and then he just lost it after a while.
Yes. And the state, part of the state's issue is they're trying to get a head off at the pass. The idea these guns were in various states, somebody could have touched them, somebody could have modified them, someone could have done something to the triggers or mechanisms available. Now, that's why she started talking about leaving the factory, going to the distributor. I think she could have been better at phrasing that, and you could clean that up. You could say, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from everybody in the distribution chain, from the factory in Italy where it left to the distributor here in America that received it, to the store in Albuquerque that had it. And they're going to tell you at each step along the way, that gun was fine. And then we're going to hear about when it made its way to the movie set. It was still fine. It was still operable. It had not been modified. Notice how I said that. You could change, notice how long I took to say that.
The thing about it for me is they keep referring to it as a prop gun.
Well, it's technically a prop.
It is technically a prop.
I mean, it's an item being used in a movie. It's a prop. Now, if this prop could shoot bullets, but I mean, everything is a prop. If there was a big rubber dildo there, that would be a prop. If there's a samurai sword, that's a prop. It's a prop that can kill you, but it's still a prop.
Because I've held on to actual prop guns. I've had a prop AR, and it looks and feels and operates just like the real thing. But no firing pin. Is made of pot metal instead of steel. It's just a replica, but it can't. It's like an airsoft pistol. It can't do any harm.
Well, and here's the thing: there are varying levels of. There are fake guns. There are better looking fake guns, and then they have what are called hero props.
Yeah.
So the hero prop is like the one for close-ups. They also, in a lot of Western movies, you don't you have the front half of a gun that could stick out of a holster. Like in a lot of movie sets, where you see people with holster guns, it's just that little bit you can see is it's basically glued into a holster, because then they don't have to mess with it. It's not a real gun. It's not a danger. So there are a lot of replicas. There are pieces and parts of guns you get to see. But this idea, for Alec Baldwin, he always wanted the real deal on him.
Right. And that's the funny part for somebody who's, pro common sense gun control and all this other stuff. He wants the real deal on him, but then he wants no responsibility when it comes down to responsible gun ownership and firearms handling. And the argument that the lawyer was making, or his lawyer was making, was that my client is an actor. He's absolved of all, Go ahead.
Yeah, no. We'll get to that issue there, because there is something as far as the movies are concerned with, but I need to catch up on these super chats real quick.
Gotcha.
Swissguard says, Grays, keep moving. This is a green neighborhood. That's right. Members only. Unhung Hero for $5 says, has anyone reached out to the Film Actors Guild for comment? No. Then Unhung Hero also asked, what time is Rackets joining? I don't believe he'll be here, chat. Unknown Hero says, Detective Fish Lips Hancock. I could fix her. Oh yeah, this lady's the detective who interviewed everybody. She's got the biggest set of duck lips ever. It's really. Garrett Pace gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Popcorn Power says the prosecutor is trying to lay out our entire argument step by step, but it's too much for the jury to keep in mind. And I agree. It's a summation. You're telling the beginning. You're giving them the 30,000-foot view of the story. She went blow by blow by blow by blow. You don't need to. You're going to do that during your trial. And then Crystal, this is a question you're going to ask. Why doesn't he check the gun himself? Now, on a movie set, the way that the Screen Actors Guild's rules work and the way it's traditionally done, the actor doesn't go dicking around with the guns, because that's not their thing. The way it should work is the armor should should load it in front of you and say, "Hey, Hotep, here you go. Put it in the holster or get ready to use it. Like hold it when the director tells you what to do it." And then they move off to the way. After that, nobody should be checking it or touching it. If he's using it, then he's using it. Or if he has to, let's say he's manipulating a slide, racking a slide back, fine. But he's not checking it ahead of time, checking it, playing with it. They don't do that because actors are stupid and they don't want danger to happen there. Now, there are other people like Jensen Ackles. He's the guy from Supernatural who was also in this movie. He's already indicated when he was given a gun, every time he would take it and it was given to him, he would point it at the dirt and go bang, 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 and pull the trigger 6 times to clear it, just to make sure it's clear. Now, there are some actors who do that stuff, but traditionally, especially if you're not big time, like George Clooney or Brad Pitt could do all that stuff. If you're just some Yahoo on a set, you're probably not getting away with that. So they're going to try to make the argument, well, I'm an actor, so I do have special rules. And they do have rules. But I think Alec Baldwin's going to be in trouble if he tries to come in here and it sounds like they're really going to do it. And say, well, listen here, you flyover people. Mr. Baldwin here, he is a fancy movie star. And I'm a fancy New York lawyer. And we're just trying to tell you we have special rules. Now, if he had done this in LA, he probably can make that argument. But people in New Mexico aren't going to give a crap. So. And then Raiden is Real brings up a very big question. Are the prop bullets distinct from the real ones? We actually have images of those. We have images of the prop bullets versus the real bullets.
And that's my argument, right? Is like you just said, is that, you know, they're going to make it seem like he was too inept. Like, I'm an actor, I shouldn't have to be beholden to these rules. Like my conventional wisdom, like you said with the guy from Supernatural, is it's a, you know, pull the trigger 6 times to make sure it don't, you know, the gun don't fire. You know what I mean? Like that's what I would do because you know, again, you know, I'm a firearms expert, I'm a two-way expert. So even though when I go to the gun store to buy a firearm, when they clear the gun, I still clear the gun.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. So do I.
Yeah, but they're going to make an argument. I think you're right. They're going to make the argument, which it might be to the detriment of him, is that he shouldn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Now these here.
Okay.
There's a couple different things we're looking at. On the movie sets, there are 2 types of dummy rounds, and these are, and what we'll demonstrate here because I can show you these ones with holes in them. These are a traditional way of establishing these are safe. This is actually a very common thing for people in firearms training, that there's holes drilled in the side of the ammunition because now you know there's nothing in there. A secondary way they'll show it, because this is a cowboy movie, so those guys are going to have bullets in their cartridge belts. They're going to have it in bandoliers. So you can't have holes in all that stuff because it'll be obvious on film. Right. The other way they do it is they take a normal cartridge. There's no powder in it, but they place a BB inside of it. Just like a normal BB, like out of a BB gun or a ball bearing. And it bounces around in there and you can hear it rattle around. You could shake it. It's called a rattler. And that's how you know that this is a dummy round. The other way of knowing it's a dummy round is right here are the primers are brass colored.
Gotcha.
And for them, if you see a primer that's silver colored, that way you know, well, that one's for real. That one isn't really as big a way to tell, though. Like this isn't as important.
I've seen brass colored.
Yeah.
I've seen brass colored primer.
Yes,
and I've seen silver primer. So that wouldn't be a great.
But on the set, they claim that's the difference. The real big issue here is the rounds. So the rounds that Hannah Reed was making didn't have a rattler and they didn't have a hole in them. So they just looked like rounds of ammunition. And for those of you, if you're not firearm, if you don't really have experience around firearms, the amount of powder that's in a cartridge, you really don't notice the difference in weight because the powder is not very heavy. It's a very light material.
Yeah.
It's light and fluffy. So if you pull it out of a gun, you're not really going to know there's any difference. And if it's fully loaded, you aren't going to hear it like because everything's packed tightly. So with the powder being out of the gun, I wouldn't be able to tell in my hands this is a live round or a dead round you'd have to weigh them to figure that out or pull a trigger.
Right.
So those are how we know that the fake rounds are supposed to exist. And I know that was a question there. That's how we know the difference in them. And then Shri gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Shri. And then Demon's Wrath saying, objection during opening statements is bad form, I was led to believe. It's sometimes, I mean, if you've got an objection to make, you make the objection. You don't I hope that makes sense like that. If there's an objection to make, you make the objection. So for example, the prosecutor says he exercises the right to remain silent. I'm objecting because you're violating the Fifth Amendment, or whatever argument they make. If they're making improper arguments, you make the objection. You generally try to avoid doing it because, yes, it's seen as, and I think that's more of a lay people view, that it's seen as bad form. If there's arguments to be had, you make the arguments. And the state, and the other problem here is the lead attorney for Alec Baldwin, Alex Spiro, who we just heard from, and then that lady who, the white lady, not the Hispanic lady on the prosecutor's team, Carrie Morrissey. These two hate each other. Every hearing that we've covered, they've been extremely antagonistic to each other. They treat each other like shit. They talk shit to each other in the hearings. So these guys are going to be going at it. They are going to be very pissed at each other. So that's also part of it. That's also part of it.
It looked like they're looking to dump the entire onus and the blame on the woman that they already done prosecuted and put in jail as well.
Well, it's easy. It's easy that way.
Right.
It's easy that way.
I mean, if that was me, that's what I'll be doing. Like, she was supposed to know. She's supposed to be the expert. She's the one supposed to check. Alec Baldwin shouldn't have to check. He's the talent. The talent doesn't check. The person that we hired to check the guns check.
Yes.
And she didn't check, and then this is what happened. The blood is on her hands. It sounds like what they're about to do.
And that's their argument. And Garrett says, I wouldn't trust the primary colors. Neither would I, but as they talk about on this movie set, it's one part of many features that make it a safety factor. So there are multiple safety factors.
See, this is why they need me on these sets. They need me on these sets to make sure things go safe, make sure things go right.
Well, yeah, it's just, and it's funny because these are all people who just yes, it's good that they treat guns as a tool, but they don't treat them with the respect that that tool has.
Because things can go south in the split second. I mean, even if they polish the trigger, I don't know if they're going to make an argument. Somebody polished the trigger. That's what it sounded like they were about to do. Someone polished the trigger, and it was light. It's already a light trigger when you pull that, when you cock that hammer on a revolver. Like, because they said it was a single action. So you cock the hammer, that trigger is already a hair trigger at that point. In the video that they showed, it looked like he was pulling the trigger every time he pulled it out of his holster.
Yeah, now, he is. Every time he's got his finger in the trigger. And
you can see this flinch in his hand, so you can see he's pulling the trigger. The question is now, if the prosecution can prove that he was messing around with this gun in between shots. If they can show that he was flagging people and flashing people, you know what I mean, and like in between, I don't know what they call it, action shots. Then they may have an argument. The prosecution may have an argument. Remember Binger, when Binger he flagged the entire
he did.
The jury, the judge jumped in his ass. You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to see if they do have any type of footage or something that they can prove that he was waving that gun around acting like a toddler.
Yeah. Okay, so Dolly is saying that Morrissey and Spiro got into it, and Carrie Morrissey said, "Don't talk to me about professional," and walked away from it. Ooh, they're really getting angry. And guys, yes, a couple of people have invites. It's just when they're free and they have a time to be here. Now, there is a very interesting thing I found, and Cannon, we got to be careful, man, because if Hotep Nation finds out about this, we might lose some street cred. But apparently, we have assistant prosecutor Hotep over on the side here at the prosecution table.
Oh snap!
Oh, I think it's funny.
Hey, any publicity is good publicity, okay?
Yes, any publicity is good publicity. And yes, this is per the DUI guy. Yeah, DUI guy, guys, Larry is at trial. He's watching. And oh yeah, Captain Chromo, we're gonna have to watch this real quick because we got a couple of minutes. I want you to see the defense's firearm expert from the first trial.
Okay.
It'll make your feet sweat. And real quick though, before we get there, Sky is a neighborhood for £4.99. Chat, £5 sterling, the King sterling, the King shilling says, now we know the way to Santa Fe. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. Yes, evening to my favorite law blogger. Some of you are saying evening. Well, with the pound, that denotes over in the British Isles, and it's like 5:30, 6 o'clock there. But we're going to go over to here we go. This was the most boomer expert ever. So now this is the expert for Hannah Reed when she was on trial. And here you go. This is just, it's too good.
It's not loaded. Okay. The first is a real. Mr. Kuski, are you able to take the cylinder out so you can show everyone also that it's unloaded? Yes, I can. Okay. And here is a X revolver.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
All right,
Notice he just yanked it out. Now that's a fake one. That's a fake one.
Okay.
But it's an operating replica. But he's just,
He's
pointing
willy
at the
nilly
jury.
with it. Good Lord, that's
He's
crazy.
Pointed at everybody.
Because
Jeez
you
Louise.
have not demonstrated to us
Yes.
that they're unloaded. So before you
He just straight pulled it out of the bag and just was like, yeah, guys, see? Oh my gosh. Jeez, man. You gotta be, if you're on trial and you're supposed to be an expert witness, you need to exaggerate.
Well, it gets even better.
So before you start showing us the weapons, make sure they're unloaded, including that one that you just touched.
So watch, see, he's holding it up.
Oh my Jesus.
Well, that part's okay. It's being safely done. Now.
Oh my gosh. Jeez Louise.
And this is the fake one still. This is the fake one.
Oh my gosh.
That is what happened there. Oh yeah, it was really rough. It was really rough. That was with the fake guns.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy. That is
Yeah.
wild. The fact that you have to, like, you got to exaggerate it. Like, you know that you're in a high profile case. You're going to be on TV or stream. You got to be super over the top with your safety.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and he definitely wasn't, and he just completely the whole time. Thank you.
Like, even when before YouTube started shutting my streams down for showing my gun on stream.
Yeah.
Like, even when I did that, I would take the gun out, I would make it safe. I'm by myself.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody else in the car or in my studio but me, and I still go out of my way on my stream to make it safe, to show that the gun is safe with nothing in it before I explain anything.
Yeah, and it was very, very funny.
Doesn't Alec Baldwin potentially? Nobody ever, of course.
No, it was very, 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 very funny how that happened, and it just set the tone for the rest of it. The guy was the biggest boomer in the world.
Jeez. Louise.
And yes, the sheriffs checked the guns before they were brought into the courtroom. Young, you're 100% correct. And the sheriffs brought the guns into the courtroom. They carried that bag for him.
Mm-hmm.
But the judge wants that gun checked again. Remember, firearm safety is paramount. It doesn't matter because the judge is going to say, I don't give a shit who touched that gun, who checked it. I want it checked again. And if that's going to get pointed in my direction, I want to make sure it's checked. I'm in that courtroom.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the thing, guys. I mean, and Young, I'll say this. Let's say it's a trial where the firearm is involved. If the firearm doesn't have a cable lock going through it, because these guns you can't really do that. Guess what? Every time that firearm is touched, it's getting checked. Even if I'm the prosecutor and I set it on the table, and then Hotep walks up And, Cannon walks up and he picks it up. He's the defense attorney and he's going to look at it and use it and demonstrate with it. Guess what? You have to check it too. Those rules are the same everywhere. They are the same everywhere.
Yeah, the rules. Yeah, exactly. And then I heard the prosecutor bring it up as well. The tenets of gun safety. That's anywhere. It's not just on set. That's anywhere you go. Like I said, when I go to the gun store and I'm purchasing a firearm, they show me that the gun's clear, and I still clear the gun after they show me the gun's clear, because you don't want any mistakes. You don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? It's just. It's almost like it's a habit now. You know what I mean? I go home, I pull my gun out of my holster, I take the magazine out, I clear the gun, and then I put my gun up. Right? In most cases, I don't even drop the slide. I leave the slide open, put it in the safe, and call it a day. And then when I leave the house, do the same thing, goes into the holster, and I'm out the door. It's habits. And I don't think that the fact that he's an actor should help him. Because I feel like that's something that should be automatic, especially when you're dealing with a real firearm. I don't care if they call it a prop, and and I know you said it's a prop because it's on the set, but it's a real firearm, and if it's a real firearm, it should be treated like it's loaded every single time. Period. Even if it's, like I said, it's an airsoft pistol or BB gun, it should be treated the same exact way.
Popcorn Power is asking, do you have an OnlyFans account?
Who, me? No, I don't have an OnlyFans account. I don't know. These Joe Biden's America. I might have to start one, boy. Yes. I don't know.
Yeah, inflation out there. Got to pay for that ammo. And Young is saying, where's the rule that everyone has to check the gun? That's just basic firearm safety, that people handling guns, you should always check a gun given to you. Honest question. The defense is not in the SAG rules. Is that true? Nobody, like Alec Baldwin's not under an obligation to check the gun. But on a film set, anybody on the filming crew, anybody that's there, so the film crew, the lighting guys, the sound guys, the directors, the stunt people, anybody involved in that, any of the other actors, the extras, have the right to demand, I want to make sure that gun's clear. I want to make sure that gun's safe.
And there's plenty of blame to go around on the set. It's plenty of, but up into and including Alec Baldwin in that. You cannot absolve him from that just because of the gun experts, they failed to check the gun correctly. He should have been checking that gun correctly the same way. Like you said, the guy from Supernatural, he checks it too, just to make sure there are no mistakes. It's a real firearm, and whatever happens with that firearm is permanent.
Yes, and Young, you're saying it's a standard, but not a rule of law. That's correct. This is not a it's not a rule, and it's not a law, but it's basically, I would say, it's etiquette, firearm etiquette. When you're dealing with firearms, it's always being checked. Are we back?
She said 20 of, so
yeah. Well, we're at 20 of, so
yeah, it should be
running in the background. And KJ says, I must have missed it earlier. Who is CannonHotep? Is he a fellow blogger? Is he a Ryder truck enthusiast? Or is he a foamer? Guys, CannonHotep is part of Hotep Nation, along with Hotep Jesus. He is also a very, very great guy. Very obviously, what the name Cannon implies, a very big person with the Second Amendment. He has his own channel here on YouTube. I think you're on Rumble and other stuff too, aren't you?
Yeah, I go live on YouTube, Rumble, and X Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at 10:30 p.m.
Eastern time.
Eastern time, yes.
Yeah. And with that, you talk about all kinds of Second Amendment related things.
I talk about
talk about everything.
Yeah, talk about Second Amendment and a lot of politics, a lot of pop culture stuff. I touch on everything.
Yeah. And if you guys have ever watched Future Conflicts, that's where you might recognize it from as well. So, Young is saying, I thought Cannon was a cool first name. Is the channel cool. Yeah, is the channel CannonHotep? Yes.
Yeah, CannonHotep across all platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here you guys go. If you guys want to see his page on here on YouTube, it's CannonHotep. So there you go. Yes, the King of Baltimore, as he is known.
One day. They want me to run for mayor. I was like, I don't know about that one.
They want you to run for mayor?
Yes, I don't know about that one.
Oh, nice.
I don't know about that one. I'll criticize him and I'll see him out in public and he gives me dirty looks.
All right, we're back. That was perfect timing, chat. Angela says, I'm in Prince George County.
Okay. Out there in PG County.
Yeah, just up the road.
That's where the football player just got killed.
Yeah, yep.
And that DUI. That was just tragic. That was sad.
Yes, it is. And then Enchiladas Unbreaded for $10 says treats for Clyde. Yeah, and you know what? He has not shown up today yet. So, Clyde.
Good.
Here, bud. Hey. Well, he's not coming up, chat. He'll come back later.
But yeah, I started off as a two-way expert, and then I just started getting into the politics part of it. So, kind of deviated that way. But I'll be getting back into my two-way stuff, law and reviews and stuff shortly.
So, guys, there you go. Clyde is alive. I promised proof of life. Here he is. So he's doing okay. So, guys, the burden at this point is on the state. It's not on Alec Baldwin to prove that he made a mistake or he didn't know. The burden of proof is on the state of New Mexico to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was acting dangerously and not proper. And if you guys want to just double check, if you ever see here, and the neat thing, Cannon, we do a lot of telestrating here because we can draw on screen. It is on mute currently. And why in the audio quality just took a big crap, or the video quality just took a big crap.
Streamer will let you do that, or is something that you got on your screen or your computer that let you draw?
Oh no, I'm using a add-on from Chrome.
Oh, dope.
So it's
No,
called.
but it'll have to be.
I'm gonna need to get that.
Yeah, it's called Page Marker. It's a Chrome extension, allows you to do that, which is kind of neat.
The 99.
Thanks for that one.
Mm-hmm. No, I highly recommend it. It's so much fun. You can do so much stuff with it. Did he get another haircut? No, Clyde did not get another haircut, guys. I've seen people saying Alec needs to prove he acted correctly. I don't know what he's going to be able to show to convince the jury he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, I don't think he's going to get acquitted. He might get a hung jury, but yeah, we'll see. Yes, you guys are saying what a crappy court. They don't have a ceiling fan to point the camera at. Well, they've got an important person they're pointing it at, so God, only imagine having Alec Baldwin.
How tall is that chick in the background?
Oh, like yeah. Holy shit. She's one of those what are those people they talk about? The ancient, really tall people.
Oh, she's an Anunnaki.
Yeah, there you go. Holy cow, look at her neck too. And why is Baldwin deaf or something? Because he's got like an earpiece in.
Probably
or is he like, I'm method acting as a Secret Service agent?
Yeah, that's what it is. He's method acting. He's trying to get back into the business.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I will say Alec Baldwin has a better hairstyle today, guys, than he did the day before with that hair piece kind of like coming down off the side. So he's doing better. He's doing better in that regard. I don't know what they're working on right now. This is a little weird. Oh, they're saying that lady was in Hannah Reid's trial too? Oh, okay. Yes. So opening statements have been finished, and we are now getting into the state's case in chief. Let me see here. So we'll see where we are. Thank you so much catching. I wasn't paying attention because it's going along there. We're covering up all the long crime garbage.
She's got to be taller than me. I'm 6'1", and she's got to be taller than me.
Oh,
holy
smokes. She's definitely taller than me. I'm only 5'7". Overall, I would give these opening arguments both like a C. They were both bad.
Yeah,
like remember, the state can suck really bad and still get a win.
Yeah, that's true, because like you said, they have to they got to prove that he was negligent, which I think they have proof of that, but then they also have to prove that he intentionally did it, I guess. Or would it be just involuntary manslaughter?
Well, with the involuntary manslaughter here, we'll bring this up real quick. New Mexico's involuntary manslaughter statute. There are 2 ways that he can get convicted of manslaughter. So we're going to be on. So there are 2 types of involuntary manslaughter. There's manslaughter committed in the commission of an unlawful act not amounting to a felony, or in the commission of a lawful act which might produce death in an unlawful manner or without due caution and circumspection. So he didn't do the first one. The first one here doesn't exist because he didn't do anything wrong with that. He didn't commit a crime, but he did commit a lawful act. He's allowed to point a gun. He's allowed to be in a movie, but he did it in an unlawful manner. He pointed at somebody, and here's where it becomes an issue. He did the unlawful manner, and then this is where I'd break it down. These are the 2 issues. So either side of that bar. Does that make sense? You guys should be able to see it there. So he's got the lawful act, which might produce death in an unlawful manner. And then he also didn't exercise due caution and circumspection. So that's how Alec Baldwin is facing this. And when you go all the way back to his indictment, guys, they're still talking and it's still silent.
So he would say, so basically he committed manslaughter, but it was due to negligence and not malice.
More or less, but we'll show. Yeah, it's definitely not malice. And here is his indictment.
Gotcha.
So he's got 2 separate things here. He did the negligent use of a firearm. He did the commission of negligent use of a firearm and a lawful act, which didn't amount to a felony. So that's how they're getting him there. And then they're saying that the act of pointing a gun at somebody in option 2 is that death might occur under the circumstances, and that he didn't check the gun. He didn't use due care or circumspection. So that's how they're getting him. That's how they're getting him on both of these. Their sound's not up.
Well, I see people talking amongst themselves in the court, so maybe they haven't started back yet.
Yeah, I do too, but I'm wondering what the heck is going on here. Let's yeah, we're just gonna restart real quick, Chet, just to double check this issue. So I'm not sure what's going on here. We're just gonna restart it real quick, refresh.
I don't think they're back yet.
But we're gonna go to it. Okay, sound is on. It's okay. They tricked us out, chat. They tricked us. They put the thing back away so we couldn't tell what was going on. It's still muted. Still muted.
I just can't see live ammo just randomly being on the set without somebody actually bringing it on the set. Like if you got
well, that's the thing though. Hannah Reed was bringing. Remember, I said she was switching out the fake ammo. She was making dummy ammo.
Yeah, she was making it on the set, which is wild.
Yeah, well, she was making it in her hotel room and taking it to the set.
Got you.
So she was bringing it with her, and then like when she's doing her, when she's actually on set, she basically dumps it all in a fanny pack. Like this was done poorly, and you'll hear she did nothing correctly.
That's crazy. Unless somebody out, like you said, but you said the one guy was like nobody was out there just doing target practice. So
nobody was. And ooh, there are other feeds up that don't have as much crap on them. We might try one of these later. We keep having problems. What was Gloria Allred doing? Gloria Allred represents some of the parties here, guys. She represents some of the parties of the witnesses and the victims. So she's here to make money. Robert saying, was that proven or speculated? What was proven? As far as where the ammunition came from, I mean, it's not really even a speculation. It's literally putting 2 and 2 together. There was a pile of live rounds, a pile of dummy rounds. How else did live rounds get on set? I mean, it's clear Hannah did it. Now, she probably didn't intentionally do it. She didn't even realize it happened. But she's the why. Steph is saying, so the armor fucked up, and Alec Baldwin also wasn't cautious enough. Correct.
Yeah.
He brought the situation where this happened, but then Alec Baldwin's also pointing his gun at people and pulling the trigger. Yeah. So I don't buy that Seth Kenney got the live ammo on set. I understand it's a theory, but they checked Seth Kenney, the guy who owns the gun store that sold the guns. They basically ransacked his office and they couldn't find live ammunition there. That was like all the ammo was properly set up. That he had live ammo, but it was properly stored. The dummy ammo was properly stored. There weren't any mix-ups there. Skies and Neighborhood says, did they ever release and finish the film? Yes, they finished filming up in Montana. And yes, one of the witnesses, the script supervisors, got Gloria Allred.
They didn't stop production. He's like, the show must go on, people.
Well, they did for a little bit, but then they kept it going.
Call your first witness.
State calls Nicholas LaFleur. Sir, please
raise your right hand.
Well, that's skipped.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that
the heck?
True? Yes. All right, have a seat. Talk into the microphone. Sure. Rules and votes.
I'm sorry? With regard to the invocation of the rule, our case agent is in the room. We just wanted to put that on the record.
The prosecutor indicated that they'd be calling the case agent early in the case. So given that, I did not continue my objection that I had earlier to her being present. Thank you.
Case agents allowed in.
Sir, state your name and spell your last name for the court record, please.
My name is Nicholas LaFleur. My last name is spelled Lefleur.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Santa Fe Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed at the City of Santa Fe?
2 years.
Can everyone hear Officer LaFleur? Okay. And prior to working for the Santa Fe Police Department, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long did you work at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
About 2 years.
And were you on duty on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Did you receive a dispatch call?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you received and what you did?
A call came in that there was someone shot at a movie set. Unclear who shot, how many were shot. I happened to be the closest person to the call and arrived on scene first.
So when you arrived on scene, when you say first, were there other law enforcement officers there?
No, not at the time when I got there.
Were there any other first responders present?
There was some fire personnel and what they called the scene medic for the movie set, I guess.
You said a scene medic?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you, let me ask you, when you receive a call for a shooting, what's your primary concern?
Priority life.
And what do you
And
mean
to
when you said priority life?
Make sure whoever needs help gets help, and that the threat is stopped.
And when you arrived on the scene, and where was it?
Bonanza Creek movie set, I guess. It's quite a ways off the interstate.
Okay. And what county and state is that in?
Santa Fe County, state of New Mexico.
Okay. So when you arrived there, give us an idea of what you saw. What was going on?
It was a big, old, like cowboy western themed, like city or a town. There's a bunch of people running everywhere, bunch of cars, bunch of people pointing. When I got there, people were pointing towards a church, and I got out. I attempted to grab my medical bag and went in and saw.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you there. Approximately how many people were there on scene?
I don't have the direct number, but there was more than 100 people.
Chat, I don't know what the deal is here. What the heck?
Have you ever been called to a shooting where there were 100 people already on scene?
No.
Did that present any specific challenges for you?
Yes.
Explain to us what those challenges were.
Just there's a lot of moving parts. Just got to take it one piece at a time. See who's hurt. Make sure that one, that nobody's continually getting hurt, and then two, the person who's hurt, medical attention is being given to them, and then go from there.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene that day, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 4.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Am I? I want to just make sure I'm connected. I'm ready to play it. Permission to publish?
Was you going to recognize it first, or are you satisfied with the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor. We've consented to both lapel videos today.
That's fine. Okay. So you may publish. This is State's one.
Okay, so we're about to get some footage.
Four.
State's 4.
How do I get the monitors to come on?
Brian's going to do it.
Okay.
You know how to do it? Go ahead, do it.
Bob said, was this Mr. Charisma during Hannah's trial?
You guys, these are the exact same witnesses. A lot of them are the same witnesses from the first trial. Yes, this guy is the most... Yes, he was in Hannah's trial, and yes, this is the...
All right.
This is the worst and weirdest testimony from a cop ever.
Are your monitors on? Yes.
And honestly, if this was his first time ever testifying, I would get him sucking at it. But he's been a cop for multiple years now.
Green light.
So I don't understand why he sucks this bad.
Let me go get the adapter.
Well, can he redo it from here while he's looking?
He must have just got an argument.
Sure, if the monitor won't just come on.
Knocked his window out of
He's got to get the adapter. Go get the adapter.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, do you want to turn around and just look at the monitor on the wall behind you?
It doesn't matter, man.
Okay, let's do that.
You got your atomic kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. We inside with the mediums.
Officer LaFleur, tell us what's going on in the video right now.
I'm looking for my other medic bag. I handed the individual a trauma pack for shooting, and I'm attempting to open one of the storage boxes in the back of the truck.
Who was the individual that you handed something to?
I believe it was a fire personnel that I followed in, a volunteer firefighter maybe.
And I thought I heard the word, is it BVM?
It's for CPR. It's a bag valve mask.
Bag valve mask.
BVM.
Okay, thank you.
2 hours? Okay. Are you over there? Over there? Yeah. Okay. She shot her? She came in here and went across her chest. And came back and then you want air flight? Yeah, we all went in round. Okay.
And what are you talking about there when you say air flight?
Helicopter that's designed to transport people that need advanced treatment faster than ambulance. It's a helicopter that air paramedics basically.
Did you call for the helicopter or did someone else do that? Do you know?
That individual said that they had already called one, but I called one for one as well.
You called also?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that it was necessary to have a helicopter arrive?
Someone who was shot across the chest. We're quite a ways out for an ambulance in reference to where the hospital is. So.
And when you say you were quite a ways out, how far away is Bonanza Creek?
From a hospital?
Sure.
Running lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or more.
Okay.
Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
I thought she was dead on arrival, so she was actually still kind of.
Oh no, she was still alive. She was mortally wounded at this point, but she didn't die till later.
I heard you there say male shot in the stomach. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear it.
Well, as you sit here today, do you recall where the other person was shot?
Somewhere in the chest.
Okay.
Or shoulder area.
Thank you.
GPS?
It's okay.
I got you right here. 2432, how many people yell there? 32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
Yeah. It wasn't long for the world at this point.
In your video, sir, can you identify who the set medic is?
It's a little blurry, but I believe it's this lady, right? The one that's bent over with her blondish brown hair.
Is the monitor working now?
Yeah.
Yes. Come on, Joe.
Guys, I have to take a phone call. I'll be right back.
This monitor is working now.
Oh, it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to touch it to put it? There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you. You can go ahead and remove that.
Oh, I don't know how to remove it.
Can you show them how to remove it?
Oh, push on the menu button. Clear. There's a clear view.
Okay.
And if it's in the way, just push menu.
Do you know who these other people are that are in the room?
No, I know that that person, and somebody over here, the battalion chief, they were wearing Santa Fe County Fire Medic shirts. So, and they came in the vehicle in front of me.
You don't know who the other people are that are in the room?
I know the other person shot, and then Halyna Hutchins, or I maybe misspelled her name or pronounced it, and then the other assistant director, and that's about it.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a truck pulling in ahead of you.
It was a volunteer firefighter truck.
So did the first responders that we see here in this scene, did they arrive about the same time you did?
Yes.
.32 Santa Fe Bolt, approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female. What do you need me? No. You want a BBM? He's good. He's got this is officer. Repeat your information. Yeah, she'll be with us. All right.
Officer LaFleur, tell us what you're doing now and why.
I looked over and I seen that they were getting the oxygen tank out. Noticed that they were using on a bag valve mask, which was more appropriate for that situation than the one that goes around their face. I'm just helping them, doing as much as I can to help.
So give us a little bit more information. What causes you to believe that the bag valve mask is...
Chad, I don't know what happened. That's not us.
If the oxygen were run out or they had to use manual breaths, they could use the bag. The other one is just something that's over their face.
Okay. And what made you think that the bag valve mask was more appropriate?
So what's the point of this questioning?
Nothing really. I just believe that's more.
Just establishing she's in.
Officer LaFleur, are you trained in life-saving measures?
That's all.
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Was it anything about your training that caused you to think that that would be more appropriate?
It's just what we've been trained with versus the one that was already on her.
Okay.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got here.
Do you have ears, ma'am? Do you have stethoscope? Yes, they're in that bag. Right there at the top. Purple? Nope, at the top. Halyna.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? No.
Halyna, deep breath. Deep breath, Halyna. There you go. Deep breath, Halyna. Deep breath.
Be okay. Good girl.
There you go. Good girl. Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit back here.
You guys have another jacket?
No.
Do you guys need?
I just need another dog tag. Something for, project. I think a big one. This one?
This one?
No. App pad, you have an app pad?
Yeah. Do you got a stretcher?
Not me here, no.
Okay. Let me help you get the stretcher.
What are you doing now?
Just trying to stay busy. Help.
All right, chat. We're
clear
going to
the way
switch over to
for
the AP.
The stretcher.
I think it's
the
better.
ambulance is here.
All right.
Here's priority number 1. Okay.
Not on me here. We can get a few. Halyna?
This is Halyna Hutchins. What's that? Okay. So I got the air. Thank you. On the slide, did you get all that up? I'm not behind you guys. All right, so we're gonna need to get going right away.
Officer LaFleur, have additional first responders now arrived?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of who's on set assisting now?
So it looks like more paramedics have arrived, and Lieutenant Benavides is right there.
Okay.
It's odd that Alec Baldwin has no emotion as he watches that day.
Well, I mean, if he cries, we'd all be saying he's
he was
faking
our day
it,
shift
so.
lieutenant at the time. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure that was a decision that was made. He needs to.
We got a through and through on her.
Through
and through on her, through the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
Everybody stop what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stop.
Whose voice is that we're hearing?
Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, roll it back. Roll to the other side. See? Hold through. Underneath, cool. Here we go. Down, let's go down there. Here, okay? You keep your eyes on me, keep looking at me. All right, we got some stairs, guys. Go stairs, the first step.
So what is your understanding about where Ms. Hutchins is being taken now?
Into the back of the ambulance.
And
the
can you
ambulance.
explain why is she going in the back of an ambulance rather than the helicopter?
The helicopter hasn't arrived yet.
Helicopter.
My understanding is that they have additional medicines and equipment and measures they can take inside of an ambulance.
All right, thank you.
Disconnect here. You got it? Hey, can you take over that? You guys want to see Vincent? 32 Santa Fe, what's ETA on the bird?
What did you just say?
I asked them ETA on the helicopter.
And who are you speaking to?
Santa Fe Dispatch.
Do you recall how they responded?
It's been a minute since I watched this video, so.
All right.
Oh, we got the bird right here.
Is the helicopter now arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing now?
Appears I'm grabbing crime scene tape.
Why are you grabbing crime scene tape?
Somebody got shot.
Yes.
To start the crime scene. I don't know if anybody had told me to grab the tape yet, but I knew we needed to start one.
You felt that you needed to put up crime scene tape.
Yes, ma'am. Or somebody may have asked for it.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Or somebody may have asked me for it. I'm just not too sure.
Okay. And what's crime scene tape used for?
To mark the perimeter or the inner perimeter of essentially a crime scene which they want to tape off and only allow certain people in and out.
Okay. And was that an issue in this scene?
The crime scene?
Well, cordoning off the crime scene, was that an issue here?
Yeah, it was a unique situation because of the you can't really tie crime scene tape to nothing. So I think in one point they actually used our patrol units as to tie the tape around and go to the next one.
And why is it important to cordon that off?
Just for evidence purposes, allow only certain people in and out because at this point we didn't know what was going on. So.
And were there people in that area that were not first responders?
Yes.
Approximately how many, if you recall?
I don't know. Couldn't give you a number really. There was just a lot of people on the outside that I hadn't seen originally inside the church. So.
Okay. And did you know who those people were?
No.
Okay.
Just like Nom, chat. Take me back.
Do you see this person here in the gray shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a first responder?
No.
So when the crime scene tape goes up, what happens to that person?
I can't recall. I haven't watched the video yet.
Hypothetically, is that person allowed to stay inside the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Who are the people that are allowed to stay inside the tape?
First responders.
Medical and law for first responders.
Okay.
What do you need, Chief? Radio in for my command.
This is in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe.
Okay.
But it is here, right above here.
Okay.
Right there, that's...
Okay.
And if you get to the point where you say you want me to move,
all right.
all my guys...
Okay.
Where's the bird?
It's right here. Okay.
What are you doing now?
I talked with the paramedics inside the ambulance, and they asked me where the helicopter was. I told him I was landing, and he asked them to bring the paramedics to them.
So you're bringing the paramedic from the helicopter to the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
email in the back.
Hey, Sean, we don't got no sound.
No sound. All right. All right, we'll fix that. Hold on, chat. All right, chat. All right. We're gonna fix that.
So I got it in my ear on my phone. So basically, what he's doing is just abreasting or getting the other paramedic up to speed that came off of the helicopter as they walk over to the ambulance.
We'll get it back up, chat. Just the sound crapped out. It's the only way we can fix it.
I know I said abreasting. I know, right? Wrong choice of words. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. They're just loading her up in the ambulance right now.
Guys, just get a couple IDs. They're not sure whether they're IOs or not. Here, grab the IO stuff. Can you open your eyes for me? Yep, there. I have to work on the IO and then come around. That's it.
Got the fans out here, Cannon.
Hey, Daisy
If I
girl.
could just have you guys
Oh, my cool
step
chat.
over there for us,
Chat's
okay?
fun.
Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're going to have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
What are you doing now?
Just trying to think what's next. I think I'm putting one of the pilot's headgear inside the ambulance on the other side of the door.
Why are you telling those people to move?
Just to start to gather people up because they're just standing around the church where the
Yes,
said
walking
incident
into
happened.
rotor blades is scary.
Why didn't you do that when you initially got there?
That is a good
Went in
question.
and,
Where was Alec Baldwin at this
made
entire
sure that
time? They rushed him off to his trailer or something.
We'll
that
see.
people were
Him.
receiving medical
He's
treatment.
around.
And then
He's kind of off to the side.
slowly go with the flow, see what it could do next.
Are you trained to take action to save lives before moving witnesses around?
Yes, ma'am.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
The bird then? Did she go in the bird?
No, not yet. They did an IVs, get an IO, and then they're going to take in the bird.
They're coming out like it's out.
They're moving it from this one? Yeah. Yeah.
A couple of them still.
Is that your stuff? And whose jacket is that?
Joel.
Joel's? Okay.
It's got his phone. It's careful, it is bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're going to just keep it here. So,
Even his phone? Officer LaFleur, this woman who's speaking right now, she's not a police officer, right?
No.
Was she employed with the fire department?
No, she was their set medic, I'm guessing.
When you say set medic, do you mean she's the medic on the movie set?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he was wearing it. Why? Where's his phone at?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea why movie sets would have medical personnel on scene?
Probably for safety reasons. Someone closer than the paramedics or fire department.
For safety reasons?
Yeah.
Anybody have Joel's phone? Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Yeah, how can we help you? I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Okay, cool.
Any idea who these guys are?
Just more people involved with the movie set.
Movie set employees?
Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay.
He has green and purple hair.
She does.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened?
Yes,
Who else was here when it happened?
the camera operator.
How many people you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4?
Maybe.
Okay. So 2 more other than you two?
Reed, as soon as I see him, he
Reed?
was camera operator. Reed, yes, sir.
Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Where's he at?
Hey, hold on. I gotta step away for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you help me find him?
Yes, sir. On the cell phone with the cowboy.
Okay. How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when someone was shot?
Holding the gun, yeah.
Okay, alrighty.
What do you need?
Well, I know your name, so
Pursuant to the stipulation, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead.
So is all of this just like to get the jury emotionally invested in the circumstance, you think?
Let me get with my lieutenant and see where we want you to hang out, okay?
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. All right, give me just a second. LT. So
apparently I was not given the appropriate reaction. You want me to jump ahead 5 seconds now? What? I need to know what to do, or I just press play. What do I do?
I saw no distress in Alec Baldwin's face at that point in time.
You want to pull the trigger? Do you want me to have him sit tight or?
Yeah, you have to sit tight.
Sit tight in the unit?
I have the armor in here. This is all their stuff. I have the gun used is in there.
And I got the 2 people that were in the room.
Okay.
You want me to have Alec Baldwin take a seat in the back of my unit or?
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is.
Yeah.
We just need to say, is he in a trailer?
No, he's right there in the gray and black.
Okay.
I don't care who he is. You should detain him.
All right. So try to keep him away from everybody.
Okay.
Have him talk to anybody.
Okay. I can just have him sit. I can sit with him in my unit.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, what's your intention?
I was going to go back to where Mr. Baldwin was and then escort him to my unit. When I got there, I realized my unit is over here being used as a post for the crime scene.
So what did you do when you realized that?
Just had him sit where he was and had everybody just hang out there, started writing down people's names.
Okay.
Ready to shoot. You are doing straps. Yeah. Earplugs. Everything.
All right.
What are these people doing?
Seems like they're talking about what happened.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, is that something that concerns you?
Alec Baldwin should have been isolated from the rest of those people immediately.
Yes.
And
Immediately.
why does that concern you?
They could be, one person could be
Cooperating.
telling them what they saw and mess up what they have to say what they saw. So it could essentially coerce testimony, I guess. People would say the same thing because the other person said it, rather than saying their own opinion or own view of what they saw.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene?
The guy that was shot.
The guy that was shot? Okay.
Where is he now? I think he's in the ambulance.
Do you guys have a production car? Or?
There's an AD. Name is Dave. I'm waiting for you right now. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that he's
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was
wait right here.
We can wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back on patrol unit, but I prefer to not put you there, okay?
Alex, you want something? You want water or something now? I want to find props to get a cigarette.
So why did you let Mr. Baldwin sit there instead of putting him in some vehicle and separating him from the other witnesses?
Sorry, I'm back now.
The original
like I said,
plan was to put him in the back of the squad car to chain him from everybody else.
Post.
And then he gave him an option.
Just because I didn't know what we had right there.
Yeah.
Came
but
to maintain
My ass should
cooperation
have been in the
with
back of the car.
people involved.
Well, it sounds like you gave him an option.
If it's a movie, it'd be a little different, I bet.
Yeah, he wanted to stay right there, and I figured if I could keep him there, I didn't see a big problem with it until later on when people were talking and whatnot.
And did you give Mr. Baldwin instructions about whether or not he could speak to people?
I did tell him to stop talking.
And did you give instructions to the other witnesses that were around?
I didn't tell them, but I told them that you had to sit there and not talk to nobody.
Okay.
I got it. What do you got? You got medium? Marble medium? Take it.
So you want a cigar?
Hands are shaking. Try
Yes, sir.
I'm right there. The silver car is Alex's vehicle. You want to put him in there?
Mr. Baldwin, is that your car?
Yeah.
We can wait in there.
You want me to stay here?
We can wait in your car if you want to.
I can't smoke in the car.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we can wait. Hang out right here then.
He's being way too accommodating.
Still gone?
Remember, well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
Remember, there's nowhere else to put him right this second. You don't have another police car.
If you know, Officer LaFleur, why hadn't the helicopter taken off yet?
I don't know exactly why, but my guess is they have to stabilize the patient before they can put him in the air.
In the air, okay. Why are you just standing there?
Just standing with Mr. Baldwin, allowing him to smoke a cigarette, making
And why is it important for you to be standing there?
Essentially, he's detained, not free to leave. So I'm there with him.
So 370 interrupt Bonanza Creek.
Right there. He took his radio off. That's our first AD.
Y'all right there? Right here.
In front of that sheriff's car with the gray hair kind of and the
Okay.
shirt.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, I got an officer over here by now.
Why do you have these two gentlemen standing over there that we can see? What is there something important about them?
The guy in the gray I had him stand over there because he was inside the room when I had first got at the church, and the other guy in the brown apparently was in the church too. So I just wanted everybody who was in the church in one area so we could easily be found.
So you wanted everyone that was in the church in one area.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at that area?
To the left of Baldwin is where majority of everybody was. Yes.
Okay. And those were the witnesses that were in the church?
From what I was told, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened?
It's a crew.
It's a crew?
You've got some people, but a lot of the crews outside that building. He'll tell you.
Okay.
He's the one that knows what was going on. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time.
How's it going, sir? Deputy LaFleur. How many people were in the room at the time?
6.
6?
7.
Officer LaFleur, who's this gentleman who's speaking now in the blue jean shirt?
From what I was told, he was on one of the other directors.
6 or 7? I need a definite answer.
I don't know.
Okay. So I got 1 here, the 2 that were injured, that makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4, 5. So who would be the other 2?
Yeah, he's got
more than 6?
Supervisor, I keep track of the narrative and how many square. I can tell you who's in the room.
Okay. Were you in the room?
I was at the door.
You at the door? Can I get your ID?
Do you know whether or not the person in the jean shirt was inside the church and witnessed the incident?
I do not know.
Okay, why don't you come on over to the back of T2 to T4. I have 3 AEs for concussions.
Just really good at down everybody screaming. Oh, he was inside.
Does it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin is speaking to the other witnesses?
I think he was talking about who would know who's in the room.
Okay.
I can't really hear it. And then apparently the guy's son was working there as well.
Okay. Is this an ideal way to separate someone from witnesses?
After looking at it, probably not, but that's what happened.
Okay, understood.
You're right at the door. Do you have an ID on you, sir?
Remember, though, this is like 100 people on a crime scene, so there are only so many ways they can do this. So it wasn't the best way, but it was kind of their only way. This is Dave Halls, the assistant director.
Right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the air light. But where were you at, sir?
I was right behind
So this guy right here,
I was right behind
him.
That's Dave Halls, the assistant director.
That's the one they said was responsible for what happened, essentially,
right
in that 911 call.
We'll get somebody to get your statement in just a second, okay?
Yep. He pled out already.
They cleared the gun outside after on his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
How much time did he get?
So
he pled out to misdemeanors, got time
The
for
one that was missing, the one that was
he just has to testify.
They had loads.
So he took a misdemeanor
Officer
deal.
LaFleur, does it seem to you right now that they're talking about the incident?
Seems like they're talking about the gun that was used in the incident.
All right.
They should have isolated Alec Baldwin.
They should have, but they did screw this up. But
Officer, do you know what this conversation is about that we're watching right here?
Something about a shake test. I don't know. Maybe the rounds, dummy rounds, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too entirely sure.
Do you agree with me that, well, was Mr. Baldwin supposed to be talking about the incident?
No, ma'am.
Does he appear to be doing it anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
After the rehearsal, you give me the empty gun. And we don't use any of the loads. That's not until we're ready to shoot. So we can hear from
Sound like he's admitted to negligence to me, though. And we should have did a shake test.
It wouldn't have mattered. There weren't BBs in those dummies.
Right.
Hit where both of them took it in the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is why it's not good. His, the shoulder blade stopped it. So shattered. There's basically a rotting into blank, because I think it was based on the sound of how much ringing I had. I think it was a half.
Officer, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that you didn't stop them since you told them not to?
I think as time goes on, I tell them to stop.
Okay. Who knows what else is in the room? My other hand.
You were in the room?
Effects crew.
Okay. Can you get your ID, sir?
That's what I said. I think there was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
You see this gentleman over here on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
Any reason to believe he was inside the room at the time?
I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
She was breathing. She had a clear lungs. And that means but he potentially has got hair in his right. It's not stuck here.
Where did he take that?
He took it to the right shoulder. His right shoulder blade stopped it, but they're hearing stuff in his right.
And where did she went after that?
They take the machine gun as soon as they're allowed to. So they'll stabilize both, and then once the sheriff says you're good to go, they'll let them go.
So she basically they're trying to stabilize her vital signs enough for the flight.
Sure.
And administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need, blood thinners, and that may be. Then they'll load her up in the helicopter and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side, and he seems to be doing better than she was, so they might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other bird, so.
And where did they get her? She went out and took that.
Both of them took it in the shoulder.
When I was up in Joel, I couldn't see nothing on him before they took me out.
He just went over.
Yeah, I
ran
ran
out.
I came back in the fuse and I was helping him. I didn't see nothing. I was asking if he was all right. He couldn't hear me.
You and him at the trauma hospital.
Still at St. Vincent's. They're both trauma ones. So.
Thanks for the information. I was curious.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just what happened when you let a cop with 2 years on the force run a crime scene.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, I think a lot of cops would have an issue. I mean, this is a massive crime scene with a lot of people.
Yeah, no problem.
You got more out.
I don't know how he's feeling inside, but the lack of remorse on his face is just it's kind of eerie.
Well, Chili DeCastro's free. I told you guys he was going to get out.
Officer LaFleur, have more first responders now arrived?
Off to your right, you can see. There it is. Off to your right, you can see more patrol units showing up. This deputy showed up, but this corporal had been there for a minute.
And approximately how long have you now been on scene?
According to my body cam, a little over 25 minutes.
Hey, Corporal. I got 7 people there in the room when it happened, all their IDs. So.
Okay. Get it all brought down. I'm not sure what the CID came out for.
It's okay.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of how many people were in the room and witnessed it?
I believe I said 7.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that turned out to be true?
I think there was actually more. I wrote all the people who said that they were in the room in my report.
Hey, sir. And I'm just hanging out with him because he's the one who pulled the trigger.
Okay. Yeah, he tried it. Sorry, I was trying to set things up a while ago. And
I feel like if I just shot somebody, whether I know they're dead or not, if I just shot somebody, I didn't mean it. It was a mistake. I'd be in some kind of distress or worry, wondering if they was okay. My first words would probably be like, "Are they okay? What's going on?" I haven't really heard that from Alec Baldwin yet.
You got a notepad? Ready? All right. Do you have a notepad?
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room?
There's a sound again.
All right, chat. All right. God dang it. All right, Chad, I got you. We got you. Chill.
I think Alec Baldwin went to this whole situation like it wasn't my fault. I didn't.
Yeah, no, I agree, guys. We're fixing it. We're fixing it. That's why we paused. There.
I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room at the time?
I don't recall if he was in the room or not.
Okay.
I know there was some director or whatnot there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. Yeah, so I start. Yeah, no, it came off when I was given trying to pack wounds. Yeah. Okay.
And Hotep, I'd agree, but also he could be in shock. There could be a million different things happening.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Baldwin is speaking to a potential witness.
He just looks like he's talking to the guy who says his name is one of the directors. Yes.
Okay.
You look like a stunt double.
Is that what you had in mind when you asked Mr. Baldwin not to speak to
He's
anyone?
the director, not a heroin addict stunt double.
You know what they're talking about?
I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I did hear him ask him what cigarettes he was.
No, I think he's too coherent.
Have one.
Shock, though.
Hey, Brad, I rewound because people started saying it robotic. So I'm just making sure we're that. Yeah, I didn't realize Alec Baldwin smoked.
Careful, he has a bunch of loose cards in there. Oh, geez. All right. Or do you want to just try some pages off? No, because I'm going to be writing quite a bit. Everybody's in the room. Okay. I mean, I have my phone on me. Yeah. It's all right. I'll just, yeah, I'll write it down.
Do you see the gentleman in the denim shirt gesturing? You want me to back it up?
Yeah, which one? Are we talking about this gentleman?
Yeah. Do you know what he's gesturing?
No, it looks like he picks up his hand. Now that you play it back, it looks like he's shaking his hand.
And had you seen him do that previously?
No, not until just now.
I thought you testified earlier about a shake test.
The gentleman was talking about a shake test,
Okay.
but I had not seen the director do it until reviewing the footage now.
Okay.
My eyes aren't always exactly where the body cam's pointed, so.
Absolutely. When you tell people not to talk about the incident, do you have an expectation that they'll follow your instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like they're following your instructions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, I'm going to stop the video there. What else did you do on scene that day?
I helped essentially just wait with other witnesses, I guess, or people that wanted to give a statement or they needed a statement from at a different location. It was their base camp is what they called it.
So you needed to take statements from people that were at another location? Is that what you said?
No, we took people from essentially where we had them, and they took them down to their base camp. And that's where they started interviews.
And the people that you take to base camp, are those the same people that we see here in the video?
I believe so. Those people, and I don't know how many people they ended up interviewing.
Did at any point in time, did Mr. Baldwin tell you that he didn't pull the trigger of the gun?
I believe he told me he was holding the gun. I believe in the beginning when I was leaving the church, one of the guys said that Baldwin had pulled the trigger. So just off of what was told.
And I know that this sounds ridiculous, but we have to follow some jurisdictional rules. Do you see Mr. Baldwin in this frame here?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please? And do you see that same gentleman in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you point him out, please?
He's sitting in the middle with the glasses.
Okay. Anything else that you did of import that you can think of that you think the jury should hear about?
I think that's about it.
How long were you on scene, if you recall?
From when I got there was, I don't know, about 10 hours maybe or so. I was there until dark.
You were there for 10 hours.
Yeah, until they were done interviewing people.
Is that typical?
It is if that's what they need to be done. So.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, we would ask that the record reflect that Officer LaFleur has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
May I proceed?
Sorry, Mr. Spiro.
Oh, sorry.
Get that out of your way.
Always fine when the court interrupts me. Sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. When you got to the scene, Mr. Baldwin walked up to you and said, I was holding a gun. He blurted it out, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he was very shocked, if you could picture Alec Baldwin in a pale state, very unsure of himself. You could say an actor out of character. Fair?
Sure.
Object to the former question. It is Mr. Spiro testifying in the question.
He's gonna run them analogies in the ground.
May we approach?
An actor out of character. Oh my God.
All right, so yeah, I think he's in a position to ask these questions because they drug it on and on and on and on. That was a lot of unnecessary. Yeah. Well, he's a terrible witness, but it's the witness you're stuck with.
Baldwin, he looked very shocked. If you could picture Mr. Baldwin in a pale state, like unsure of himself, you could say an actor out of character. Is that a fair description?
Sure.
And he said to you, I'm here, whatever you want to do, right?
Yes.
He said to you at one point, where should I go? Right?
Yes.
And he also pointed out to you who the director was on scene who was hit in the shoulder, right?
I believe so. Yes. I inquired about him.
And he also asked you how she was doing, right? Meaning Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
I don't remember you being asked about that on direct, were you?
And you mean asked by the state?
Yeah.
Objection relevance? Overruled.
So I want to take a step back. The dispatch that came over to your radio, sir, before you got to the scene was a dispatch for an accidental shooting by a prop gun, correct?
I believe that's what was told to me, yes.
Okay. And you've testified to that previously, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the dispatch report, you know that you received that wording, accidental discharge, several times, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So I want to ask you, how come when you described it today in court, how come you didn't include the word accident when you testified before this jury?
I'm not one to say if it was an accident or not. Just there to initially respond to it.
Oh, come on.
And then the detectives determined whether or not it was an accident.
Well, sure, but every other time you've been asked about this, you've said it was an accident. And now today at the trial of Alec Baldwin, when you're talking to this jury, you left that word out. Isn't that true?
Not intentionally, no.
Not intentionally. Well,
did you meet with the prosecutors before you testified here today?
Just briefly in the room outside. For them to tell me who was in order of what witness.
That's
You've discussed your testimony
come on, Alex.
with
Sit
Ms.
up.
Morrissey, correct? Before today?
Sit up.
Just in a pre-trial interview, yes.
We've talked about your lapel that was on. It's true, right, that the lapel is actually mandatory.
Yes.
Right? And so they came to the officers, passed a law, and told you had to wear your lapel, right?
Yes.
And the way it works is it secures all of these statements, and when you're done wearing it for the day, you go back to the station, you log it in, and then it exists, right?
Essentially, yeah, but it's more complex than that. It uploads on itself.
Oh, it self-uploads so that it maintains itself?
Yes.
Okay. And you then talked a little bit about the securing of the scene, and you talked about crime scene tape going up, right?
Yes.
But as you just told this jury, at the time, you don't know whether this is an accident or not, right?
Yes.
It's not like a crime scene tape is some evidence of a crime, right?
Whether it was an accident or a crime scene is still essential.
And you've been very candid that you made some mistakes at the scene, right?
This kid's
And
yeah,
you've
talking
learned since then about some of these mistakes, right?
Yes.
You've said hindsight's 20/20, right?
Yes.
And you can Monday morning quarterback decisions, but you made them in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that based on your training and experience, you know that if witnesses are left to speak to each other, they can taint each other's memories, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that's incidental and accidental, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's purposeful, right?
Depends on who's there, yes.
Well, if you were with somebody and somebody was talking to you about the 911 call, right? And they kept saying to you over and over, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident. And then you testify and you leave out the word accident. That could be an example of taint, couldn't it?
Sure.
And also non-witnesses can taint people's memories too. You agree with me?
I guess.
Well, at one point in your testimony previously, you had said that there was a lawyer on the scene that was talking to some of the people that were on the scene.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And if that lawyer told somebody on the scene, I think your understanding is that could have tainted their view of their memory, right?
Essentially, yes.
Mr. Baldwin never asked to speak to that lawyer, did he?
I'm not to my recollection.
And then you went on and you said, that you had told Mr. Baldwin not to speak to the other witnesses. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you were asked approximately 5 times why Mr. Baldwin was disobeying your orders. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But in the lapel video that we just saw, you're not going up to Mr. Baldwin or these witnesses going, get out of here. Get out of here. I'm an officer. You got to separate. You don't do that, right?
Nope.
He should do that.
And also in that video, you can see a lot of these people are coming over to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
One of them comes over and shakes his hand, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that in all of your experience? Somebody commit a homicide and everybody and all the witnesses are on the scene, circling around the person, shaking his hand and talking to him about what happened. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
No.
That is weird. That is very weird, Chad.
And then you went on to say, well, you didn't put him in the cruiser. You didn't put him in the cruiser because your cruiser was being used. Was I guess the reason that you gave? Was that? Did I understand that?
That was very weird. That is a weird thing.
All right.
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post.
Why was it even offered up as an option? Now all of a sudden a squad car was being used.
Yeah. Because then it would be on the perimeter of the crime scene and they probably couldn't control it. So that's probably why they didn't want him in there, because then he was away from everything. Barrange, no, there's nothing wrong. That's pointing out this is abnormal.
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post on the other side of the field for a crime scene.
When you say a post, you mean like it goes somewhere else and you put the tape around it? Is that?
Oh, that's because he walked away.
The side mirror was wrapped around with crime scene tape.
Uh-huh. You mean there were also another dozen officers on the scene that day that had police cars that they wanted to put Mr. Baldwin in at any point, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Baldwin later on drives himself to the precinct and goes and speaks to the police, right?
I'm not too sure how he got there, but he did get there.
Well, he wasn't under arrest, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so you use this word detained. When Ms. Morrissey asked you, were you detaining Mr. Baldwin? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that even today, years later, no police officer has ever arrested Mr. Baldwin or detained him in a police car? True?
I don't know.
The police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, has never arrested Mr. Baldwin.
Not the
Back
Santa
to
Fe
the
Police
former
Department.
question, asked and answered.
It's kind of critical.
And one of the things that you do as an officer on the scene is you observe demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you spent 10 hours on the scene, I think I heard you say, right?
Yes.
You got to see the people of Rust that day live, right?
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is that you took it as a way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say there was no intention. I don't know the individual's intentions, but his demeanor was sad upset.
Okay, well, it's not just his demeanor being sad and upset, right? Okay, we'll move that to the side. And I understand you're not a mind reader, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All you can do is look at the people and look at how they're interacting and make your own judgments, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that as a police officer to try to figure out how to interact with a scene. True?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it true that the way you took it, how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
Again, the wording you're using, I wouldn't say I had any clue of whose intention was what, but he was sad and upset.
Okay, well, let's play. I'm going to play his statement to that effect. Can you view that up, please? That's okay for the court. You're saying he didn't say that he did. I'm going to impeach him. Well, you want me to clarify that? Yeah. Okay. Are you claiming that you didn't say that?
Rephrase what you said?
Sure. Dispatch said it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say,
Again, I wouldn't say I knew what his intention was.
I understand that. What I'm asking you now, okay, is did you in fact say those words that I just asked you?
At what time? The Gutierrez or PTI?
Yes.
May have.
Okay. You don't deny saying that?
No.
So, if it's intended to be charged with murder, yeah, but they could also charge him with manslaughter, because manslaughter can be an intentional act too. So, and remember, he's the responding officer. He's not the detective. So I think it's a little, the state's right to object here, to come in and say, well, he all he's doing is responding. He doesn't know what the hell happened. He literally has like 15 minutes of understanding of what occurred.
One more time, I'm just going to ask you, did you say that statement that I read?
If you're reading the statement and it says my name next to it, then I'm more likely said it. I just don't recall when.
And one of the other things that happened that day that I don't think we've talked about is you spoke to a witness who told you that a woman named Sarah was crying and shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking the witness if he had that information.
He's making the statement, the hearsay statement is coming in.
Do you know whether anybody at the scene was, before you got there, shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could refresh the witness with his help, and I would ask if you can I put it up on just his screen?
So he's just trying to disprove intent, right?
Okay.
I would object because that's not proper refreshment. We don't refresh in front of the
I think he's trying to
That's my objection.
show they didn't think it was intentional from the start. But I also think they're just showing these guys had a poor control of the crime scene. Remember,
yeah, they had horrible.
We talked about at the beginning, the guns weren't actually caught up till later.
Rise to the jury.
There's a bunch of issues here. So there's a lot they're arguing about.
They're trying to argue the fact that the gun that might have been tested may not be the actual gun, right?
No. That 100% is the gun. They're just arguing because the gun got tested and destroyed, it's not in the same condition as when Alec Baldwin had it. Because they had to replace a part. And because a part got replaced. That's
still.
I mean, it's an argument you got to make. That's the stuff they're stuck with.
Yeah.
So I don't blame them for trying.
Oh no, you got to try everything. You got to create that reasonable doubt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the crime scene was a shit show.
Yes, It was really, really bad.
You got a cop with 2 years experience handling a major crime scene like that, a high profile crime scene like that.
Well, but I mean, he's the first one who shows up. That's part of the issue is he's showing up. There's nothing you could do about that. He's a responding officer. You know, his job is just corralling everybody, but you could have a 20-year cop on scene. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of issues about corralling everybody and doing a crime scene with 100 people like that. You're out in the middle of the desert and this is the only thing around.
I just feel like even with the many people, you know, the main player, which is Alec Baldwin, you know, he had the gun in his hand when allegedly the gun just
I don't at that moment, I don't think it's 100% clear. Like he might have an idea that's what occurred.
Right.
But remember, by the time he's sitting there with Alec Baldwin, he's maybe what? Like 20 minutes on scene, 15 minutes on scene at that point.
But you still gotta isolate him.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. I'm just saying
there's too many people talking to him. That's my
I agree. And I think this guy being brand new, he was probably like, excuse me, sir, please don't stand there.
Right.
Yes. I mean, he sounds like a horrible, he's got the worst bedside manner in the world.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with you guys.
Speak up because of who he was.
Yes.
You know.
I just think he's just not used to people ignoring him. And he thought if he says something, people leave him alone.
Right now, the way he's testifying, it sounds like somebody sound like he had a talking to before he even went in the courtroom.
Well, you are allowed to speak to your witnesses before they testify.
Because he is, according to the chat, he was super.
He sounded very much like this the first time around too.
Oh, he wasn't as charismatic.
Yeah, he was. He was in the first trial as well. He's a bit of an idiot. I mean, he's not the yeah. So that is part of the issue here as well.
So what we got going on now? You just got a brief recess?
Yeah, they're going to be talking to. They are letting the. Hold on here. Let me see if this.
It just seemed like, I guess I don't know, and it could be me just being biased. Like Alec Baldwin was just there, like, oh, well, it wasn't my fault. Yeah, like it just almost like that was his entire demeanor. Like, oh, it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, well, I certainly think for somebody like that, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But I think also there's just the issue of. Yeah, this is just it's a crappy situation here. It's a crappy. Oh God, that's bright. I need to shut that off. Let me see. We have any of the videos. So I'm going to show you guys.
Like I said, even in the video they showed, you could see the muscle reflex in his face. He was pulling that trigger every time he pulled that gun out. And on top of that, when you got the hammer cocked on a revolver, it's a hair trigger. So it's like maybe 2 pounds, on that trigger when that hammer's cocked. So the slightest movement, of your trigger finger, it could set that gun off. Just think about it, guys. Think about all these dummies we see that shoot themselves in these TikToks and stuff like that. They got the gun cocked, and then bow. That trigger at that point when that gun cocked, most of the time that trigger light.
But yes, the trigger was tested though. It was well within the parameters for the gun. So it was a single action trigger is very light, but what he did wasn't wrong. Everything with the gun was set up properly. So that's the good news. Let me see here. Also, by the way, I know you guys are talking. My chat knows who this guy's. Chili DeCastro won his appeal today, guys. We'll probably talk about that tonight. But it sounds like the court overturned it. So
yeah, Glock triggers, they're like 6 pounds, but it's still like 6 pounds ain't a lot. I mean, it's for a gun aficionado, it's a heavy trigger, but really it isn't. So imagine a single action revolver with the hammer cock. That is 3 pounds, 2 pounds, 3 pounds, maybe.
So yeah, guys, we are waiting. They're refreshing his recollection. We have Let me see if we can find some more footage of earlier in. We do have. Hold on here, because Alec Baldwin's interview to George Stephanopoulos, that was actually kind of a big deal. I covered this back when he did it. Let's see here. So let me see here. The George Stephanopoulos interview. So this is part of the interview that he did with there's a couple things he says. Now, here is. So this is part of the interview he gave here, and it's very interesting what he says going forward here with her. You gotta be shitting me. All right, chat. I hear you. I see you. It stopped. It stopped. It stopped. We stopped. I've been asking StreamYard. They still haven't told me what's wrong. I've restarted it. Chrome's updated. The cache is cleared. I've done everything except spray chicken blood on the monitor at this point. So give me 1 second. Also, I am not yelling at you guys. Trust me, you'll know when I'm yelling. I don't know if I'm the only one having these issues, chat. I don't know if I'm the only one having the issues. So, I don't know. Like I said, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know what the deal is. So,
to me. You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now? I think the big question, and the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened? You've described it as a 1 in a trillion shot, and the gun was in your hand. How do you come to terms with that? It wasn't.
And this is just the basic of the basics of it. So this is the trailer. If we have more time, we'll start watching the interview itself.
In the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
So you never pulled the trigger?
No. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them. Never.
What did you think happened?
Notice he said, I would never point a gun at someone and pull the trigger. No, he said that. I would not point a gun and pull a trigger. Does that mean you would point a gun at someone but not pull the trigger? You know, that this is where, right. Yeah.
Nah, he was pulling that trigger every single time. I could see it.
Yes. Oh, I know. And we saw it too. But yeah. This is where he's at.
How did a real bullet get on that set?
I have no idea. Someone put a live bullet in a gun. A bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property.
How do you respond to actors like George Clooney who say that every time they were handed a gun, they checked it themselves? Your emotions are so clearly so right there on the surface. You felt shock. You felt anger. You felt sadness. Do you feel guilt? You said you're not a victim, but is this the worst thing that's ever happened to you?
Yes. Yep.
And that's actually a fair statement. I killed some, like, I'm responsible for the death of a person. That's a fair thing to say. Oh my God, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
Yeah.
I would agree. I'd say the same thing too. And this is another.
Your emotions are so clearly so right there on the surface. You felt shock. You felt anger. You felt sadness. Do you feel guilt?
No. I feel that there is. I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
Baldwin now.
I mean, that's oh
Wow.
boy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, really? No remorse? None?
Yeah, that's where it's just like, my dude, come on. That's where I'm just like,
if I bump into
buddy.
somebody on the street or somebody bump into me on the street, I say sorry. Like, really? You shot? Like,
yeah.
You shot somebody. The gun was in your hand. The bullet left you. The gun that was in your hand and killed someone. You have no remorse. You have no guilt.
Yes, that's
regret.
That's a massive problem I have.
No, I should have checked it. You're right. I should have checked it. I should have been more careful. I should have made sure. I should have had somebody double check. You just I don't. It wasn't my fault.
No. This is
wow. But that's what I was saying. Even in the body cam footage, you could see it in his face. Even when he was he was like, well, you know what you need me to do. It's almost like he was disconnected from the situation at hand because he didn't feel like he was responsible for what happened in the moment.
Yes.
So how do you have all that shock and that sadness, but you have no guilt? It means it was never there in the first place.
Yeah, I think anybody would feel guilt. And yes, he's the Terminator. He doesn't feel guilt. He doesn't feel remorse. All he could do is kill. You can't beg with him. You can't plead with him. But yeah, there's still a little bit more of this, guys, and we'll play the clips of this because the interview is like 20-some minutes in its entirety. So
awaiting the outcome of.
If we can get to it during the lunch, we will. But I wonder if ABC will take it down. We'll try. Yeah, he's still in character for Harlan Rust. I'm still the. I still can't stand the name Harlan Rust. My name's Rust. You know, evil Sheriff Sandpaper.
Right. It's so on the nose.
Yeah.
This is so on the nose for Western Harlan Rust.
Harlan Rust and the Rust-Oleum gang, they're after you. They say they're going to clean you out.
Jeez.
Of the sheriff's investigation, hoping whatever it uncovers helps to ensure a tragedy like this never happens again.
What do we come out of this learning? What do we come out of it? What changes can be made? Because where you have a person where, as I said, this is 1 in a billion, that someone puts a real bullet in the gun. That never happens. And the idea that a real bullet was in that gun and would come out of that gun and kill them,
right now.
that was not even in the realm of possibility. And that's the thing that they must find out is who brought bullets onto the set.
Yeah, and that's
somebody else has to be responsible other than me.
Yes, and that's I'm gonna see if we where's the full interview? Because it's actually long. Oh, they have exclusive. Okay, there's 3 parts to it. Where's the? I'll see if we can. I'll pull these up and see if we can find the other parts of the interview here real quick, chat.
What could be changed? I don't know. Like, just hiring more qualified people. How about that?
Yeah, I mean that's really the biggest part of this is, you know, the only way you're changing this is by not having, you know, corner cutting assholes in charge.
Right.
So, Juror 30 says you're not a movie set. Stop conflating the two. Yes. Ryan Linder says Rust beaten by time and water. or was he Rust because he squeaked? It was old and slow. Rust seems like Trader Joe's cowboy name. Yes.
Oh man.
So,
jeez. You know what? If they just would have let Sam Elliott play Rust, we would have not had this problem. If we just had Sam Elliott, you know.
Yes.
And guys, they have none of these issues.
I'm surprised they might be getting close to lunch right now, because it's about 12:30 there. So I'm not sure what's happening. Wait, hold on. Why is this? All right, I think we're switching over to we're going back to this. I think it's about to start, chat. There we go. Because Long Crime just says it's on. All right, so let's see here. I think we're. Why are we? Here we go. We're starting back up, chat.
We're supposed to start back up at 2:30.
Well, no, it's just they were starting back up, and I'm long crying for some reason. Shows it going already, and I don't know why it's chugging along here. I know long crime's a little bit ahead, but let's see here. I don't know what's going on. They went straight to lunch. Well, I don't know if they are going straight to lunch. Yeah, their lunch break, they're returning at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. Oh, it's lunch break? Okay. So 1 p.m. Mountain Time will be 3. So is Long Crime just showing old footage right now? I'm just double checking. Here. Hold on here. Okay. Yeah, so what Long Crime is showing is old. Sorry guys, we're all set. We're all caught up. I just wanted to make sure. I was starting to get worried for a moment. So Fox still showing New Mexico Seal, yeah. 3 p.m. Eastern will be our time. So if you guys want, we could start watching. Is the main character's name John Rust? Richard? No. And Richard, I love the AK-47 drum. A very timeless piece. No, his name is Harlan Rust. So let's watch the George Stephanopoulos interview. If you guys haven't seen it, it's actually really good. And we'll switch over to this. We'll see how much of it we can get away with. We'll probably do some commentary in between. So here we go. Radiant Smile says, is this a pro-police channel? Not particularly, no. Oh, in the porn parody, it's Harlot Lust. If they made a porno movie this already, that's hilarious. That would be very funny if they did. So anyway, here's the interview.
Marker, good.
Great.
More?
Alec, thank you for doing this. You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now?
Well, I think that there's a criminal investigation, and that could be a while. There's all kinds of civil litigation, and I felt there were a number of misconceptions.
Okay, wow, this is out of sync. Why is this out of sync?
Phones are off. Let me get it. Slate.
Marker, good.
Great.
And that could be a while. There's all kinds of civil litigation, and I felt there were a number of misconceptions, most of it from sources I really wouldn't concern myself about, but a couple that I did concern myself about, where there were these authoritative statements about, this is what happened. The sheriff's department hasn't even released a report to the DA yet. The reason I wanted to sit down with you is because I really feel like I can't wait.
Now, here's the deal. If he had been speaking to Sean, the attorney, and said, hey, I want to go talk to ABC and give a tell-all interview, the answer is no. No, 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 no. I can't wait. I can't wait to tell my side of the story.
Yes, it's him. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get ahead of it. I'm gonna get out ahead of it.
Yeah, there ain't no getting ahead of this. This was just well, this is one of the first videos I did right after Kyle Rittenhouse trial, because this happened right after when I first started the channel. So yeah, he shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have done this. Oh, but here we go.
For that process to end in February, March. I mean, I'm not asking them to speed it up for my benefit. That's ridiculous. But I am saying that they're going to do what they need to do. And I wanted to come to talk to you to say that I would go to any lengths to undo what happened. I would go to any lengths to undo what happened.
I think the big question, and the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened?
Well, There's two things I want to say about that. One is that when I talk about this, my concern is that I don't sound like I'm the victim. Because there is a victim. There's a woman who died. And my friend got shot. He's my friend. And she was a new friend. I met her and we worked together on some of the mapping out of what we're going to do on the film, which, you know, in the movie terms, if you go make a movie with Scorsese, you and the DP don't sit down and they solicit your ideas of how to make the film. You know what I mean? In the case of Halyna, we sat down collaboratively and talked a lot about what we wanted to do in that a precious amount of time we had. But I want to make sure that I don't come across like I'm the victim, because we have two victims here. And the second thing is that all of what happened on that day leading up to this event was precipitated on one idea, and that is that Halyna and I had something profound in common. And that is, we both assumed the gun was empty, other than those, dummy rounds.
I want to get into more detail on the day in a minute, but let's take a step back. What was it that drew you to this project in the first place, to Rust?
I'd worked on a project with Joel before.
Joel Souza, the director.
Right. He did this movie, Crown Vic, that I produced. And Joel and I stayed in touch. We're friends, and I loved Rust. He said, I want to send you this. And I read it, and I said, I love it. I love it.
Rust, a low-budget Western, tells the story of an aging outlaw on the run with his young grandson. Baldwin, the film's star, is also one of the producers.
Very excited. Very, so excited that we finally got this made, because every independent film has many false starts. You know what I mean? And when it finally goes, you feel like a plane. When you finally get some lift under your wings, it's very, very gratifying. I am a purely creative producer. My authorities as a producer are casting and script, which are actually married to the role of being a lead actor in a film.
So you're not the kind of...
So his argument is trying to say, I wasn't in charge of hiring people. I wasn't in charge of hiring somebody who didn't know what the hell they were doing. I wasn't in charge of skimping on equipment. He's just trying to say I'm like executive producer in the sense of like actors being executive producers.
My name
so
is
he's trying to shift blame for saying it wasn't my fault we cut corners. It's not my fault.
My name was just on it for the sake of being on it. I wasn't in charge of nothing.
Yes, I know. I think when he signed up for this, because it's his friend who's a director, he's friend with Joel Souza. Like, I wonder if he really thought he was making like Unforgiven. Like, this will be my Unforgiven. It's like I doubt it was going to be that good.
You're not the kind of producer who's looking at the line item of each budget.
No. There are basically two types of producers who are really in charge of production: people that raise the money, and the people who spend the money. My consultations or approvals were completely about casting and about the script. I don't hire anybody in the crew.
Not even the cinematographer, no one?
No, but he will apprise me of what he's doing. And he'll say to me, I got Halyna Hutchins to be the DP. I said,
okay, yes. In real life, he's Unforgiven. Oh my God, I had to answer that. But yes. Alec Baldwin would title this movie now Forgiven.
What do you feel about that? Are you excited? I'm very excited. She's wonderful.
What did you know about Halyna Hutchins before she started working on this?
I knew nothing about her until Joel said to me, I got her. She was fantastic.
Halyna Hutchins, the talented cinematographer praised by many in the industry, was a trailblazer in the field historically dominated by men.
Make sure we don't see people walking around like walking.
I guess she was good, but like a trailblazer, like women have been using cameras for decades. Like they're making it seem like, oh, before we didn't let women touch cameras in Hollywood. It's like, okay. They're just churching her up.
The Ukrainian-born cinematographer quickly gelled with Baldwin.
The people who watched The Daily said that her work was beautiful. She was someone who was loved by everyone who worked with and liked by everyone who worked with and admired. I'm sorry.
Not AT here.
But admired by everybody who worked with her.
Rust's 21-day production began filming on October 6th at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, just outside Santa Fe, New Mexico. The ranch has long been a favorite location for filming westerns.
We need a place to lay low.
Things have a way of escalating out here in the West, with one thing leading to another.
The day that I flew there, they'd been shooting for a week already. I come the following week on the 11th. That night of the 11th, I had dinner with Halyna and Joel. And we talked about some of the compositions I was thinking of to...
That was the first time you met?
First time I met Halyna, yeah.
What was your first impression?
When I met her, I
Hey,
knew
Jeff,
she
how you
had
doing?
that spark. I knew...
We're just watching the Alec Baldwin. You guys are all the Vices people here. Hello, Jeff. If you want a link, I'll send you one, man. I know you're probably working or sleeping or whatever it is you're doing in Korea. I'll send you a link if you want.
That she was going to get that day's work done and get the shots that she wanted. She was very focused.
She had a vision for the
She was
film?
very focused. We had a discussion about compositions of shots in which you were shooting these beautiful tableaus of the West. She had that intensity. Every day you went to work, she would say, "Good morning, how are you? How was your evening?" Boom. It was small talk, go. We weren't going to hang out and chit chat or whatever. She knew that the clock was the enemy. And
the clock was the enemy. So was
we have to move forward.
Experiencing interruptions.
Once on set, Baldwin posts this video.
I want to say I look at myself in the mirror, a reflection of this, and I'm really kind of appalled. It's appalling. We're here shooting a film. We start tomorrow, and no, I'm not playing Santa Claus. On the 12th, I had a safety demonstration with Hannah Reed, the armorer.
24-year-old Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And this is her.
Is this?
she is the armorer, and that's her.
Oh man, she was the armorer for the
hair.
Summer of Love 2020 is what she was.
Yeah. Howdy, Jeff. I got to figure out how we're gonna put you on here. Hold on.
That's wild.
So, hey, Jeff.
Hello.
What's going on, Jeff?
How you doing, Ken? Good to meet you.
Jeff know each other?
Good to meet you.
We do now.
Yeah, we might have been on something with Andrew as well. I think.
Yeah, like way back in the day.
Yeah, a while ago. Yeah.
So, Jeff, have you been watching so far?
Yep, we just finished the morning session.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. The opening arguments of both sides, I get like C quality.
Well, I think you're being a little hard on Morrissey. She was right and to the point, but dude was all
well,
over
it wasn't
the damn
or
map.
Linda. You mean? Yeah, she talked about like to try to give like all the names of things, and I think it's better to say, just look, the gun went through all these people. It was fine every time everybody else had it, but all of a sudden, it was fine the entire time. She could have gotten quicker through those things. She drug it out, and they both started dragging it out. And I don't know if you saw right at the end where Alec Baldwin's kind of like leaned over like this.
Well, he was doing this like through the whole thing. He was just he was fucking bored to be there.
Yeah,
he's got his big shot New York lawyer on his side, which surprise Harvard lawyer acts like dick.
Well, yeah, but he's when you have a witness who's like, yeah, I murder the hookers and I store them in my trunk.
They're only hookers if they're dead.
Yeah. So, but anyways, we're watching the George Stephanopoulos interview. I think it's actually good to hear because this is all coming in.
This is their firearms expert right here.
No, this is the armorer for the movie.
That's the armorer for the movie.
Yeah. They hired her. Yes.
Well, did you read up on Alex Spiro and who he is and what he does?
Yeah. He's like Harvey Specter.
Yeah, he's just like Mr. Big Shot commercial white collar guy.
Yeah, he defends like he got Aaron Hernandez acquitted. He's defended Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Dude's done it all.
Except for murder trials or manslaughter trials. Okay, was I the only one losing my shit that he kept saying manslaughter? Not me. He kept saying the homicide.
Yes, yeah. I'm like, I don't know why you would. I don't ever want to use those words
because it was literally homicide.
Yeah, you don't ever want to say the bad word because you don't want to. Now it's in the jurors' heads. Like you not ever say the words guilt. You don't say these things. Convict. Yeah. You don't ever say any of that because I always kind of have the idea of you don't put it in their mind, they don't hear it, and if they don't hear it, they aren't thinking about it.
I mean, homicide isn't even a thing. You can have non-criminal homicide. Homicide is just one person killing another person.
Yes.
That
Oh, and
annoyed the
Jeff,
shit
were you having problems with StreamYard today?
I wasn't that I didn't know that I noticed.
Oh, because like I've been doing it today, and all of a sudden I can hear everything fine, but everybody in chat can't hear the audio.
Oh,
of
weird.
The stream. It's
I
very
didn't seem
weird.
to have that problem. It's
Okay.
just you. It's a conspiracy. They're after you, Sean.
Yes, it's a First Amendment conspiracy. Barnes.
Yeah. It's Barnes' fault.
Yes. Wait, a job well done. You're saying, oh, funny.
I'm sorry, I wouldn't have any faith in this young lady right here.
It's a problem. Well, I don't know
safe.
what it is because I've reset the computer and I don't want to be at this point.
What the purple and green hair doesn't inspire confidence? Is that
No, not in the least. I'm just sitting here looking like
I would
have checked the gun I'd have rechecked the gun just because of her hair. Because of the color of her hair. I'm like, you know what? Let me go ahead and just check behind her.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter because as the defense lawyer so eloquently pointed out, cardinal rules of gun safety don't apply on a movie set.
I still think that's an awful. Is my browser fully updated? Yes, it's up to date. And the cache is cleared, and I've done all that retarded stuff. Yes, and what I thought was going to happen is true. Ken and I were talking about this. He comes in and says, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a big city lawyer. I got a fancy movie star client. You little people don't understand this, but the rules are different." And that's literally what they're trying. And it's like,
yeah. Here he's telling people who literally dress like the people from the movie Rust that gun safety doesn't apply. Yeah. Duh. Live. Yes. Oh my God. Bang poof, by the way. Bang poof.
Yes, Cannon. Do you know? Have you ever heard about this girl? This right here, Hannah Reed.
No.
The she got her phone and set it up. She called herself Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Oh, wasn't that the name? That was the name of the prosecutor's phone in Atlanta.
Oh no, that it was actually her. That was a fake. That was a fake thing. It was actually her, and they just.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was the original one. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. And it's funny because on the stand, the cell phone extraction guy, he's like, "Well, what name is attached to this phone?" He goes, "Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal."
It was her.
Yeah.
Yes, and he says it with a straight face, without laughing.
I don't know if I would want to verify that. Not just looking at it, I don't know if I would want to verify that.
But it's like she was calling herself. It wasn't even her boyfriend or whoever saying, "Hey," not even saving her. It was like her bragging about it on her own phone to herself.
So she had OnlyFans too. That's how she's making her money. Is that what we're saying now?
She's gonna need it now when she gets out because that's the only thing she's gonna do.
Oh my gosh!
Well, I'm sure she's got a lot of fans in prison. So
yeah,
like trade her for some commentary. So, anyways, let's keep going here because he's going to talk about Hannah Reed. And guys, remember, these statements are 100% admissible. They were freely made, and they're Alec Baldwin's own words. They can be used against him.
Is this what we're talking about with no audio?
Is it not working for you guys?
Yeah,
I don't hear audio.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. For God's sake. All right, I'll be right back, chat. This is...
She's out here LARPing as an armorer. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, well, her dad is like one of the most famous armorers. Her stepdad is one of the most famous armorers that's ever lived. Apparently, it's not a genetic thing.
Well, yeah, especially since stepdads don't share genetics with your stepchild.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
And here's the thing, like I said, Jeff, like literally refreshing the internet browser, StreamYard fixes it. So
weird.
I'm like, whose end is that on?
I can't
imagine it's mine because I can hear it.
Oh.
So anyways, let's keep going.
Hannah Gutierrez Reed, seen here in photos by the DailyMail.com, was hired as the film's armorer, in charge of all weapons on set. The daughter of a famous Hollywood armorer, Rust was only her second film in this role. She spoke to the Voices of the West podcast about working as lead armorer for her first film before Rust.
I was really nervous about it at first, and I almost didn't take the job because I wasn't sure if I was ready, but doing it, it went really smoothly.
We spent an hour and a half shooting the pistol.
Which is not true. The movie she was on before, she was on a movie set with Nicolas Cage, and he ran her off set.
Oh, word.
She is not. Her first thing went smoothly. Nobody died. I guess maybe that's her standard.
So Nicolas Cage, she's a fraud. Get her out of here now.
Yeah, he basically ran her off the set.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
And then he says we spent an hour and a half firing the gun.
Yeah.
Is it dry? Are we dry firing here?
Yeah, just learning how to handle it. Yeah. Yes, but like Sean Connery says, some things don't react too well to bullets.
This is wild.
Yes.
Her giving me all her safety instructions.
Did you think she was up to the job?
I assumed because she was there and she was hired, she was up for the job.
And nothing she did raised any red flags with you?
No.
Okay. This training course you do, what did she tell you?
She said things like, remember, this is a blank round, so you have to create the discharge yourself because there's no projectile. So if you shot the gun, you go bang. When we roll the camera, you got to go bang and have the gun snap back. You have to create that.
You're an
She would
actor.
give you
You're
little
supposed to know
tips
that.
about firing. And she'd say to you, when we're done, point the gun down. When we're done, you give the gun to me or to Halls, only those two people.
Dave Halls was Rust's assistant director, also known as the first AD. Seen here in this IMDb photo, he was responsible for keeping the production on schedule.
Sometimes we would be on a set that was a very, very cramped set, and they wanted people in that room on an as-needed basis.
So what happened to
If
him?
I'm holding the gun, and
He
they
ended
say,
up
cut.
entering
I
a
then hand
plea.
the gun
I'm going to
to
bring up his
Halls
plea
if she's
for
not
work.
there.
Yeah, why Halls?
Was that the
not
same
banned?
guy that looked
Some
like
people have said that only the armor.
an old man?
No.
Yes.
That's inaccurate. Meaning in the protocols of the
Yeah, he
business,
was
meaning
Jeff Daniels
Hannah
from
would
Dumb and
hand me
Dumber.
the gun 99% of the time. No, whatever, the preponderance of the time. But when we would say cut, if Hannah was away from the set, I would hand Halls the.
So Dave Halls he ended up taking a plea.
Or you said misdemeanor, right?
Yeah, and he ended up pleading out here too. And I don't understand why this is all scanned. It looks like garbage, but
that looked like two different people.
Yeah, well, it's you're going. It's like people on dating profiles use their picture from 25 years ago, and he's no different when you think about it.
I saw a 70-year-old man in that body cam footage.
Oh yeah, no, he looks like he's the homeless guy. So he ended up entering a plea of no contest and this was back in March of last year. He pled out to negligent use of a deadly weapon or unsafe handling, a petty misdemeanor offense. So it's only a misdemeanor offense. And in agreement with sentence, he got a suspended 6-month sentence. A suspended sentence with 6 months of probation. And the only agreements were that he had to testify truthfully in all hearings involving any of his co-defendants. And he already testified against Hannah Reed. So that's all part of it. He had to complete 24 hours of community service, not possess alcohol, obey all state, federal, and local laws. Defendant agrees to take responsibility for his actions or inactions. And he participated in a firearm safety course to present proof to the district attorney. So that was the big things there. No contact with any witnesses. That's normal. There's no restitution, and there's everything here is there, and he signed the agreement. And that's what he pled out to. So,
wow,
yeah.
So I guess they just got her on the cheap. I guess she had a rape plus some gorilla grip action, and they was like,
she was dirt cheap. She was dirt cheap quality wise. But yeah, he was facing 6 months incarceration and a $500 fine.
Sound like Nicolas Cage saved a whole
movie set.
Very well could have.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they finished it in Montana. So they finished the movie. The movie's already done. It has not been released yet. And it'd be it would be poor form to release it now.
Poor. They need to shelve it.
That would be 100% used against them.
Yeah.
So anyways,
yeah.
Well, no, and they're going to work it into the movie that instead of the way she's got behind the camera, it's going to be a Canon or something. Instead, they're going to CGI it in there. Yeah. So it justifies, like, look, we got real life shooting effects, everybody.
with the in memoriam.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to keep going here. We only got a couple more minutes till they start back up.
The gun.
Hannah Gutierrez Reed had a dual role on set, armorer, and she was also the assistant prop master for the film. One of the things her attorney has said is that she was hired for 2 positions on the film and therefore was stretched in an inappropriate way. Did she raise any of those concerns with you?
No, I assume that everyone who's shooting a lower budget film is stretched, myself included. And I got no complaints from her or the prop department. I'm not sitting there when I'm getting dressed and ready to go do a scene saying, oh my God, the prop woman seems...
It's funny that he mentions it being a lower budget movie.
It's funny you mentioned her being stretched in an inappropriate manner.
Yeah, well, she got that grip. It doesn't matter when you got the gorilla grip. You can be stretched out and just,
snugs.
No, right on there. Yeah, snug as a bug in a rug.
Woman seemed very harried today. I didn't get a sense of that from any of the people on the film. The first time I heard that there was any problem with anybody in the crew of the film was when Luber said, well, we have some issues here.
Lane Looper, the first camera assistant, would email production managers a resignation letter later that night, citing safety concerns. Quote, during the filming of gunfights on this job, things are often played very fast and loose. So far, there have been 2 accidental weapons discharges. He also wrote about concerns about reasonable rest and housing for local crew with long commutes to the set.
I bet he complained about catering
now,
problems.
The day
too.
before that happened, we wrapped.
The craft services.
And he came up to me and he said,
the chafing
thank
dishes
you
are always
for the
cold.
position you've taken on behalf of IATSE and the union on social media. I said, my pleasure.
This photo, posted by Halyna, showed the cast and crew in solidarity with IATSE, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, which had been on the verge of a strike.
Which it's funny because he could have fixed this. Like if he would have said, you guys need to fix this, it would have got fixed.
But two other accidental discharges prior to the shooting.
They were blanks though, discharging, but similar things. And then there was a special effects that went off too early in one of the scenes. So this movie had a lot of problems overall. A lot of problems.
Where was the team?
And Alec posted this on Instagram.
And I want to say to the people in IATSE, do what you need to do. You want to go on strike? Go on strike. Because I'll tell you something about the executives. They don't give a about you. He said, because we have some issues here. I said, such as? And he said, my men need a better hotel room. There was no mention of safety issues.
He didn't say anything about the accidental discharges on set?
He didn't say anything about anything. He goes, my men need better hotel rooms. I said, well, we're leaving, we're wrapping. Will you be here tomorrow? He said, yes. Because what I was about to do, which I've done on any number of films and TV projects, was to give more of my salary back to the production to pay for X. And I was
I really want to call bullshit on that.
Thank you so much, Robin Hood.
Yes. I get, I really don't have millions of dollars. I gave them all away. It's like
Mother Teresa here.
Yeah. Well, this is a low budget film. How much are you getting paid? Like you give them back the $10 they gave you?
Look, we're gonna put you in the Howard Johnson, okay, guys?
My lifetime supply of rust. I'm actually giving it back.
We're gonna put you in the Red Roof. How about that?
Yeah.
Lunch at Red Lobster
super rate for everybody. No more Motel 6.
Jeez Louise.
And I was about to say to him, let me know what it would be to B&B you guys in a house that's closer to how we can address your problem. I will be happy to contribute to that. The next day they were gone.
So you had no sense from anyone on the set that people had been stretched to the point.
Why is he
where
being
safety
questioned
was
by the old man
No,
from Up?
No, I never heard one word about that. No.
Mr. Erickson, because he runs cover for
Him and
everybody.
George Stephanopoulos are friends. They're actually
He runs
really
cover
good.
for everyone. George
Yeah.
Stephanopoulos runs cover for everybody.
He's the Clinton's former campaign manager.
Yeah.
That's if you guys didn't know, that's how George Stephanopoulos became important. He was a campaign manager for Bill Clinton.
Oh, George Snuffleupagus.
ABC News, Mr. Looper's allegations around budget and safety are patently false, which is not surprising, considering his job was to be a camera operator, and he had absolutely nothing to do with or knowledge of safety protocols or budgets. Safety is always the #1 priority on our films.
When people say cutting costs, I don't say this with any judgment or any cynicism. Spielberg wants to save money. Tom Cruise wants to save money.
Oh, stop.
Everybody who makes movies has a responsibility not to be reckless and careless with the money that you're given. We know those are men who make movies that cost $205 million.
Not at the cost of everybody's safety.
And I'm making movies that cost $5 million or
The question, though, is were costs being cut at the expense of safety and security?
In my opinion, no, because I did not. Now, I did not observe any safety or security issues at all in the time I was there.
Somebody.
Thursday, October 21st. Baldwin posts a photo of himself in costume on Instagram.
It's very fortuitous with this picture. As Count Dankula goes, in the business, we call this foreshadowing.
About to say that. Oh my god.
In person at the office.
I can't do the Scottish thing. I'm sorry.
Blimey, it's exhausting. That morning, Looper and 6 other crew members walked.
I like the semi truck.
Filming continued with a replacement camera crew. Scene 118 in the church was slated for after lunch.
Everybody there.
So on the positive side, Halyna Hutchins got her last meal in before she died.
Oh no.
Having a positive experience. People who are watching the show, people who back home, you have no idea how unique an environment a motion picture set is. It's kind of, there's an instant familiar.
Let me see, just double checking to make sure. Nope, there's still not. So we're gonna keep going.
Sorry, the dogs are snoring up a storm here.
These are people who are professionals who have really good jobs in a field they love. And I looked at all these people and I see how hard they work. They're so hardworking and they're so conscientious. And you're around people and you're part of one of the great collaborative processes in the world, movie making. Everyone moving like a watch to get everything done. And when you kind of, I don't make that many movies anymore because movie making demanded that I travel and I didn't want to leave my family. All these movies I made, I stayed home. I didn't want to go. If I went away for a week. To leave my family for 4 weeks and go shoot this movie, that was a big deal. And I'm sitting on this pew. And so
on the pew with the pew in hand.
I sat on that pew right before they called lunch. And I said, this movie has made me love making movies again. I used to.
Oh my God, this crappy movie you're in. Oh, he's not sitting there. He's sitting there on the bench thinking, oh my God, I'm away from Hilary and my fucking kids.
he's marketing the movie during the interview.
This movie that he couldn't be bothered to show up until 2 weeks after filming began.
I don't get out of bed for less than $2 million.
Alec Baldwin or Nick Baldwin. Christ, Scott, you guys are good.
I don't get out of bed for less than $3 million, guys. Oh my gosh. This is
so here we go. Let's see what we got the rest of here.
Because I used to love to make movies. I did.
Oh, cry, you bitch.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
I worked with people once. I was going to do the movie The Edge. And they called me and said they got Tony Hopkins.
I love this movie. This is a really good movie. If you guys have never seen it.
I haven't seen it.
So they go they're in a plane and they crash in Alaska.
Yeah.
And they have to survive and they're getting hunted by a grizzly bear. It's really, really good. It's really fucking good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's do the film. What do you make of it?
Yeah, look, if we're here.
And I started sobbing. I just started sobbing because I thought, oh God, I'm going to have a chance to work with this guy. Any chance you could go easy on me? When they cast me in It's Complicated with Meryl, I thought, I'm going to get to go make a movie with her.
I've never heard of that movie, so.
And you know what he didn't do? Sob when he sent another woman to the after frickin' life.
Exactly.
Sorry. People, they have their dreams. No matter how old you are.
Yes,
you
like
have
not
your
dying.
dreams of people you want to work with.
Oh,
and
he's
this movie
really hard.
made me love making movies again. I really thought we were onto something.
Next.
I love that noise. It's like, yes, we were onto something. Yes. You were going to be
THX sign to come up with behind the cord,
Yeah. So, okay, they're still on a break. Yeah, this was just, oh my gosh, this is just cringe. It's cringe on a plate.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin off script. Yeah, he was off script in the church too, because apparently he wasn't supposed to do this. And they'll bring in the script writer or the script supervisor, Cannon, from the first trial, and he wasn't supposed to be playing with the gun right now.
Yeah, I like how I did like how Morrissey continued to bring that up. He just doesn't do what he's told. He's Alec Baldwin. He doesn't listen to instructions.
Yes. Yeah. This is Roxanne saying fake, 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 fake. Yeah, it's a bit fake there. It'd be funny if he mentions the Crow as inspiration. Or who's the other guy? Who's the other guy that went up and put it to his head and blanked himself?
Hexam.
Yeah, John Hexam, right?
Yeah.
From the guy from
is it Airwolf?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. Yeah, there we go. All right. Here we go.
Wow. Moo.
Yes.
It was the 12th day of their 21-day shoot.
That day, I did exactly what I've done every day on that movie.
Put my trigger finger on the trigger and wave my gun around.
How many people have you killed, sir?
Like
every
really?
day was like the day before. I buried him out back. He's killed more men than cancer.
Scene: a shootout inside this wooden church. Set the scene right before that happened. You're sitting in a pew in the church.
Right.
What's the scene supposed to be?
The scene is the two guys are there who have got me,
All right, still nothing there, guys. Just double checking.
Cornered, and they think I'm shot pretty bad, and I'm kind of wilting, and they have a gun, and the sound outside distracts them, and I then draw the gun, cross draw out of my holster, pull the gun up like that, and start to cock the pistol. Cut. I'm handed a gun, and someone declares, they said, "This is a cold gun."
Dave Halls.
The first AD. In my years on the sets of film, hot gun meant that there was a charge in there, and cold gun meant there was nothing in there. When he's saying this is a cold gun, what he's saying to everybody on the set is, you can relax. The gun is empty.
That's what cold gun means.
Well, cold gun means there's no charge in there. There could be dummy rounds.
A dummy round looks like a real bullet, but is completely inert. It contains no explosive charge. And you were rehearsing
just like a
that
dummy
scene.
actor. Looks
Was it
like
an
a real
actual
actor.
rehearsal? There's some disagreement about that, whether it was a formal rehearsal at that time.
This is a marking rehearsal where I'm going to show her. She's standing next to the camera. She's like this. You're me. She's got a monitor here. The camera is here filming that way. She takes a monitor that is his monitor, the operator, and turns it toward her. It swivels, and she says to me, "Hold the gun lower. Go to your right. Okay, right there. All right, do that. Now show it a little bit lower." And she's getting me to position the gun. Everything is in her direction. She's guiding me through how she wants me to hold the gun for this angle. And I draw the gun out, and I find a mark. I draw the gun out, and I go to cut. And what's really urgent is the gun wasn't meant to be fired in that angle.
So if you're shooting directly into the camera lens, you're not aiming.
I'm not shooting to the camera lens. I'm shooting just off.
Just off.
Right
Right
in
in her
her
face.
direction. I'm holding the gun where she told me to hold it, which
And
ended
this
up
is
being aimed
completely
right
different
below
than
her
what he
armpit,
said during
was
his
what I was
police
told. I don't know.
interrogation video.
Yeah. Well, and I think though in his, in that defense there though, he's had time to think about it, and
Yeah,
he
because what he said during that first investigation was, it's her fault. I was pointing to the camera left, and she walked right in front of it. It's her. She died because she walked into my line of sight.
Now he's saying she was canted off and that he was pointing off camera, and I'm assuming he had her whole side and he shot through her side.
Yeah, this is
inconsistent.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem here. This is why you don't give statements, because then you can't get caught. This is why you don't talk, chat. This is the biggest reason why you don't talk. It's because if you start making statements, you're now tied to those statements.
He could be like one of these drill rappers and say it was artistic license, and they can't use it as a fucking evidence.
Yeah, that would be the way to do it. Oh man, there's all those guys in Chicago with their switchies. So let's keep going though, because here's
This is his mixtape about it. Is the sound gone again?
Sound's gone again. Okay.
That's odd.
Yeah, I can hear the whole thing right now. And that's a funny thing. I can hear the whole thing. And I can hear you guys and everything.
When he comes back, let's just look. Fuck with him.
And the weird part is refreshing, it takes care of it, which really is confusing to me where the problem is.
Oh, well. So problem solved again. At least we know how to deal with it.
It's something I even tagged StreamYard on Twitter. It's like, yo, guys, help me figure this out.
I'm going to cock the gun. I said, do you want to see that? And she said, yes. So I take the gun and I start to cock the gun. I'm not going to pull the trigger. I said, do you see that? She goes, well, just cheat it down and tilt it down a little bit like that. And I cock the gun. I go, can you see that? Can you see that?
Can you see my cock?
And she says, well, let go with the hammer of the gun and the gun goes off.
And that's his argument. He's like, I have the camera cocked, and all of a sudden it goes, boom.
Nope. You know what that tells me? That he had his finger on that trigger, and that trigger was depressed. And when he cocked that hammer, that shit released.
And we see him every time where he pulls it out.
And he pulls that trigger.
He's got his finger on the trigger every time.
Well, and I thought that was a problem with the defense's opening, was he was saying he has to embody the role. He has to act like his character. He has to do the same thing every time because he is the character. So why would he do it differently that one time and not put his finger on the trigger?
Every time we seen him when he was walking through it, he was pulling that trigger. Every single time he pulled that trigger. You can see it.
I don't want to eat Sean's stream, but I got me a little replica of the unit, and I was noticing that it's incredibly hard to cock that thing without your finger on the trigger, just because of the weight of it.
I mean, if you've ever used one before, it requires practice.
Just practice. Yeah, I got a 357 that I carry around from time to time when I want to feel fancy, and I practice cocking it and decocking it all the time.
Yeah, and I have a couple of single actions back here I can play with, and it you can do it. You just have to practice. But the problem is, you notice when he's cross-drawing his gun.
Yeah.
He is not experienced. He might understand how to handle a gun, but he's not a proficient in gun handling.
No.
Because if he did, he would be able to yank it out and point at you without having to fumble with it.
Right. And if he had a proper armor or a proper gun expert on set with him,
I think you just have to practice it.
Yeah. They haven't resumed court yet, but the court cam is back on now.
Yes, the court cam is back. Yeah, we're going to keep going though for a little bit more because this is the part where he talks about it. This is this little bit here, guys, is what's probably going to screw him.
I let go of the hammer of the gun goes off.
At the moment. The decisive
That was the moment the gun went off. Yeah, that was the moment the gun went off.
It wasn't in the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
So you never pulled the trigger.
No,
bullshit.
I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them. Never.
Never.
You don't
Liar.
point a gun at me and pull the trigger.
Liar.
On day one of my instruction in this business, people said to me, never take a gun and go click, 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 because even though it's incremental, you damage the firing pin on the gun if you do that. Don't do that.
It's a fucking
And
movie.
Halsey told ABC News that he was watching. And
that's BS too.
No, but I understand the idea that armorers and people on movie sets told him, hey, don't be a moron and just sit there and just go click, 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 click. Because you don't want the actors doing stupid crap with them.
Right.
You don't want them damaging the guns, but you also don't want them sitting there having the mindset of, if I have a gun in my hand, I'm going to be pulling the trigger. Because if they start doing it all the time, that if they're just sitting around and it's going click, 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 they might do it at a wrong time, and that can lead to an improper discharge.
Well, then on the other side of that, Jensen Ackles, during his interview, he said, I don't care who gives me the weapon. The first thing I do is click it 6 times into the dirt.
Right. I think that's a little different when you're given the gun, but I think Alec Baldwin's trying to say people not to pull the trigger.
And then most with a revolver, you don't want, most with a revolver, real firearm, they'll tell you, don't. You see the movie where they flick the wrist and then the cylinder drop. They don't want you doing that because that could mess up the timing of the gun.
Yeah.
The firing pin on a revolver is pretty damn sturdy. You're not going to mess that up.
Yeah.
I can see if it was a 22 or something like that, where you might mess up the firing pin on.
Yeah, these guns are pretty stout. So.
Yeah, it's a stout gun. A 45, that's a stout gun.
Yeah. So, but I understand what he's trying to say there. They tell the actors don't be dummies with the guns. Apparently, it didn't take.
Yeah.
Agrees that Alec did not pull the trigger and that his finger was outside the trigger guard.
So you have this Colt 45. You just pulled
the hammer as far back as I could without cocking the actual.
And you're holding onto the hammer.
I'm holding that. I'm just showing. I go, how about that? Does that work? You see that? Do you see that? She goes, yeah, that's good. I let go of the hammer. Bang, the gun goes off. Everyone is horrified.
Kind of dodgy about that quarter
They're
cock
shocked.
and half cock safety bars.
It's loud.
Well,
they don't have their earplugs in. No one was. The gun was supposed to be empty. I was told I was handed an empty gun. If there were cosmetic rounds, nothing with a charge at all, a flash round, nothing. She goes down. I thought to myself, did she faint? The notion that there was a live round in that gun did not dawn on me till probably 45 minutes to an hour later.
45 minutes to an hour.
Well, she's laying there and I go, did she get it by wadding? Was there a blank? Sometimes those blank rounds have a wadding inside that packs us like a cloth.
Yeah, armor-piercing cotton balls, Alec. That's what happened. Yes.
Exactly.
No, oh my God, I'm dying.
Even the fact that he doesn't know how to safely let the hammer down without,
yes,
yes.
Well,
that's a problem.
Well, and here's the thing, and we, going through the one motion that the state filed, you could see in the. I don't have the clip anymore. I wish I did, but we've already seen it so far in the show, in the presentation. He's got his finger on the trigger when they're lining up the shots.
Yeah.
So they've done that. And then here is when they tested the hammer.
So you got quarter cock and then you got
we're going to get back up to show the picture of what happened to the hammer here. So as they were beating on it with the hammer at the FBI, hold on, there's so many pictures here. So this one right here. So this is the reference trigger. Here's what it should look like. It should look like this. This is the broken trigger. Notice it's got this this is the piece that chipped off.
Yeah.
And that's when they were testing it to say, look, Alec, what you're saying is impossible. Now, when they tested it later, the firearms examiners got a hold of it. Where did it go? So in figure one, when they cock it back, and guys, this is the firing pin on a single action right there. That's what that looks like. When they cock it all the way back, it doesn't hold. Okay. But if they let it go and something broke inside the gun, the hammer gets stopped at the half cock position.
Right.
So it catches itself. So Alec Baldwin's idea, this would have happened otherwise. There's a bit of an issue with that. There's a bit of an issue there.
A small one.
Just a bit of one. Kimbo's saying, was there any blood? I mean, here's the thing. I don't know for sure because I've seen a lot of people get shot in my line of work. Sometimes people get shot and it's like you stabbed a hole in a garden hose, just blood everywhere. Sometimes people get shot and there's, they're dying, but the blood is just filling them up on the inside and they're drowning.
Yeah, I mean, and from where they said she got shot was right under the armpit. So if she was positioned the way he said she was positioned, the gun was pointed under her armpit. It wasn't like she was face to face with him. She was bladed away from him. So when the bullet hit her, it went through her armpit into her lung. Now her lungs would have filled up with fluid and blood. But there's if there was a exit wound, she had clothes on and stuff that could have soaked that up, stuff like that.
Well, yeah, and it's just people don't always bleed like in a movie,
right?
And also, I mean, the bullet went through her spine. I mean, she was. People were asking what was going to happen to her. Yeah, she was dead. She was going to be dead. She wasn't coming out of this in one piece.
No.
And
and it was an exit wound because the bullet hit the director. So
yeah, I'm trying to find a picture of the.
That's a hell of a way to go.
Well, I mean, she was she was probably unconscious very quickly.
Yeah.
And so here we're gonna have to. Well, I'm assuming YouTube's not gonna crap its pants.
It's a pretty big assumption sometimes.
Well, I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
So here is what the hammer on a single action arm looks like. This is just like the one Alec Baldwin had. Okay. So here's the firing pin, and there are the sear notches. And they engage with the sear. So that part we already saw that was broke clean. Well, the full cock notch down here sheared off as well. These metal parts are just they catch on each other. But the littlest bit, and then when you pull the trigger, they go. So this one failed, but this half notch saved the day. So down here was the failure, but this still caught. So that's why what Alec's trying to say doesn't work. The math doesn't math. Oh, we're getting back, guys. Here we go.
Well, while they're going back, it's getting on 4:30 a.m. here, so
all right.
I'm gonna go to bed.
You got work to do or something.
Yeah. I'm a practicing attorney, so I have a real job.
I understand the struggles there.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Legal Vices. Jeff will be on. Are you covering this tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow.
Okay. Take care, Jeff. Have a great night.
Have a good night, folks. We'll see you. Bye.
All right. I think we can also probably go back to this now. I think he was told, look more sullen. It's 4:20 in South Korea. All right. Yes. Hold on. Angela, you're asking where he's at. Jeff is in Busan, South Korea. So. And yes, Juror 13, you're right. She had agonal breathing. And guys, agonal breathing is when your brain is not in charge. It's just your reflexes, your base, your brain stem at that point. She's breathing and it's gasping and it sounds horrible. It's the last little vestiges of what can fire keeping going. But by that point, you're dead.
Yeah.
So. Angela's saying, look like you gave a shit, basically. Yeah, no, I'm serious. When I have clients and we go to trial, I tell them you are taking notes, and I tell people, take your pen. I tell people, bust out your pen, sit there and write. I don't care if you're just writing squiggles. I don't care if you're writing little stick figures and Godzilla fighting each other, or you're writing notes, whatever it is, you want to be engaged. If you hear something like, you're like writing notes. You don't just go like this and sit there and go, or you don't look at the jury and go. You can't do any of that. So, Roxanne is saying, I watched my mom take her last breath, that it was just like that. Yeah, it's called the death rattle, guys.
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
Way. Yeah, I watched it the same way. He wasn't there anymore. It was just his body was just reflex.
Yeah. Fallen Hero says I would draw. Well, as long as you're not going like if you're just like, and you're drawing, and yeah, I mean, I had a guy once. He was drawing little squares, and he drew them, and he drew like this, and it worked. Nobody noticed, and it was good. I think. Yeah, court will resume shortly.
He said, "Turn your ass around."
Yeah. Oh God, look at him! Look at him! Look at him!
Yo, he's.
You can't do that. They just showed it. Did you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, Law and Crime is making him. Yeah, here we go. This right here. He turns around. When he turns around right here, this is just. I think the AP's got a quicker feed than him.
That smirk on his face.
Yeah, and he turned around and they had him looking the other way for a second. He's just like, "Ma." It's like,
who's that? His wife that told him turn around?
I don't know. Somebody on his team probably like, dude. He's just not helping himself. This is not.
That's what you call smug.
Yeah. Yeah. And also there's Detective Duck Lips. Like he looks like he's all about this. He's like, I'm gonna say a bad word. He's got that look on his face.
All right, the tall broad don't look like she is a broad now that I'm looking at her.
Oh, she is a woman.
Is she?
Crystal says he should be somber, respectful looking. Yes, but remember, you have to be careful because if you look too serious, the people think. Remember, people think you're projecting, you're acting. If you're not, you don't care. It's a tough line to straddle.
Into evidence, which is the 911 dispatch.
Okay, is your witness going to recognize it? Or is it by It's by stipulation.
Right.
Okay.
That's what we agreed.
All right.
Okay, and if we could just, so that the jury can see, page 6, if we could just publish it to the jury.
Yes. States. But defendant's 8, is that 8? Defendant's 8 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just we were using numbers. We assumed you guys were using letters, for instance. We filed.
Oh, 8.
Oh my God, the AP is like 20 seconds ahead of long grind. Funny.
Yes, we filed our exhibit list first.
Okay, so you do letters.
Now they're fighting. Yes, he's only facing 18 months if he's convicted, but Thor, he's 60. He's like 63. 18 months is a lot of time. It's a lot of time for most people. For me, that'd be a lot of time. For you, it's probably a lot of time.
Shit, I'm
For a
40.
guy
That's a lot of time.
That's a lot. What?
I'm 40, and that's a lot of time for me.
Yeah, well, for a 63-year-old guy, it's a lot of time. Did we lose audio again?
Oh, it's back.
Oh, okay, guys, they're muting on their end.
Yeah. I don't want to do 30 days.
I can't see the page at the bottom. Is this page 6?
Oh, he's 66, even worse.
Okay. And do you see how it says accident, accident, accident? I can touch it? Oh, accident.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I would ask, the 911 is exhibits 9 and 10, which is now I and J. Exhibits 9 and 10 that was entered into and played at opening by stipulation, and it asked to play and enter them and play exhibits I and J.
And this is by stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
I and J, which are, again, the 911 calls?
Yes.
Why are they 2 exhibits?
It just splits because of the EMS. It's the same
Okay.
authority.
All right, so upon stipulation, not being corrected otherwise, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we turn the volume up.
You may publish.
This is 911, what's the location of your emergency? We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. You said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't hang up. Santa Fe Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency?
Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately, okay? Like this fucking AG that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker, did you see him lean over my table and yell at me? He's supposed to check the guns. He's responsible for what happened.
Now, Mimi?
No. I'm a script supervisor.
How many people are injured?
2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
You heard some language, and then that the first assistant, was supposed to check the gun. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anybody on the 911 call mention Alec Baldwin at all?
No.
I asked you before we broke about a prior statement. I asked you if you made a prior statement that we talked about a few times. So I'm just going to approach quickly and refresh your recollection. And this is November 30th, 2023, your pretrial interview, Officer LaFleur. And I'm just going to ask you to read down here.
Lisa, there's
Your
no
Honor,
closed
and again,
captioning
Mr.
that I can
Spiro's
find.
testifying as he's handing it to the witness.
Just identify what the document is and then move with it.
There's no closed captioning, guys. I'm sorry, it's live, but there's no closed captioning.
They can't retry the AD, can they?
No, he already pled guilty, so he's done.
So they can just dump their shit on him. See,
Well, they could try to, yeah. But he's already limited his. He's actually pretty much limited in liability. You'll see why.
It is fair that you said when asked that it came in as like and appeared to be, and what the dispatch said, it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was
Objection, Your Honor.
the way he was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I like how he's just ignoring her and keep chugging along. That's one way to handle that. Just ignore her and see if she'll keep fighting over it. So, good for them. They're going to get along. They are going to fight so much. I want the CC in my voice. Closed captioning.
My question was, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And so it is it in fact true that in your earlier statement you said, and it came in like and appeared to be what the dispatch said it was, an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say, you know.
Yes.
You made that statement, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you also whether you remembered receiving any information as to the ammunition, whether they be prop or otherwise, that was at the scene. If you recalled Duran Curtin, one of the individuals in the church, giving you information. Do you remember that?
There's a lot of people in the church giving information. Can you identify which one it was?
Sure. I asked you, do you remember whether or not somebody told you that Sarah was shaking and going through the book?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This is hearsay coming in. Can we approach? I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Why? I mean, is this the battle you really want to win right now? Is this really the battle you want to win? Oh my gosh, Carrie.
I can't take the look on his face. It's just.
Yeah, no, guys, do not look like him when you ever go to trial.
It looks like Lex Luthor.
Yeah. Ladybug Lisa gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for your support and your generosity. Very much appreciated. And then Sweet Papa Stovepipe gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much for the support. And then let's see here. We gotta. Lefty is saying the two of you would have to stand on each other's shoulders to be taller than that lady's neck. Yes. Lucky Robot says, "Sup, players? What's your favorite carry piece?"
My favorite, my carry piece that I got a couple of them, but my favorite one right now is my 43X.
I thought about print out the Glock 48 frame.
My uncle carries a 48 frame. He loves the 48 frame.
Yeah. Right now, it's a Glock 19, but I like carrying my 357
did you
my Security 6
at the scene whether or not Sarah was going through the bullets and saying, "I don't know how it got there"? Did you learn that information? you recall?
I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory to which part, which
Sure.
person said what.
Sure. And I'm just going to approach the witness and show him this lapel recording.
Richard Gruber asked, will the credits for Rust include only one director of photography was harmed in the making of this film? That would be funny.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Oh, that would be funny.
It appears it's a recording type out of what my body-worn camera recorded, yes.
Okay. And when you learned this information, did you do anything with that information?
To be honest, it's the first time I've heard it in that detail. Body cameras pick up more audio than our ears do.
Okay. You also testified that the gentleman in the orange jacket came up to you and said, Alec pulled the trigger, or words to that effect. Remember that testimony?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, and you know that witness has stated absolutely he did not say it pulled the trigger, correct?
At that point, I didn't know if he said that or not.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you about one other thing we talked about this morning. Was I asked you about your testimony on direct that Mr. Baldwin was effectively disobeying police orders. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And over the lunch break, have you had a chance to reflect on that testimony?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's a fair, honestly, sir, a fair characterization to this jury to say that Mr. Baldwin was disobeying police orders at the scene?
He was given an order, but I didn't repeatedly tell him not to. As on my bad.
And so don't you think that given what actually happened at the scene, that really, in all fairness to Mr. Baldwin, he wasn't really disobeying police orders, was he, sir?
To an extent, yes.
You were the first officer on scene.
Yes.
And you did your best, no question, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, right, because a lot of this testimony I'm not going to get into, you're aware as you sit here that the issue of Ms. Hutchins passing is not a contested issue by the defense. You know that?
Yes.
And you did sort of corral the witnesses, I think you said, right?
Yes.
And then after you did that, you turned them over, in essence, to the lead detective, Detective Cano.
Yes.
Here we go with the sound again.
All right. Hold on, chat.
Was there any attempt to make this family whole again? That's my
Oh, you mean Halyna Hutchins' family?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second, guys. Here. You said the sound's going out? Yeah. All right. All right. Here we go. So there were some payouts, and we'll get that when we get a break. But it got real sketchy the way this settled out. Very, very sketchy.
Sure.
Ignore the question and the non-answer, or if we got one.
Do you know how the live bullet got on set?
I do not.
Do you know why the armorer loaded the live bullet into the pop gun?
I do not.
Do you know why the first assistant director, head of safety, failed to detect it?
I do not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-exam.
Can I use the Elmo, please?
So,
you know what? Let me do this. Where is the defense exhibit DX?
That's H. This is H, yes.
Okay.
I just have to remember them.
Rick Nikita, and tell your other drivers, I can hear everything fine, so it's not an audio driver.
No, it's streamed.
Yeah, I can. He might be being a smart ass. But
Okay. Officer LaFleur, let's back up a little bit, okay? Did I speak with you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Johnson speak to you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No,
She's about to get catty.
When was the last time someone from the prosecution spoke to you about the testimony you were going to give today?
I don't believe we've talked about the testimony I was going to give, but just about the pre-trial interview.
So you mentioned a pretrial interview. So let me ask you, do you recall when your pretrial interview was? Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript?
Yes.
May I?
So, guys, she's a little bothered
Let me
because
know.
she's trying to. The state's basically accusing her of, manipulating this guy. You talked beforehand because you guys
Officer,
are
when
being
was your
sketchy.
pretrial interview?
In May.
So she's going to be mad.
And do you recall who was there?
Somebody from the defense and somebody from the state.
Someone from the defense.
It was a female.
Okay, so just to be clear, at your pretrial interview, it wasn't the state just speaking to you. The defense attorneys were there also, right?
Yes.
And they got to ask you almost all the questions, isn't that right?
Yes, if I could recall, the state didn't have anything to ask.
So the prosecutors didn't ask you a single question.
Not that I can remember, no.
Do you agree with the defense attorney's assertion this morning that somehow you were coached to give your testimony?
I'm objecting that characterization, but can you rephrase that question?
He's objecting to the word assertion, I believe. So why don't you rephrase it?
Did Mr. Spyro indicate to you on cross-examination did he attempt to imply that the prosecution had told you how to testify?
Essentially, it sounded like he asked if I was coached in my testimony.
But the prosecutors haven't actually told you what to testify to, have they?
No, ma'am.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the statement that you made that it didn't seem like Mr. Baldwin intended to commit the act. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know what the crime that Mr. Baldwin is charged with?
I believe involuntary manslaughter.
Is involuntary manslaughter an intentional homicide?
No, ma'am. Not to my recollection of the New Mexico State statute.
Are
He's
there
doing a good
criminal
job of
offenses that are intentional
picking apart the
homicides?
cross.
Yes.
But that's not what Mr. Baldwin's charged with, right?
No.
Officer LaFleur, when you are speaking to a witness, when you were in fact speaking to witnesses at the scene, you collected their driver's licenses, didn't you?
Yes.
And what do you do when you collect the driver's license? Do you run it through a system?
I put it in our computer system, run it by driver's license in the state. It's easier than name and date of birth.
Is Defendant's Exhibit H, does that contain information about their driver's licenses?
Yes. It appeared that it was a page that showed each person's license being inputted. And the return that came back from RACC or NCIC.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you what is page 3 of that. What do we call it? Is it a CAD report?
Yes.
So let me back up for a moment. What does CAD stand for? Do you remember?
I don't know the exact exactly what it stands for, no, but it's a
Sound went out.
You gotta be kidding me.
StreamYard is
All right.
terrible today.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. Just I hear you.
Yes, it's on StreamYard side. It's
No,
not
I
you.
know, but I'm just trying to tell them. I hear them. It's muted.
Yeah.
Guys, one of you said it. Please stop. Because I'm trying to figure out if it's back yet or not.
Yeah, Sean can't fix the audio because it's not on his end. That's StreamYard acting a fool today. Something's up with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I've done everything except, I'll probably put a new browser up, but that's the only other thing I can do at this point.
Yeah, try Firefox if you got Firefox.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
I don't know whether. Yeah. Thank you.
Deal is. Guys, OBS is a dumpster fire on its own to run, so don't act like it's any better.
I love OBS, but it took forever. There's a big ass learning curve with OBS.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lose a learning curve on OBS right now.
It's a massive learning curve. It took me. It's been 3 years, and I'm still learning OBS.
Smaller and smaller, but I'm not sure what to do. Do you see? No, it's not quite there yet. At the top of the page, do you see number 16? And there's a 16, and then there's a parentheses.
yes.
What does it say?
Posted speed limit and actual.
What does posted speed limit and actual have to do with this incident?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the individual who ran it, their name, I don't know who that is.
Well, that's okay. Does this have anything to do with the incident involving Ms. Hutchins?
No.
So I want to take you down here to number 5, parentheses. What does that say?
It says non-commercial class, code D.
What is that person talking about? Does it have anything to do with the shooting of Ms. Hutchins?
He ran their license, and that's what
the return it came back for.
Yeah.
What are you doing,
driver's
lady?
license, it appears.
That's the return that came back for a driver's license? Is that what you said?
That's what it appears like, yes.
Let's go down to number 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Accident quantity.
Keep reading.
3, withdrawal. It looks like it's going to try to say withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
And look, I want you to look down here at number 21. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Of alcohol or drugs.
That you're aware of? Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Let's jump down to number 26. 6. What does that say?
Objection, relevance, cumulative.
Go ahead, sir.
Says drinking and driving at 0.0.
Did you read it all?
Yeah, per se, I think that's what it's saying at the beginning. Dash drinking and driving at 0.0. I think the next line is the blood alcohol content, BAC.
Were you dispatched to a DWI?
No.
let's have a look at page 5. Do you see up here number 23?
23 is cut off on my screen.
Oops.
Yeah. Of alcohol or drugs.
Was this an incident that was related to alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's jump down here, if you would, to number 10. Do you see that?
It says accidental quantity 0 and then withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Why are we seeing that language?
It's what the NCIC return gives our CAD.
Well,
as you can see, it's all within the same 1/10 of a second. So it's generated by the computer system itself.
So I've now turned the page to page 6. Do you see 10 there where it says 10 parentheses?
Accidental quantity 0 withdrawal.
Is the word accident reflective of Ms. Hutchins being shot on accident?
No.
What's the point? Is she trying to make it like somebody was intoxicated or could have possibly been under the influence or something?
They're just pointing out that
Is the word accident
the defense is saying, well, the reports are all bad. She's like,
in that report? Does it appear anywhere?
Yeah, and that there's no
where
mention
it's
of an
talking
accident.
about
Gotcha.
what happened to Ms. Hutchins?
No, right here, it's just a bunch of returns.
Thank you for your time.
That's what
sir.
she was trying to
I don't
show.
have anything further.
That there was no mention of this being an accident. That
Got
the
it.
prosecutor's throwing smoke.
I thought those were like the records that they pulled the day they got the licenses from the people.
Yeah.
And it was just pulling records.
Come over here.
Did she actually prove anything with that though?
Well, she's just showing that this wasn't. Nobody's considering this an accident.
Gotcha.
In the sense of it being an accident, that was the big thing. Because this wasn't an accident. They're saying this is an intentional act.
I want to see how they're going to prove this was intentional. Even I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's there. You got your conspiracies out there, but
yeah,
intentional. I don't. It's gonna
well, they've got a lot they got to
Your
deal
Honor, the
with.
state calls Timoteo Benavides.
This is the first day.
Yes.
As the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law?
Sorry, Major.
Sorry.
What's going on?
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Benavides. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name's Timoteo Benavides.
And sir, on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office as a lieutenant.
And are you still employed with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I am not.
And why not?
I retired doing 20 years of law enforcement for Santa Fe County.
And what was your rank when you retired?
Lieutenant.
And on October 21st, 2021, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties that day?
That day I was day shift commander, which entails taking care of Santa Fe County during the day and 7 deputies we had.
How large is Santa Fe County?
It's pretty big. It goes from the city limits of Espanola to all the way to I-40 down in Edgewood and to Pecos and then to the off-ramp to Cochiti.
You said you were commander that day. What does that mean? What duties did that entail?
Guys, at the
I'm pretty much in charge of
Chad,
the
if it's
county.
out of sync, refresh what you're watching because otherwise it's working in sync for us.
On what happens and
Yeah, it just kicked again. The sound.
Are you kidding me again?
Hmm.
All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right, all right, chat. All right, chat. All right, chat. All right, chat. I got you. I'm just saying I see a couple of notifications. I don't need 500 notifications.
Okay. And is that in Santa Fe County?
it is in Santa Fe County,
Okay. In New Mexico?
in the state of New Mexico. Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I was dispatched about 1:50. I didn't arrive till almost I think it was like 2:20.
Why did it take you a while to arrive?
I was pretty much on the other side of the county when the dispatch call came in.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what you observed?
Chad, it doesn't get out of sync for me, so I don't know when that's happening.
When I arrived, there was a security guard at the gate, and he told us that he was gonna drive us into the movie set where the incident happened.
Were other deputies already there when you arrived?
Deputy LaFleur was already on scene from what I heard over the radio, and I had at the time Corporal Darrete was in front of me, literally in front of me when we got there.
Were there other first responders present when you arrived on scene?
Yes, there was. There was already medics on scene when I arrived.
Were you wearing your police uniform?
I was in full uniform, displaying my badge of office at the time.
And were you equipped with a lapel camera?
Yes, I was.
Are you familiar or were you familiar with how your lapel camera works?
Yes.
And how does it work?
As soon as I activated my lights and sirens, my lapel goes off right away, and it starts recording from as soon as I activated my lights and sirens.
And how long does your lapel camera record?
Hi, Dolly. Hey.
It records until I stop it or until it runs out of battery.
And how does your video that's captured on your lapel camera uploaded? How's it preserved? Do you know?
Yes. At the time it's uploaded, we as deputies, we don't have no control how we show up to the sheriff's office and it downloads automatically from our I take off my lapel, I put it in a docking station in my unit, and everything downloads into the sheriff's office room servers.
On October 21st, 2021, did your lapel camera capture what you observed when you arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do with your lapel camera after you left the scene?
When I completed my duties on that scene, I put it in my docking station, which is also a charger, and I proceeded to the sheriff's office so it could download.
Now, have you viewed your lapel camera video since October 21st, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, did you view a portion of it this morning before you testified?
Yes, I did.
And did I show you State's Exhibit number 5 earlier this morning?
Yes, you did.
And what was that?
It was pretty much the beginning from when I activated my lights and sirens to the end.
What was it, the entire thing to the end, or was it part of it?
It was part of it. It was not the entire thing because I did stop it several times to talk to commanders and deputies, and then I reactivated.
And how long is your entire lapel camera video?
I arrived on scene about about 2:20, and I didn't leave till almost 8:30 that night.
So State's Exhibit 1 is just a portion of your lapel camera?
That is correct.
Excuse me, video?
Yes.
Okay. After you viewed it, did you notice if it's been modified or changed in any way?
It has not.
Your Honor, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit number 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
This guy has a great recollection of that day compared to the other guy.
Well, I mean, he just also knows that his recollection about it. He's testified before too.
Yeah, 20 years.
They said that they.
Can I pause it there? Is that your lapel
A
camera
long
video,
time
Mr.
practice.
Benavides? I'm going to forward it. How long does it take you to drive? How long are we going to watch you driving?
It's about 20 minutes.
So I'm going to fast forward a little bit here to about 17 minutes, or excuse me, 15 minutes.
Gonna be en route to Bonanza Creek.
Hey, I got one shot in the chest. One shot in the chest, and one shot in the chest, and another shot in the stomach.
So you have 2 victims out there?
2 victims.
Are you still driving?
I am still driving, yes.
Now, I've fast forwarded to 15 minutes and 59 seconds. Have you arrived on scene yet?
Yes, I could see the makeshift church right in front of me.
We're gonna secure the film and all the crew members.
Why did you say you're going to secure the film and all the crew members?
Pretty much common sense. I'm not on scene yet, but I'm trying to picture everything that was going on, and maybe the film caught it. I don't know.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, when you're pulling up to this church, what does it look like? How many people are you actually seeing?
So this scene was probably the biggest scene I've been to. There was people everywhere. I had medics running in and out. From what I saw from the back of the church, there was medics going to their vehicles, grabbing items, and there was just people everywhere. As in people, I mean, I couldn't distinguish who it was. It was actors, it was film personnel, bystander. I didn't know, but there was a lot of people there.
Do you know some of those, if those people were people who worked on the set?
Yes, you could distinguish them. They had a lot of sunblock on, a lot of hats, big hats for the sun. So that's pretty much how I noticed that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so.
Alrighty. I'll see if.
Yes, I already called for them. All right.
We're gonna get together going right away, so we're working on a clear on her. They went through on her.
What's happening at this, excuse me, at this point?
So as soon as I walked into the makeshift church, Deputy LaFleur started to let me know what was happening and what was going on with the victims.
How would you describe this scene as soon as you walked into the church?
The medics were doing a wonderful job. They had separated each other and they were working on the victims.
How many victims did you have?
I saw 2 on the ground.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene.
Why did you say this was a crime scene?
Because we had two victims, Halyna and Joel, fighting for their life on the ground. And it wasn't natural. This is a movie set.
Halyna didn't fight that hard, apparently.
It was now a crime scene. We had to figure out what happened.
So what directives are you giving the other deputies?
So I'm letting them know I let Corporal Aldalete know to have whoever's in charge, have everybody stop what they're doing because there was no more filming. If they were, I did not know. And so we could try to control what we could.
Everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of the.
Electric back, can I pull these guys down, get them to hell with the helicopter?
Yes, please.
Did you ask for anything else when you were out there speaking with those people?
Yes, I asked who was in charge to help me out. And then I asked Corporal to start taking pictures.
That might be
thanks, Chad.
That might be the body cams.
Did you ask for anything else?
Well, no, they said it's slowly unsinking. I don't really know. This is just getting.
Hey, I need pictures right away. Where's the props guy?
Why did you ask for pictures?
I have my lapel on, which captures a lot, but the pictures would capture detailed that's on the floor that you can't really tell from my lapel.
And you just said that you asked for the props guy. Why did you ask for the props guy?
I work security for in the sheriff's office at movie sets. The props guy is the guy that does the little stuff with sound effects or whatever. But I asked for the props guy because I needed to find out where the gun was.
Why was it important to find out where the gun was?
Because I didn't need the gun going off or getting used again on somebody else.
And did you find the gun?
I had somebody. Yes, I did find the gun.
Where did you find the gun?
Hannah Gutierrez had the gun walking out of the movie set.
And who did you understand Hannah Gutierrez to be?
She was the armorer.
Yes, they're taking care of business. What else do you need there, Chief?
Where's my radio? It's just here. Thank you.
They cleared the gun. Where is it?
You got the cleared gun?
Where is it?
Where are you going at this point?
I'm being directed by a gentleman, I assume who is a person in charge, to look for the gun.
And did you find it?
I did not find it there.
There's one there and there's one there. That's none of them. Okay. I need to know where it is.
What is it that you are pointing at with this gentleman here?
There was guns laid in the open on the cart, on this gray cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits number 7 and number 8. May I approach, Your Honor?
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Yes, Your Honor. I would move into evidence 7 and 8, but I'll publish in a second. I'm going to finish the video. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Where are you going now?
Trying to look for the armor.
You're in charge, ma'am. I need to know where the guns are right now.
Bro, armor, I need to know where the guns are at. There, go and get right there.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
Well, it's a valid question.
That is
Very valid question.
And who is she?
She's the armor on set.
And did you obtain anything from her?
Yes, I did. I obtained a revolver she was carrying.
And what did you understand that revolver to be?
To be the revolver that shot the projectile into these two victims.
May I have a minute, Your Honor, to bring up Exhibit 6?
So your first move is to take the gun, take the gun and haul ass out of the crime scene with it.
Yeah, nothing sus there.
Yeah, nothing at all. Now I feel sketchy about whether it's the right gun or not.
Yeah.
All right. State's Exhibit 6 is going to be handed to you, Mr. Benavides. If you could put on some gloves and just open it and let us know if you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 6. Yes, Your Honor.
And it's got a gun. Gun goes off, hits girl. We run out of the crime scene with the gun. I would assume they would have more than one of the same type of gun.
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson, make note of where you ended.
We need to fix this. The audio is not.
Alex shot her, slipped handed the gun and said, "Get rid of it quick."
Yeah. We ruled out the second shooter theory.
But we got a magic bullet theory, so I don't know.
Yeah, bullet did do some weird things.
Include sneak on set by itself, you know.
Yeah.
Well, this guy has way more experience than LaFleur. So he seems like he's been in a trial or two, and he's been on a set or two, and he's been in a crime scene or two. Kind of shocked he didn't take more of a commanding role there, a lead there when he got there.
Yeah.
Which was interesting to me because I would assume that the way he's talking, he would have been the one to isolate Alec Baldwin, isolate everybody else. stuff like that. But at least he knew what to do when he got there. Maybe that was the thing. He got there and he jumped straight into action before he even got to LaFleur. So
I don't remember LaFleur being that nervous when he testified in Hannah's trial. Maybe a little hesitant, but not like this.
I don't know. He looked like he got a talking to. That's all. That's
That
what he
could
looked
be.
like. He like he got a talking to, and it kind of was like he was walking on eggshells or something.
Yeah.
For those wondering, Alec is doing literally nothing. That is hilarious. I think they shot themselves in the foot, pardon the pun, when they started trying to make a case for no ill intent or malice when he's not even being charged for what's it, manslaughter. It's what is it?
All right, guys. Sorry about that. No, I had to take a call from court. I had to send them over in order. So, no, that first guy, I think he's just also super nervous because he did that first trial,
Mhm.
and now he's like here. Now it's the second time through. Everybody's watching him. I mean,
It's
he probably
Baldwin
gets told
now.
like a creep while you're up there.
Yeah.
But I mean, he just doesn't have bedside manner. I mean, some people don't.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm misstating, the video does not have the time of day on it, so they're going to elicit that from the witness, okay?
Oh. Alex is just not writing. I did not pull the trigger over and over and over again.
Sounds about to go out again.
Approximately what time it
Sounds
was
going
when
down.
you actually
Okay.
arrived on scene.
Yeah, got robot voice now.
Okay, guys, I'm trying to get Firefox set up. In the meantime, we're just going to have to deal with this for a little bit while longer.
No worries.
So we'll figure this out. Guys, we're going to try something. It's a little bit of an issue trying to switch it all over right now. If you guys are willing to wait 30 more seconds, I will switch it over to Edge and see what we can do.
Or I can
run
the video while you do that.
Oh, I mean, it's just going to take 2 seconds here.
Okay, then that's fine.
I'm trying. I had it set up, but I was trying to find the time to come over and do it. So here we go. Let's see here.
It'd be funny if it was some kind of plot twist. It was some kind of love triangle between Gorilla Grip and Hutchinson and Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
Gorilla Grip got jealous and slipped in real
All right, guys,
round.
I will be. Hold on, right 1 second.
Okay.
She slipped in a real round. Gorilla Grip slipped in a real round and took and then it took the girl out. Oh my gosh. Then tried to get rid of the gun and gave him another gun. Blaming on Alex because she walked into his room while they were romantically involved.
Well, actually, Hannah has several guys that were flirting with her at this time, including Emery, who was a clerk at the hotel she was at. And boy, did she lead that guy on. And
I can't switch it over. We're gonna have to suck it up for the last bit.
It'll be all right.
I'll have to start it tomorrow.
It'll be all right. But yeah, so
switching over is confusing the shit out of the system. So
when you have what they call vaginal hubris.
Yes.
Vaginal hubris.
You know,
she definitely has it.
Yeah. She
All
had
right.
everybody on her list.
So here we go, guys.
It was 2:20, 2:30.
Do you have a specific recollection of the time or not?
I do not.
Would reviewing the CAD refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach you, Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants and admitted DX8T.
For the record, I think it's now H.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a dispatch log.
If you could review it and let us know if your memory is refreshed after you review it, and I'll take that document back from you.
Really looks like a villain in like a Bond movie.
Baldwin, he does. What's he like? What do I see in the distance?
Is he like side-eyeing the jury?
Yes.
Do you remember?
I don't know. It just he looks like a weirdo doing this.
He really does. I mean, he's not a likable guy, really, but
What time did you
Thanks,
arrive
man.
on scene?
2:20.
All right, and would your lapel camera video be at 2:20, start like at 2:20 when you arrive on scene?
It started when I first activated my lights and sirens. So when I was dispatched at 1:49.
Right, but when you arrive on scene, would it be 2:20 in the afternoon?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so even though we can't see the actual time on your lapel cam, is this your lapel cam?
Yes, it is.
And would this accurately reflect what you are seeing around 2:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
How do I know this is a gun? That's the gun.
And so you had testified earlier that this woman with the multicolored hair was the armor and she gave you the gun.
Yes.
If you could look at State's Exhibit 6 and I'll ask you if you recognize what's in the box.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that Halyna Gutierrez, the armor, handed to me.
Now, what did you do with this gun once she handed it to you?
I took custody
This
of
is
it
what I
from
would tell
her,
my client to do
and
too.
I walked it over to the passenger side of my unit, my marked sheriff's unit.
What did you do with it once you walked over to the
I-
marked sheriff's unit?
I put it in the front seat and I locked it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13.
No objection.
I haven't tendered 6 because we have other witnesses.
Okay, so 7, and I thought you had 7 and 8 that you were
7
gonna.
and 8, yes, sir. Haven't published yet.
Okay, but, okay, those were admitted, now you're doing 13.
13.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's on the screen there, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that's in front of me, and this is the gun that the armor Halyna Gutierrez handed me.
You testified that you put it in the front seat of your patrol vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Why did you put it there?
It was the most secure spot that I had control over at the time.
And what did you do to ensure that this gun was secured?
I locked I locked my unit, and nobody entered it except for me because I'm the only one with the key.
Where was State's Exhibit number 13 taken? Where was this gun when this photo was taken?
From the passenger side of my unit.
Why did you not stick it in an evidence bag?
It was so fluid, and the scene was so active. I put it there. It was secure there. That's where it stayed.
Did you do anything with this gun? Open the cylinder, or anything at all once you received it from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, as soon as I got to my unit, I opened up the cylinder and I made it safe for myself and whoever else was going to handle it.
And when you say you made it safe, what do you mean by that?
I opened up the cylinder on this wheel gun and I ran the wheel to make sure there was no rounds in it.
And were there any rounds in it?
There was no rounds in it.
Did you do anything else to the gun?
I did not.
Grabs all the props.
To your knowledge, did anybody else have access to this gun once you put it in your patrol vehicle?
No.
So what is the next thing you did after you secured the gun in your patrol car?
What I remember is I was talking to the armor, Hannah. I put her in back of my unit, and I told her she wasn't under arrest. I kept the door open because the detective needed to speak to her.
Now, did anybody have access to the front part of your patrol car?
They did not.
While this gun was in your possession, did you do anything, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch it or do anything to it?
No.
Does Exhibit 13 accurately reflect the condition of the gun when it was handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you secure any other items of evidence?
I did. I secured 2 boxes of ammunition.
And where did you find those?
They were on a gray cart, which Hannah directed me to, that they were on a gray cart that were used for this gun.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 7, which has already been admitted.
Where are the 6 rounds that were in the gun, including the shell casing from the spent round?
Do you recognize it?
Sarah Zachary took all
Yes,
that.
it is the gray cart that Hannah directed that the ammunition was on.
And where was that cart when it was you were directed?
Gun got
to?
immediately emptied.
Wow.
My first lapel video where that gentleman directed me, walked me over, and he said none of these guns were used. This was the cart that he was talking about.
Okay. And where was this photo taken? Where was the cart when this photo was taken?
It looks like it was taken in front of my unit, in front of my in-car camera.
Okay. So was that cart moved from where you initially saw it to in front of your car?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Hannah had she directed that the ammunition was there, so there was a gentleman that offered his services because I was dealing with Hannah, and I watched him bring the cart from where it was to me.
Does State's Exhibit 7 accurately represent the cart in the condition that you saw it when you first were directed to it?
Yes, it is.
And why did you move it to the front of your patrol car?
It was evidence. Hannah said that ammunition was on it used in the church.
Is there another reason why you moved it to the front of your patrol car?
To keep an eye on it, to make sure nothing was taken, nothing was put in.
Was anything capturing what would happen if anybody got close to this cart?
To where it is right now, they would have captured from my in-car camera.
So do you have a dash camera?
Yes, a dash camera, yes.
So was the dash camera running and filming this cart as it's sitting there in front of your patrol car?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did anybody come over to this cart and remove any items?
No, not when it was sitting there, no.
Okay. Why not collect the items instead of moving, or why not collect the items before you moved it?
I'm in a patrol car. I'm not in a van or anything that would fit the whole cart in a hole to secure it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted. May I publish on it? Yeah. Is that a close-up of the cart?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at? What was on the cart? What did you observe?
Loose ammunition, gun belts, a gun, various other items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Counsel, do you want to see?
And threw them out. Maybe it was some of the dummies she threw out.
May I, Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 9? Yep. May I publish?
Like, why empty the gun?
Do you recognize that? It's State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a wheel gun.
Is there anything else that you see?
I understand why you'd empty the gun. Oh my God, there's live ammunition and we didn't make it safe. So that makes sense why they'd empty the gun.
But in emptying it upon the police getting there.
Well, that's a secondary thing. I agree. Sarah Zachary threw a bunch of shit away.
Yeah,
but it's a live gun. We need to make it safe.
But also see a shell case. I see the shell case. Well, I don't know if it's the shell casing that's spent.
That's the shell casing.
That's the spent shell casing.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
So think about it. Like that gun's now hot. Oh my God, there's live ammo in it. We need to make it not dangerous anymore. So I would unload it too. I wouldn't just like, oh well, shit. Hope nobody touches it.
Be there.
Yeah.
There's car keys. There's loose ammunition.
Yeah.
And is this on the cart that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And again, what did you do to preserve this evidence?
I get your point, Cannon. It's
Like
evidence.
I said, I kept it in front of my
Right.
unit for my dash cam to capture if it got tampered with.
Now, was there a perimeter established on this scene?
Yes, we did. We did a perimeter of yellow crime scene tape, and we tried to preserve everything that was in the church and everything that was out as in film.
Is that what we saw, the yellow tape around the cart?
Yes, it is.
And to your knowledge, were people allowed into the area that was enclosed or encased by that yellow tape?
People were not, unless you were a deputy.
And who came and collected this evidence? Do you know?
I believe our crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
You testified that you observed some rounds. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. May I publish one?
Yeah.
I move into Evidence State's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize those 2 rounds that we see there?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
they were on the cart.
Did you touch them in any way or remove them from the cart?
I did not.
Now, you told us you also seized some boxes of ammunition.
Yes, I did.
And where did you take those from?
I took those physically from the cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into Evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12. What are we seeing here on State's Exhibit 11?
That is the front driver's seat of my marked sheriff's unit, and there are 2 white boxes on my seat.
And where did you get those boxes from?
I physically took them from the cart, from the gray cart.
Why did you take those from the gray cart?
Those were the 2 boxes that Halyna Gutierrez, the armor, told me that were used.
Did you see what was inside those boxes?
I assume there were bullets.
Why remove just those boxes and not the other stuff on the cart?
The armor, Hannah, she pointed those out, and those were the gun. Those were the ammunition used for the gun.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 12. Your Honor, I move into Evidence State's Exhibit 12 and ask to publish.
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 12, Mr. Benavides?
They are a close-up of the 2 white boxes.
And what kind of rounds are those?
Those rounds say 45 long Colt dummies.
Did you then turn these over
Thank
to
you,
someone else,
Mobas.
these boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And who did you turn them over to?
The crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
Let's go back to your lapel cam. You had testified earlier that
Yes.
you had placed
Cowboy
Ms.
Action
Gutierrez
Bros. We're doing
in
good
your-
today.
in your vehicle. What happened to Ms. Gutierrez after we're seeing her here at 20 minutes and 8 seconds?
From this point, I took custody of the gun, and we walked over to my marked sheriff unit.
I'm sorry, let me pause it there. This was the wrong copy.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said two. Now, we're not secure. Where are they at?
I don't know if it's being saved.
What are you being directed to at this point?
I don't remember. I couldn't really hear her.
Okay, let's go back. And I apologize. It looks like the audio is a little behind the video.
I mean, these trucks are going to ruin the authenticity of the movie. I hope they weren't there.
What were you referring to when you said, where are they at?
She was telling me about the rounds.
And where are you headed at this point at 20 minutes and 16 seconds?
That is my unit that I'm looking at right in front of me.
You have those rounds I gave you? Are they? How would you give them to? Yeah, that's not it.
Is that when you secure the gun in your vehicle?
That is the front of my unit on the passenger side. Yes, it is.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so, are they okay?
Hair looks like a Ukrainian flag,
Yeah.
which is really ironic.
Maybe she was standing in solidarity.
Yeah. You know, the movie's ruined. There's a helicopter in it now. It's like time. It's Back to the Future, chat. Well, there they go. Now they're wheeling her out to the helicopter.
What is happening right now?
There was a helicopter just landed. Hannah's there on my right-hand side, and I'm watching the guy on the cart.
Is somebody bringing the cart to you at this point?
Yes, it was a gentleman. I didn't get his name, or I don't remember his name. That was bringing the cart.
Your Honor, did you want us to approach?
Are these around here?
Okay,
Got rounds here.
okay, now, so this is the one I'm pretty sure I remember. This is that's the one. Right, okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Relax.
I'm so scared.
Zero rep. Just relax.
So if you're the boss, then I got it.
Okay. You right there. Okay. Relax. I just need you to.
What's happening right here?
Hannah, as you can see, she's upset.
Feeling
because
sorry for
upset,
herself?
and she's showing me
No,
where the
she's.
rounds are.
I don't
that
think
were
she's feeling
used.
sorry for herself at this point.
And
She's
was it the
panicking,
same
like, oh my
rounds
God.
that you put in your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Just relax. Okay. I just need you to relax. Just please relax. Okay. Take deep breaths and relax.
That's the emotion that Alec Baldwin failed to show.
At least that's genuine, I guess.
Yeah. Well, he's in his mode of Harlan Russ. Harlan Russ has no mode. He's still stuck in the acting mode.
Harlan Russ got people for things like this.
Harlan Russ kills bitches all the time.
Sound gone again.
I mean, in that scene, he was supposed to shoot the sheriff, so it's like close enough.
I mean, he is method acting, so he's got to stay in character.
Audio's going.
Yeah, sorry.
Nah.
Oh, that's true. He didn't even know who Hannah was. Yeah. Hey, ask him something like, do you know what the armor looks like? And he's like, what?
So we will have Firefox up and running tomorrow. I can't get it going right now. So here we go.
How long were you out there at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I didn't leave until about 8:30 that night, so about 6 hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I don't lock, you know.
I wonder if they're going to be taking a break right now.
Okay, not a problem. Yeah.
How much Alex Sparrow is an hour?
Yeah, and I got a key anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. So, it's okay. We know you're trying. I understand. It's just frustrating because I want to give you guys quality. You guys are here, I want to give you guys quality. That said, Debbie O, we got to catch up on some of these. Says, for $20. Thank you, Debbie. Says, it's not fair to judge someone's reactions by what you would think you would do. Some people react to catastrophe by going into problem-solving mode. Some people respond by freaking out. Both are normal. It's true. But remember, guys, I've said this before. A jury trial is a sale. Alec Baldwin's trying to sell the idea he's not guilty.
Hmm.
And you have to convince these people you're not a bad guy.
Mr. Benavides,
You know,
do you know
hell's
where the
sale.
gun was
It's
from the
impression.
time of the shooting of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza to the time that
Thank
it
you,
was
Super
given
Chat.
to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
I do not.
And
It also doesn't have Alec
do you
Baldwin's known
know
for being a
who
dick.
handled that gun from the time of after the shooting to the time that it was given to you?
I do not, other than Hannah handing it to me.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Spiro gets $2,000 an hour.
That wouldn't surprise me. That
Supposedly
wouldn't surprise me. A
gets
firm like
four. Yeah.
Quinn Manuel. Oh yeah,
Those gloves off.
he's charging
Anyway.
big bucks. You know, if only I was got a top 25 firm, making $2K an hour. Yeah, Angela, you want
Yeah,
you want to he defends Elon Musk.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
You know, when you get to the scene, you can hear yourself yelling in the lapel, "Where's the prop person?" Right?
Correct.
And when you get to the cart that we looked at, I think it's State's Exhibit 7, and if we could publish that when we can in a moment. It's fair to say that the cart was sort of disorderly, right?
Oh, it was a mess.
Okay. And you don't know whether anybody moved anything before you got
Trust
there,
me,
right?
I'm trying.
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't see Sarah Zachary, the prop master, there, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
And so when you first get to the prop cart, you eventually sort of leave it and go back to going to deal with other things, right?
Well, the gentleman that was there, he told me that the gun wasn't there. There was a lot of guns on that. There was a couple of guns on that cart, but he told me I have to take him for his word because I wasn't there. He told me that the gun used in the church was not there.
Right, but there was, and you anticipated, there were other guns on that.
That is correct.
Okay. And you left those firearms and you left them there.
God,
You went
that
to
is
do
not a
what
good
you
look.
did next, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you know,
just sit up
Oh
and
my
roll.
God. Oh my God. It's not a high school.
From all sorts of
It's not sixth period in high
firearms,
school,
but
dude.
this was a movie
Holy
set, right?
shit!
That is correct.
He not even realizing they just handed him.
oh
him.
my-
An
Like,
empty
this is-
prop
this
gun
is-
without live ammunition isn't going to hurt anybody. There.
Jeez.
I do not know, but
mischaracterizes the evidence.
I mean, other than if you drop the empty gun on your toe or something, an empty gun, a completely empty gun, isn't going to hurt anybody. Sure.
a complete, yeah, of course.
You know, and then you go back to the armorer, and she hands you the firearm, right?
Yes, they direct me to the armor because I didn't know who the armor was, and they directed me to her. And I asked her, "Is this the gun?" And she said yes.
And I can see you're wearing gloves as you're taking out the exhibit today. Right? You've got purple gloves on.
Oh, here we go.
I don't think you have to keep them on, by the way. If you don't want to keep them on.
I didn't know if you wanted.
The gun
to see
has
it.
so many
I
hands.
can see it, right?
He might as well just say,
But the
he's
reason
starting
I'm
to go to
asking
fucking
this
prison.
is, and I don't think you talked about this in direct, but
This is just-
the day you took the gun, you weren't wearing gloves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And but you were sort of careful when you took it, and you sort of you took it without touching the trigger. So if somebody wanted to swab the trigger for DNA, they still could.
Yeah, sleazy. He's gonna play Biden next.
The way I handled it was trying to be as safe as possible because I didn't have a holster for it. So I was trying to hold it so I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't know if it was empty or loaded or not.
And because you handled it that way, also somebody could have swabbed the trigger for DNA, right?
I guess so, yes.
Do you know if law enforcement ever swabbed the trigger for DNA?
I have no idea.
I knew that's where he was going with this.
So there was a question posed to you about, the prop gun when you got it was empty, fair?
Yes, when I cleared it at my unit, it was empty.
But you don't know what happened exactly to the ammo that was in it at the time of the incident, right?
No, I do not.
And somebody told you that Dave, the first assistant director, head of safety, had the rounds, right?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
He's asking him.
Just a question, if you know. Do you know that?
I don't know who Dave is. I don't remember any other names to this date
Okay.
other than the victims.
Well, do you remember somebody telling you that the rounds were back at the cart?
I believe Hannah was talking to somebody and they directed it to that they were on the cart.
And was that a male?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you don't know as you sit here today whether that was Dave Hall's head of safety of the set?
Yeah, I don't remember. No,
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to refresh you in a moment on that, but while I'm doing that, I'm just going to move on for a second, which is the next time you see the cart, right? It's being brought to you in a different location, right? The cart gets moved.
Yes,
Yeah?
from the first time I saw it, where that gentleman directed me to it, and he said that the gun used wasn't there until the gentleman brought it to me. Yes.
And you said that ideally that's not how it would have gone down, right?
No, not at all. But I was trying to improvise as much as I could.
Okay. There were eventually, when you get the prop cart back, the sort of third viewing of the prop cart, there was ammunition on top of the cart there.
Yes, and that's what I saw when I first saw it.
And you saw it again when the cart came back, right?
Correct.
And at one point, you actually sort of reached down and touched some of the ammunition. True.
I believe I picked them up and put them down. I didn't know if they were live. I didn't know anything. So.
And another civilian came over and picked one up and showed you one was this and one was that, right?
Yeah, he explained real quick, which it didn't register too much to me, but he was trying to instruct me what to look for, I guguess.
And if I could just show the witness, I assume no objection to states 26. Okay. If I could offer, I don't know how to do this. If I could offer states 26, or should I make it defense exhibits?
Yeah, we have no objection to admitting our own exhibit, so thank you.
Great. So I'll admit states 26.
States 22.
26, Your Honor.
Setting the bomb, chat. You heard. Boop, boop, boop.
Do you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if you look sort of in the middle section, the 2 and 2, the 2 and the 2.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell which ones are dummies and lives by looking at them?
I do not.
We can take that down. Where was the backup? You're talking about a lot in direct about how, this happens and that happens. And I'm just sort of curious, where was backup?
Backup is in.
That's in, reinforcements, sir, so that you didn't have to try to manage all of this.
So that day I had 7 deputies, including myself, on duty here in Santa Fe County. I had Deputy LaFleur was a swing shift deputy, so he was coming into work. I believe he lives somewhere in Albuquerque.
Oh, so that's why he
was
got there
coming into
first.
work when the call came in. And it was myself and the corporal who were available at the time. So there
That
was
makes
only
sense.
3 of us, and the rest were northern part of the county and the eastern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
And you called backups for the state
East
police, right?
side.
I did.
And
This
they,
was so remote.
that request for backup was denied by supervisors, correct?
As if I remember correctly, yes. Or they didn't have. I don't remember if they said they didn't have enough, or they didn't have availability, or the supervisor just said no.
Didn't the supervisor say that they believed this would likely be unfounded and it was probably an accident?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, he's ready to dump all this
Facts,
on
not
the
in
prop,
evidence.
the prop master and the armor.
Of course he is. Oh, yeah.
I'm asking why the backup didn't come in if he knows that.
You got to.
And they can't be tried again anyway.
Nope. They're all done. Yeah, I don't blame them for doing that because there's only so much you can do there.
Yeah. That's what I see. He's making that case right now.
Yeah.
He didn't know they took the gun. We
Mhm.
don't know if they tampered with it when they took the gun. And so many people touched the gun. So how can you say that's the one that he had in his hand? Maybe they swapped the gun out and blah 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 blah. I already see where he's going with this.
Oh yeah. Well, that's
I mean, that's a hell of a reasonable doubt case, because that's my question. Like, why would they move it? Why would they empty it? That creates some kind of doubt.
Yeah, guys, and if you guys do, obviously you guys know who Dolly is and where to find her, but CannonHotep on Twitter, at CannonHotep, youtube.com/@CannonHotep, and then on Rumble at CannonHotep.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm going to subscribe to you right now.
I appreciate it.
guys.
I appreciate it.
Subscribe if you can, or just
It's always a
something
fun
out there.
time. It's always a fun time over on my channel.
Let's let him
Yeah.
become the most
Rephrase.
popular of
Thank
the
you.
Hoteps.
There you go.
You'll surpass even Uncle Hotep.
Disregard the question and the answer. Thank you.
Haven't met him before, but he seems hilarious.
Great guy, fantastic guy.
Right?
Yes.
And that would have been your supervisor's call, not yours, correct?
My supervisor? No.
I'm asking.
No.
Whether or not that request went to the cities.
No.
That wouldn't have been your supervisor's call?
That wouldn't have been my supervisor's call, then.
Did you make that call direct?
I asked dispatch to talk to state police to see if they could send people to help me with the scene.
The perimeter that you talked about did not include the prop truck, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know what any of that was. I was just trying to take care of what happened in the church.
Right. So, but just so that it's clear for the members of the jury, you later learned that cart that we're looking at rolls up and goes into a prop truck that housed the rest of the firearms and ammunition. Right?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I did not know that. I did not.
No, I know you did. I know you're saying you didn't know that then. I'm saying you did become aware later that there was a prop truck, right?
Objection, hearsay, and speculation.
I think that's the answer. Did you just ask that question?
I can just move on to another if he doesn't know. Okay. It's fair to say law enforcement wanted to find the origin of the
There's Hancock.
bullet that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
She's sitting at the table.
My personal involvement was just taking care of the evidence, and I don't know what happened after that.
Well, you collected those white boxes, right? Those
Yes.
two white generic
What's the
boxes.
movie coming out?
Okay, so I mean, you wanted to, as I think you testified direct, find the source of the ammunition, correct?
Yes,
Not gonna lie.
whatever Hannah directed
Get
me
on
to,
Pirate
yes.
Bay anyway.
And you wanted to talk to
Sail the high seas.
Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives, yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel, yes.
Okay. Everyone's been yelling at her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in the police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car, yes.
Right. Nobody placed Mr. Baldwin in a police car, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Objection relevance. It's
Correct.
relevant whether or not you arrested someone, I
Now-
would argue.
You know, when you're at the scene talking to witnesses, which you can hear yourself doing on that lapel, you know, you're letting witnesses give you information. Fair?
Yes.
You're not, you know, trying to put words in their mouth, right?
No.
You're not cutting them off, right?
I probably did some of them, but I tried to listen to them, yes.
Well, you're trying to look at the facts and circumstances and trying to figure out whether or not a crime occurred or whether this was an accident. Fair?
All I was trying to do was preserve the evidence for the detectives. That's all I was trying to do.
And you understood that the detectives were trying to rule out that it was a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He can ask if he understood that or not.
You understood from meeting with the detectives that they were trying to figure out and rule out if this was a crime.
Well, that's our main function, is to see if there was a crime committed or not.
You agree with me, right?
That's our main function as law enforcement, yes.
Okay. You don't know how the live bullet got on the movie set?
I do not.
You don't know why the armor loaded into the prop gun. She didn't tell you that.
No, I do not.
And you don't know why the first AD failed to detect it.
The what?
The first assistant director, that guy Dave.
Oh, I do not.
Okay. And you still work for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office?
Do I still work? No, I'm retired.
You've retired. Okay. I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, thank you.
I mean, this is just. Yeah, this is.
Oh God! Now what he's doing?
She's not even writing. He's got his pen cap on. See, that's better. That's an actual look. You can have that look. Not going. Oh.
When
do I get my? When do I get the? When is my sturgeon caviar?
Mr. Benavides, you were shown State's
Oh, it's so
Exhibit
hard.
26 on cross-examination. Do you know where those rounds that we see on 26 came from?
That's a government building, Miss Sparkles. They don't have good paint.
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess.
Yeah, it was a mess.
Was that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
What was, if I'll rephrase, Your Honor, was it in a visible place?
Objection
vague, unclear.
Why don't you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a tent, and there was people all around it.
Now, you were asked a question about leaving the cart, this prop cart, unattended. Did you leave it unattended where anybody would come and be able to remove and take things off it?
When I took custody, when I saw the gentleman bringing it to in front of my unit, it stayed right there, and nobody messed with it. No.
Now, you were shown photos of the, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7, if I may. Showing you State's Exhibit number 9. Did you have any reason to believe that was a fake gun?
It was a movie set. I did not know if it was fake or real.
How about State's Exhibit number 6 that you have in front of you? When you took that into custody, did you have any reason to believe that that was not a real gun?
No.
Did you have any involvement in this prop truck that you were asked about?
No, at the time I didn't know anything about a prop truck.
Why did you place Ms. Gutierrez in the back of your police car?
She was the main person that was handling the firearm. And common sense told me that detectives wanted to speak to her.
Were you asked about where to place Mr. Baldwin?
No. I believe Deputy LaFleur asked me, but there was so many witnesses on his side. I just told him to keep him separated from everybody and everybody from each other as much as possible.
Now, is the reason he was not placed in a police car because he wasn't a suspect?
At the time, I don't remember if somebody told. At the time, I don't remember if somebody told me he was handling the gun. I don't remember. So no.
So he wasn't placed in a police car just because there were other reasons?
She has not asked the question. So
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Spiro asked you, you didn't place Mr. Baldwin in a police car, but you placed Hannah. Is it because Mr. Baldwin was different from Hannah, or was it other reasons?
It was other reasons. Like I said, Deputy LaFleur had a lot of people on his side of the movie set. So keeping one person in a police car, you got to watch them, and then you got to watch everybody else. So he was able to watch everybody all at once.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, so oh wow, she's back. Oh, she's done. It looks like.
all right, we're going to take our bathroom break. We'll be back at 3:15. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We are in recess.
Oh my God, this has just been
A shit show.
Yeah, there you go. There's Lieutenant Duck Lips for you there. She's just she's got a lot of. Looks like she got a lot of injections.
Oh goodness gracious.
The sound is down, guys. Yes. There's more comments we need to get to. Debbie, I wanted to touch base again. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but remember, this jury is looking for reasons. Why should we send you to prison? And
Right.
if you come out and you're known for looking like a dick and being an ass, guess what? You're not helping yourself. So, but I agree. At the end of the day, we all react differently, but a jury trial is a sale. We're selling a narrative on one side or the other.
You got to have some kind of remorse, or at least look like you do.
Well, there's some remorse, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yes, you
Got
also can't sit there and act like your dog got killed right in front of you, too.
Right.
D says, I don't know, dude. I don't interact with professional actors. He could have been acting to hide the fact he intended to kill her. Who knows?
It said it could have been a love triangle we ain't know about.
Yeah. Could be, man. Nicholas Kreuzer is saying, caught me shooting the director. It wasn't me. Saw me pulling on the trigger. It wasn't me. And then the sheriff caused some drama. It wasn't me. And then the doctor said it was over.
Oh man,
You
it's
know,
just it's
give me that. Yeah, they caught him creeping. They caught him smoking the Ukrainian next door. Oh,
I'm interested to see how they prove intent.
yeah. Well, remember, it's not that the intent is willful disregard.
Okay.
So it's manslaughter. It's involuntary manslaughter, meaning this wasn't intentional, but he acted with such reckless disregard.
He's just out there
And
double
willful
gun pointing.
disregard. I mean, yeah, and it's just,
Wow.
it's reckless to point a gun at somebody. That's a crime. It's also then reckless to point a gun at someone and pull the trigger if you haven't checked it without due caution and circumspection. So they're going to, either way.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see.
Oh, it will be. It will be. But with his reactions like that, that's going to make it very easy for the jury.
Yeah.
Unhung Hero says she used the camera to film others, not herself. Groundbreaking. Yes. Yes. Unhung Hero says if she was so good, why did she take this project? Well, here's the thing. It's like when everybody dies. Oh my God, they were so good. Everybody's either going to be wanting to work on computers, or everybody was getting ready to go to college, or, she was this close to curing cancer, insert whatever.
Or there was a pandemic going on.
Yeah.
And, people wasn't really working on projects.
Yeah.
So took a job.
Oh yeah. I'm sure this is a job that was paying, but Unhung, what are they going to say? Oh, she was some mediocre cinematographer. Like, they're going to church her up. I mean, it's, you try to remember people in a positive light.
Right.
I need a Mac, not a PC. I would never.
My gaming PC runs fantastic when I'm doing streams. So, but I mean, what they call it, she was a rising star. So I guess that's what we're saying. Trying to give her some props. She was new.
Well, I think they're just you speak nice of the dead. I'm sure she was good at her job. Right. Say what you want about Alec. He's taken out more Ukrainians than any of the war experts on Twitter.
Jeez.
Yes. And then D's for €2 is saying, Sean, how's that writ of Mandingo coming along? Oh no, it's for the writ of Mandamus. There's a long joke in here. I'll tell you about it later.
Oh.
Hard-nosed Pollock for $2 saying the Rust movie watch when it comes out. Yeah. Although when it comes out, I may just sail the high seas. There's no point in paying for it. Zero Sum is saying, are they doing all the objections at sidebar? They're trying to. And then Lefty's saying, no. Always look like a smug idiot in court in front of your jury when looking at prison time. I know, very true.
He's looking at it like it's a process. Like he's just, I'm just going through the motions, guys. I'll be out of here, 8 days.
Yes. And then Sky's a Neighborhood for £4.99. Just £5 sterling. The King Sterling. The King Sterling. Ah. Law Blogger, why are they hammering the accident line so hard? Accident doesn't absolve responsibility. They're not mutually exclusive. I understand, but remember, the standard in the jury instructions is willful disregard. If they're saying it's an accident, that's all they've got. That's all they've got is trying to pin this on everybody else but him and oopsie poopsie. And they're hoping the jury's going to buy it. They're not going to buy it, but that's the game plan. That is their game plan. So just something to think about. They're trying real hard. That's all. But remember, guys, that's all they got. They're trying real hard, chat. And my screen went down, so I need to put this back up so my face doesn't light up. All right. Crystal Henderson for $10 says lunch funds. Thank you for the coverage. Well, thank you. Mema for £4.99. I think that's how they say it over there in Britain land.
Don't get me to line to you.
What's that?
I said, don't get me to line to you. I have no clue.
Yes. £4.99. Once again, Chad, another £5 sterling. The King Sterling. Long live the King. Not really for long, though. He's not doing so well. I am 2 hours behind. Here's some King Sterling towards fixing whatever Chad is spurging over. Well, thank you, Mema. Boosh is saying, I told you he's trying to look busy and competent. Amber Heard all over again. Fake writing, looking around, fake notes, etc. Yeah, but Boosh, that's what I would tell you to do if you were my client. You have to do that. Now, you can't be like Amber Heard where she's like, oh, interesting, write down. But you sit there and you're like just listening along, and then you turn around and you start doodling and writing. You have to look like you're engaged. And Great Success says $2,000 an hour. Dude, you want somebody who defends Elon Musk, and you ain't getting them for $400 an hour.
Right.
Did Alec hire the right team? I think so. He hired some murderers.
They're not doing a bad job right now.
They're doing the best of what they got, but these are some of the most competent attorneys you'll find. James Olin says $2,000 is a scam. It's like, they get to set their prices.
Yeah.
And Alec Baldwin's paying it, so yeah, supply and demand.
You want to drop the soap at home, not at prison.
The amount of money that Alex Spiro brings in would millions of dollars in billable hours. So yes, this guy's raking it in. Senor Spibergo is saying Baldwin's just sitting like that because he believes it's just a formality for him to be found not guilty. He very well could be if he's that pompous. Be pompous like that at your own risk. At your own risk, chat. Trenton is saying this defense is so much better than Jason Bowles. And that was Hannah Reed's attorney. Yes, guys, imagine if Baldwin had paid for Hannah to have a proper defense. Oh, that's true. But I said this from the start. If Hannah Reed had the public defenders, they would have done a better job than what her attorney did.
Damn.
Just competent defense counsel probably could have got her acquitted or at least a hung jury.
But the fact that she went down, he can just throw the rest of the blame on her, which it seems like his defense is doing.
Sure. But I'm just saying if she had just said, I can't afford a lawyer, and they gave her the public defender.
The public defender would have did a better job.
Oh, I think the public defender would have done 100 times better.
Wow.
The defense attorney was awful in this case. Tom Gillis golf instruction. Guys, if you need some golf tips, follow Tom over here on YouTube. He's saying, Sean, do short game videos to stop the flipping. Yeah, guys, he does a lot of shorts. Does a lot of little quick tips out there. They are very helpful in working on your golf game. I highly recommend Tom here on YouTube. Say, do you golf at all, Cannon?
No. I tried to when I was a kid, but I just stuck with football.
Okay. Robert saying, how much does Bowles charge? I don't know how much Bowles charge, but nowhere near the same. Content saying Chili DeCastro got to jail with a public defender. He retained his attorney, but it was still a couple $100 an hour for that guy. So
Bowles?
No, for Chili DeCastro's attorney. Bowles would have been Bowles probably was like $20,000, $25,000, $30,000, which that's a fair amount for a trial.
Well, he didn't charge. Yeah, he didn't charge her until she was charged.
Yeah.
So like the interviews, he was there free, and it showed.
And Kimbo's saying, so the firm, remember, the attorneys aren't making this money. The firm, Quinn Emanuel's making it. Yeah, they're making like $20,000 a day right now because it's the two attorneys, Luke Nikes, Alex Spiro, all the support staff. They've got paralegals there. They've got other attorneys there.
Oh, they're paying a guy to do transcripts.
Yeah, they paid for their own court reporter. They hired a court reporter that's sitting there typing it up for them and the prosecution, so they have transcripts ready to go. So yeah, these guys, this is top of the line defense work. All lawyering is a scam. I don't disagree with you. I mean, you want me to lie about
it? Sean said, "You want me on that wall? You need me on."
Yes, this is. Omar was right. You guys got the shotgun. I got the briefcase. But yeah, it's all in the game, yo. Another Omar quote. It's all in the game. Goalie says the Film Actors Guild. It's the Screen Actors Guild, guys. Have insurance to cover the legal costs. I think they would argue crimes of violence aren't covered. Crimes of like criminal charges and intentional torts are not covered under any insurance policy they may have. So I would assume no. Alec Baldwin's fronting this all on his own.
16 grand, 16K a day for 8 days.
Yeah, I mean, but that's on top of how much time they've spent on him.
Have you seen the
every
motions
time
they wrote?
Yeah, these motions were well done.
Yeah.
Like there's the amount of the motions you can find online.
Oh, it's
tons of
insane.
them. The hearings they've had, hours and hours of hearings, going through evidence. Every time Alec Baldwin calls, that's getting billed. Oh, all of this is getting billed. And then all those paralegals and the junior associates and interns working on it all. That gets billed. Big guys, big laws.
It's going to be an 8-part miniseries of Suits.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people like, that's the part of Suits you don't see, where there's a massive, the amount of people in big law that work on something or will touch a project is insane. And then Mega Mobast is saying, come on, Sean, it's supply command. It doesn't take rocket appliances to figure out. Baldwin doesn't want to admit he ate 9 cans of ravioli.
Cold.
Popcorn is saying if Hannah got off, how would that have helped Baldwin? I think that would have given the prosecution a little bit of concern that the jury is willing to say it wasn't their fault, it was an accident.
Right.
But the fact they convicted her, I think, made it easier for them to go prosecute him.
Yeah.
Because they saw the juries weren't buying it.
Yeah, because I mean, everybody has some blame here, period, for this lady getting killed. So it's, you know, I can't see Alec Baldwin skating, but I don't know. His right now his defense is making a good argument or creating some reasonable doubt. Whereas though, hey, look, he was just the actor. These people were responsible for safety. They went down for what they were supposed to. There was no reason for him to go down because it wasn't his job. You know, a reasonable person goes, well, you still should check anyway. It's a gun.
Yes, and you shouldn't point a gun at people.
Right.
And you shouldn't be sitting there pulling the trigger on that gun. Angela says, what's my rate? Not $2,000 an hour. Sarah Boone has the suitcase. Yes, she does. Not the briefcase. Cannon, there's a lady down in Florida. She murdered her boyfriend by shoving him in a suitcase while he was drunk.
Was it Hillary Clinton?
No. She's not a Hillary supporter, but she could be. But he was like a small little guy, like 100 pounds, and she got him stuck in there, and he was like he suffocated in there, and she murdered him
in a suitcase. So you tell me that this man couldn't overpower the suitcase, the zipper?
No, because he's stuck and folded up in the suitcase.
Was he dead already?
No, he was just in a positional.
There's a video of him begging.
Yeah, he's in there, and you could see him like poking, but like he's jammed in there, so he couldn't move.
How she? You know what? I'm going to go look at it.
She filmed it. She filmed him dying.
I feel a lifetime movie coming.
Yes. Oh, it's a thing. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
So. Yes, Baldwin should have spent the money on a better armor. And now look at him. Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
You cut corners. What happened?
Yeah. Jason Bowles charged $250 to $400 an hour. That's pretty reasonable. I mean, that's what a lot of attorneys would be charging.
He's a super lawyer.
I mean,
he is. I looked it up.
Fake.
Once you feel like Gorilla Grip, you kind of feel like you're obligated to hire.
Yeah. But guys, the way bigger cases like that work is you bill, you quote like a flat rate. I'm sure he quoted $25,000, $30,000, maybe more, $40,000. And he said, I'll bill you at like $300 an hour. If I had to guess. And even then, guys, at 40 G's at $300 an hour, you just burn through that.
That is a lot. Get prepaid legal, everybody. No, I'm just joking.
Prepaid legal is not a bad idea, depending on the situations.
Is this still around?
That may be a way to go. I can't recommend it, but yeah.
Jody Arias did.
Oh, she did?
Gosh.
I think so.
Oh, wow.
Arias worked at prepaid legal.
Wow. I remember it was a thing in like the early 2000s. I didn't know it was still around.
There are some out there, but I think you have to be careful and look for it.
It used to be a pyramid scheme, guys.
Sometimes some of them are scams, but some of them are legit. You just have to find the right thing. So,
yeah, it was prepaid legal.
Jody had public defenders? No, I didn't really know what she had. Otto says, how much is Alan Jackson? Well, I bet Alan Jackson's probably $500-$600 an hour. The attorney from the Karen Reed case. I'm sure he's definitely up there. And Otto, we've got a dog. Aw. But are we? How long are they taking a break for? This judge likes her breaks. I will say this much.
She must have to clear her bowels regularly.
Yeah.
She's eating dragon fruit.
She's just sitting in the back in her office, just spinning in the chair like, oh my God, I want to die. Kill me.
She took an edible. She's like, I'm done. I can't.
Her law clerk's holding her back from jumping out the window. No, judge.
All right.
Boosh says Alec offered a plea deal. I don't really think he was. I think it was plea.
He was until he started to.
Oh, yes.
Do
yes,
things,
way
yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Yes. It was, he would have pled to some ticky-tack misdemeanor.
Like
he would have to do some like gun violence PSAs, like be careful around guns.
Oh, wow.
And he didn't want to do that. Isn't that right, Dolly?
No, he was going to accept it, but he started to leak talks of the plea deal to the media, started to interview witnesses for a documentary and do a bunch of really shady stuff. And Morrissey was finally just like, no.
Well, but that's what I mean. He was going to do some of this, like do some PSAs and
yeah.
It was going to be like this, kind of like what happened to Dave Halls.
Exactly.
He was going to get a little plea.
Yep.
But then he ran his mouth and kind of ruined it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, guys, I got to get out of here. I've got a long
off?
drive home. Yeah.
All right.
If your guys are still on by the time I get home, I'll jump back on.
Oh,
but
it's only 3:15 there. They're probably going to go till 4:30, 5 o'clock their time.
Yeah.
It'll probably take me about 40 minutes to get home. If I'm home, I'll jump back on. If not, I appreciate it. This was
40
fun,
minutes,
guys.
man. Swim across the bridge.
I wish Dukes of Hazzard style, baby. Get some momentum going. We'll see.
All right, guys. Well,
I
thank you
appreciate
again, Cannon, for being here real quick. I just want to say CannonHotep
Yeah.
at CannonHotep here on YouTube,
Yes.
here on Twitter, and on Rumble, guys.
That's right. So I appreciate you guys. Salute.
Nice seeing you.
Take care, Cannon. Nice to see you. Bye, sweetheart. Also, 2.0 is leaving. Hold on. What
were you calling Cannon that?
Dolly, manage store 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm behind the stage, as they say. Check out Dolly Talk, 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be going over the evidence in the this trial for today that wasn't really shown. Some of the body cam and different things that just aren't going to be shown in trial. So, boy, this is really awkward. What?
Okay.
Potentially Dolly. This is great. So that'll be right after the stream. Hella and I will be doing that. This is about all I've been following, really. I've been getting ready to do my streams after the trial each day, getting caught up on it, learning about it all. Yes, I am actually potentially criminal now. I'm just a disembodied voice. Yes. I don't even know. I can't even check to see if the trial's back. Do I have the actual charges? I believe it's just manslaughter. Yeah, YouTuber Dolly and Sean Skin. I can see if I can find them. I'm sure they're on the New Mexico website, but it's got like probably over 100 different motions. It's so hard to find anything because they keep writing new ones every day. Let's see. What were the charges? For Alexander Baldwin, count 1, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm, and count 1, involuntary manslaughter without due or caution or circumspection. So those are just the 2 charges. Let's see. I did not get any of Hannah's nudes, unfortunately. Not that I particularly wanted them. And yeah, I started also, I got text messages from Hannah's phone because Balls is such a wonderful, competent lawyer that he, when he gave Hannah's phone to the police to download, he didn't give them any parameters. So they got the whole phone, including lawyer client privilege information. So I got like 6,000 texts from Hannah, like with her dad and her mom, and they were just, it made me realize Hannah's an even worse person than I realized. No, Ronnie, I'm not dual streaming this. Sunshine. Yeah, like during this time when she was filming the movie, she had a guy simping all over her that worked at the hotel she was staying at. She also had another guy she was going to see. The simp was buying her dinner every night and bringing it to her. Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Sean. And no, Hannah's not one of those. I know. Sean just jumped off and had me take over. Let's see. So the text messages go like about 6 weeks after the incident. Hannah Gutierrez Reed, she was the armor in Rust. So you got to see how she was dealing with this, the aftermath. She had people getting pissed that Balls was like doing interviews that she didn't know about. Let's see. One sec. I got text messages from Seth Kenny and the armorer, Sarah Zachary. So they're talking about everything that's the investigation and what happened. Seth Kenny is constantly texting the duck-faced detective, Hancock. It's really kind of cringe how much he texts her. Everybody is pointing fingers at each other, trying to throw each other under the bus. It's really funny. Oh, are we back? Fish lips, whatever. Hooters Hancock, I call her. Oh, are we almost there? I hear Clyde. Let's see. So there's like 250 screenshots of text messages between Seth Kenny and Hooters Hancock over.
Hey, Dolly, sorry
quite
about
a while. No worries. I'm a VTuber now, Hella. Wait. Okay. I'm okay, Hella. Well, you can if you want, but Sean had to go say bye to 2.0, so I'm no longer a VTuber. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, guys, Clyde took off. We had to go chase him down. So
No worries.
sorry.
Sorry. Did you catch him?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay. Good.
Oh, perfect
time.
timing. Look at that. So
Clyde had enough of being locked in the bathroom.
no, yeah,
Kidding.
He ran out the door while 2.0 was going out, and we had to chase him down. So
I get that.
sorry about that, guys. Real life had to take over for a minute. So, but yes, did you tell them what you have going on tonight?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, thank you.
Matt Reza says, I didn't know there was a lesser Hotep. There are a bunch of Hoteps. So, yeah, guys, like I said, I apologize there.
No worries.
Showing for a run good on me. Thank you. So we're going to get back to it.
There is, I don't think there's sound, but
no, this is them.
Okay, cool.
This is them right now.
Dude, don't mean mug the jury.
God, he looks like he's just fucking being
like
convenience right now.
And dude, sit up straight. Looks like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and I don't have great posture.
Yeah, well. Oh, I'm glad Dolly looked after you. I figured you guys were in good hands.
Thank you.
So. There's sound. Okay, hold on. Hold on, chat. Okay, guys, I'm restarting it. It's dicking up again. Hold on.
Okay. Holy crap, Eric, you are right. That is Jim Norton. Yes, Ronnie, that is Stephen Baldwin, I believe.
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
That is Jim Norton.
Been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a Patrol Division do?
We answer calls throughout the county, anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations, that type of thing.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it was.
And what role did you play in that investigation?
Deputy or Sheriff's Office personnel had already been dispatched to the scene at the movie set. Lieutenant Benavides advised that one of the persons shot was being transported to the hospital and requested a deputy respond to the hospital as well.
Which hospital?
The St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
Okay. And was that deputy you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched or you went to the hospital?
It was a little bit after 2 o'clock.
And once you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I arrived to the emergency room.
And why did you go to the emergency room?
We had been notified, or I had been notified through dispatch that the ambulance was transporting that subject to the emergency room.
And so once you were in the ER, did you go into a room or did you wait in the lobby? What did you do?
I arrived at the one of the trauma rooms that's there at the hospital.
What did you observe when you walked into the trauma room?
A gentleman sitting on a or laying on a like a gurney hospital bed in the upright position.
Got him.
He had an approximate.
Oh yeah, this is the ER video.
Hole to I believe it was the right side of his shoulder.
Do you remember his name?
Yes, it was Mr. Joel Souza.
And what did you do next?
I briefly made contact with Mr. Souza in an attempt to collect preliminary facts surrounding what had occurred.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about what Mr. Souza told you, but after you spoke with Mr. Souza, what did you do?
I observed medical doctors administer some sort of medication to him, and then they retrieved a
the detective who went to the hospital
projectile from his shoulder.
Okay. Were you watching this as it was taking place?
Yes, it was.
So did you watch doctors retrieve that projectile from his shoulder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that projectile once it was taken out of Mr. Souza's shoulder?
It was placed into a plastic container. It was handed to me, and I kept possession of it.
And where did you take it?
It was in my possession until Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived, at which point I transferred it. I gave it to them.
Do you recall who you gave it to?
Yes, Miss Marissa Pop. I can't pronounce her last
Popple?
name. Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She is an evidence tech, crime scene tech with the Sheriff's Office.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. May I approach you?
Yeah.
Objection.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
That was the projectile that was retrieved by medical staff at the hospital out of Mr. Joel Souza.
Does Exhibit 14 appear to be in the same condition it was in when it was given to you by doctors?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 14.
Yes.
Thank you. So after you provided this to the crime scene technician, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Other than just writing a report, and that was it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. You were the first member of law enforcement to meet with Mr. Souza, the director of the film, afterwards, right?
I believe so, at the hospital, yes, sir.
Right. And I think you told the prosecutor you briefly made contact with him to get some preliminary facts.
Yes, sir.
And he was willing to speak to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And he never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, did he?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Not hearsay. Never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't think that, no, I'm going to overrule.
He never,
Wait.
in describing the preliminary facts, he ever mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
He started answering before the judge ruled, so she
No further
objected
questions,
again.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
That's a fair thing. Point out, you know.
Wouldn't that be hearsay?
No, I mean it's
The
a
state
here.
calls
There are
Marissa
exceptions to
Popple?
hearsay. So that was kind of a worthless.
Yeah.
That one was just to get some basic information out of.
Yeah, KJ, you bring up a good point. They have not been. They've just been objecting.
Well, but if the objection's obvious, she's not making them approach, and if it's a hearsay
Okay.
objection like that, they're probably letting it happen.
Okay.
So. Nathan, yeah, Joe, good logic is less
You
than
swear
less
affirmative
than
penalty
600
law
subs
that
away
the
from
testimony you'll give in
100K.
this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
If you're not subscribed, help him out. Help out Joe. Help Joe get 100K.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talking to the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Popple.
Would you spell your last name?
Poppell.
How are you currently employed?
Yep.
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Prior to being the crime scene technician for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, were you a crime scene technician elsewhere?
Yes.
Where was that?
With the Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida.
And how long did you do crime scene technician work in Florida?
4 years.
And can you briefly describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Yes, as a crime scene technician, I respond to all sorts of different scenes, whether they're death investigations, burglaries, robberies, whenever there's an abundance of evidence or an abundance of documentation that's needed. I take photographs of the scenes, of the evidence, I collect the evidence, and then I package it at our office.
And do you ever send any of the evidence that you collect somewhere else for additional testing?
Yes.
And tell us, where would you send things, and give us an idea.
Sometimes things are sent to our local state lab here in Santa Fe. Sometimes they are sent to private labs, or sometimes they are sent to the FBI if they're working with us.
Why would you send things to any of those places?
So our state lab is local, so it's nice to be able to have them in the backyard so that they can help us with more common day items. For independent labs, if we have something that needs done within a very quick time frame, we'll utilize them, but they require us to pay for the testing ourselves. Or if the FBI is assisting with us, sometimes they can do additional testing that maybe our local lab wouldn't be able to do.
I want you to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what kind of testing you are requesting when you send items out.
Yes, this could be latent print analysis, DNA analysis, firearms testing, things of that nature.
And Ms. Popple, how did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to respond to a scene of a shooting along with my criminal investigations division. That would be the detectives and myself responding to a scene on October 21st of 2021.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when you arrived on scene, kind of walk us through what you were tasked with doing.
The first thing I was asked to do was photograph the initial scene and what was going on around me, essentially.
And can you give us an idea of, so you indicated that you were asked to photograph the initial scene. Is that common?
Yes.
And generally speaking, after you photograph the initial scene, do you photograph other things?
Yes.
And what do you photograph?
So any items of evidence would be photographed on scene, and then if additional photographs are needed, then those items could be laid out at our office in a secure area and re-photographed.
And did you take photographs of items of evidence at the scene?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs of some of those same items back at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
What's the point to that?
If there are areas of detail that would be difficult to photograph on scene, we can do so at the office in controlled lighting conditions, areas where we could move the objects in order to see different parts of it a little easier.
Did you, and I don't want to get too much into the details right now, but did you also participate in the execution of search warrants?
Yes.
And why do you, as the crime scene technician, participate in the execution of search warrants?
Part of my duties when we're executing a search warrant is I'm not only documenting all of the evidence on scene, but I'm also collecting all of that evidence, and that evidence stays in my custody.
Other than collecting evidence at the scene itself, did you collect evidence in other places pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain to the jury the different places that you went to, just to kind of give them an overview before we get into it.
I was asked to collect evidence at the initial scene at the church. I was then later asked to collect evidence out of a prop truck that was nearby. And then at an even later date, asked to assist with a search warrant at an office in Albuquerque.
Can I have the Elmo? Let's maybe start that way. And the office in Albuquerque that you were asked to participate in a search of, what office was that?
That was a PDQ warehouse.
And do you know now what PDQ is?
Yes, it's a prop supply company.
And that's in Albuquerque?
Yes.
Did you search and take your photographs at PDQ in Albuquerque on the same day as this incident?
No.
On the 21st of October?
No.
Do you recall approximately when you did the search warrant at PDQ?
November 30th.
And the search warrant that was executed on that prop truck, do you recall when you participated in that?
October 27th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7. Let's see if I need to adjust. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And why did you take that photograph?
This photograph is of the
Oh my God, it
prop
looks like
truck
he's
that was at our
sleeping.
initial scene.
Did you say
What a
is this
tool.
a truck?
Or I apologize.
Jesus
a prop cart
Christ.
at our initial scene.
He's going like this.
Do you know what
It looks
what
like
a
you on
prop
stream
cart
half the time.
was used for on the movie
Har,
set?
har, har.
My understanding was that it was a cart that had some props.
He's not helping himself.
Do you know whether or not
He pays
those
his lawyer
props
$2,000
included real guns?
hour. They couldn't give him some tips.
I do not.
Oh, I'm sure they've told him what to do.
Still today, you don't know?
The firearms that are visible on this, one is a plastic gun and the other is a firearm that has a blocked cylinder. So it's not a loadable gun. So they're not usable firearms.
Understood. Can you, if you recall, did you collect real firearms from the set of Rust?
Yes.
How many real firearms did you collect from the set of Rust?
There was one firearm that was taken on the initial scene.
But when you continued your searching, when you you indicated you searched the prop truck, is that right?
Yes.
So let me back up. The initial real firearm that you took, where was it when you first saw it? And do we have number 6? What happened to the item of evidence? He's got it. Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Popple, this is State's Exhibit 6, and it has previously been admitted into evidence. So if you would open it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the firearm that was taken out of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And what did you do with it?
I photographed this item and then collected it, took it back to my office where it was photographed in more detail.
And then what did you do with it?
It was submitted to the FBI for analysis.
And why did you submit it to the FBI for analysis? What kind of analysis?
I believe that we were requesting DNA, latent prints, and firearms testing on it.
DNA, you said latent prints?
Yes.
For those folks that aren't involved in law enforcement, what does latent prints mean?
So your fingerprints leave behind oils and waters on surfaces, which are then referred to as latent, meaning invisible. So we have your fingers leaving behind invisible fingerprints.
And what was the other analysis that you asked the FBI?
The firearms functioning test.
And why would you ask the FBI to perform a firearms functioning test?
We wanted to make sure that the firearm was in proper working order.
From the time that you collected that from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit to the time that it was sent to the FBI, where was it kept?
It was first secured in my office and then submitted into our evidence vault.
If I had to guess, it's her.
Yeah, not me.
Because we're both off. So I'm betting it's her.
And when you say vault, does that mean that it's secure?
Yes.
And how long was it kept in the vault before it was sent to the FBI, if you recall?
I
My
don't
mic was
recall
just off
exactly.
there,
I would
so.
say it was within that week that it was sent out.
And when we send items of evidence to the FBI, how do you do that? Do you just throw them in a box and put them in the mail?
No, a formal request was made to the FBI lab, and then they had a agent respond and take custody of the items.
Who was that agent?
I believe that was Agent Cortez.
So does Agent Cortez come to the sheriff's department and take the items?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you get the items back?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got these items back?
I do not.
Okay. Were they away from the sheriff's department and at the FBI for a considerable amount of time?
Yes.
And I apologize, I have been corrected. I thought that State's Exhibit 6 had already been admitted into evidence, but I've been notified that it hasn't been, so I would like to move it into evidence.
I got to head out.
It is,
She didn't move it.
no, she didn't. It's 57813. Yeah. You did not move it in.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and move it into evidence at this time.
No objection.
You may publish.
I'm going to head out now.
When
Thanks for the
you-
invite, man.
Oh, you're heading out? Are you getting ready to do your stuff? Or
Yeah, gotta do some prep.
When you sent,
Thanks,
Okay.
man. I'll see you later.
Real quick, guys, Dolly is getting ready to do some review of you've got some Alec Baldwin body cam that hasn't been shown yet. And
yeah,
I told everybody you went ahead and got all the discovery.
Yes, everything that I could. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yes. Guys, he's over on Dolly Talks. As soon as we're done here, I will send it to you. I will send everybody over your way. So
thanks. All right, guys. I'll see you
take
later.
care, Dolly. Have a
Thanks.
nice night.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Mm-hmm. He's being summoned by you, Hella. All right, guys, let's keep going here.
this firearm to the FBI, did it appear intact?
Yes.
At some point, did you receive it back from the FBI?
Yes.
Had its condition changed?
Yes.
Describe it just generally when you opened the box, what had changed about its condition?
The cylinder of the firearm had been removed and placed separately, and there appears to be an internal component that was bagged in a small plastic bag separate from the firearm.
Okay, and may I approach? I just want to, I haven't actually seen what's in the box.
Yes.
I think that what I'd like to do is have it moved to the elbow. Can I move it, or does someone else have to do that?
You want that in the package?
Let's open it and set it right there so that the jury can see what we've been looking at and talking about as best we can. Thank you, sir. And just to be clear, this is the same firearm that you collected from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit?
Yes.
And is this generally the condition that it was in when you received it back from the FBI?
Yes.
I see that there's a little plastic bag. Can you tell us what's in that plastic bag?
So there are 3 small metal broken pieces in the plastic bag.
Okay. But other than those broken pieces, was the firearm in generally the same condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And does this stay at the courthouse overnight?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you want to with it or.
Okay.
We leave it here.
Yeah.
We'll secure it.
Okay, great, thank you, sir. I want to go back to State's Exhibit 7 if we can. This cart, did you go through the items that were on it?
Yes.
And did you photograph them?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea of what's on that cart? Because it's kind of hard to see everything.
There were multiple boxes of ammunition on the bottom section of the cart, bags, the fake firearms, gun belts with ammunition, earplugs, candy, a fanny pack with ammunition inside, just a multitude of items.
Did that cart, did those items appear to be in any discernible order?
No.
Was there loose ammunition on the cart?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
And when you collected that ammunition, did you take it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it back there?
It was then laid out and photographed.
Now, is this the first time that you've been called to an investigation on a movie set?
Yes.
And have you learned, based on your work on this case, what a dummy round is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dummy round is?
A dummy round is essentially ammunition that is not designed to fire a projectile. It is ammunition that's made distinct by either a hole being drilled through the side of it, so it's obvious that there's no gunpowder inside. The primer has been removed so that it can't be fired, so it makes it obvious that it's a dummy round.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean when you say primer.
The primer is the base of the round. So it's the small circle that the firing pin hits. So since that's removed, there's nothing there for the firing pin to hit and project that projectile. The dummy rounds are also indicated by, if you shake them, they make a rattle sound. Instead of having gunpowder inside, they have ball bearings inside so that you can shake them and know that they're not live ammunition.
So you just kind of went through some of the distinguishing characteristics of dummy rounds. Would a dummy round have all 3 of those distinguishing characteristics?
No, it could have 2 out of the 3, but I haven't run into any that have had all 3.
So approximately how many dummy rounds did you end up taking into evidence?
Specifically, that were dummy rounds, I think we have 50. I might be mistaken about that. I apologize. I'm not sure of the exact number of dummy rounds that
No
we
problem.
have.
And let me just ask you this: you talked about how a round may have a ball bearing in it. Is that right?
Correct.
Would that dummy round that has the ball bearing in it, would that also have a hole in the side?
No, because then the ball bearings would fall out.
Okay. So do the dummy rounds either have a hole in the side or a ball bearing?
Correct.
And based on your work on this case, how would someone know that the dummy round with the ball bearing in it is actually inert?
They would shake it and it would make a rattle noise.
Okay. And did many of the dummy rounds that you took to the sheriff's department make those noises?
Yes.
Did you also collect any other kind of ammunition from the movie set? Any other types?
Yes.
What other types of ammunition?
It's a type of ammunition that's referred to as a blank.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what a blank is?
So a blank is a round of ammunition that has gunpowder in it. However, it does not have a projectile head on the top. So it has a crimped end, kind of like you would see a dumpling have crimps. And that way there's nothing for that gunpowder to project out the barrel of the gun.
And when you collected all of this ammunition, you took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And at some point, did you examine closely all of the ammunition?
Yes.
And did you develop any suspicions?
Yes.
What suspicions did you develop?
There were several rounds that, when shaken, did not make the rattle noise, and they all had a silver in color primer at the end instead of a brass colored primer.
And did the primer appear to be intact?
Yes.
And did those have a hole in the side?
No.
You indicated that you had some suspicions about them. What was your suspicion?
David.
My suspicion was that they were
Jen, we'll get to this later, but that's a good question.
And what did you do with those live rounds, or suspected live rounds, rather?
They were sent to the FBI for testing to see if they were live rounds or not.
So you didn't take them apart there at the sheriff's department?
No, I did not.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a casing is, or a spent casing?
Once a
Sean, what are your thoughts
live
on
round
this,
is
prosecutor?
used in a firearm,
She's very
casing
grating and
is what
insufferable.
was
That's
encasing
my
that
thought.
round. So in
She's
a
been that way since the first trial.
regular firearm
I didn't
is
watch the first one. Yeah,
what
I
would
don't
be
know.
ejected out of it.
She was awful in
out
that
the
one too.
side. In a case of a revolver, it's what's left in the cylinder. So the projectile has come out of the firearm, and the casing is what's left behind.
Did you collect any spent casings from the scene?
Yes.
How many did you collect from the initial scene?
One.
I'm going to show you what has been, I believe, previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Let me make it, there we go. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a close-up image of the top of the cart. There was a spent casing on top of the cart, which is what we see up top here, where it has no projectile head on the end. And then there was another round next to it.
Let me move this.
Yeah, I haven't heard much leading from this prosecutor, just like condescending.
As you
tone
sit here
the
today,
whole
do
time.
you recall whether that
Agree like that.
round was the one that we're looking at that appears intact? Was that a dummy round or a live round?
That was a dummy round.
Okay. So in addition to collecting this ammunition, did you also collect other items of evidence?
Yes.
Did you collect any gun belts?
Yes.
She's getting to that.
And let me also ask you, and let me show you, if I have it here, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at there?
These were 2 boxes of ammunition that were inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit.
So let's talk about exactly what we see in the photograph. Do you see the white box that says 45 long Colt dummies with a very small JS in the middle?
Yes.
Did you open that box?
Yes.
And what was inside that box?
There were rounds inside of the box in a foam insert. Some of them were marked as 45 LC. Some of them were 4440 rounds.
And what's the difference between 45 LC and 4440?
They are different caliber rounds.
And were there any rounds inside that box that you suspected to be live rounds?
Yes.
How many?
1.
How do they get such a weird assortment of rounds?
Let me ask you this. How many
Because
rounds
the cowboy
altogether
guns of the
did you
1800s had a
discover
bunch
that
of
you
different
thought
calibers.
were suspected
There were
live
tons of
rounds
calibers back
on the
then.
set of Rust?
4440
5,
is
and
actually
then
one of the more
stent
common
casing.
calibers.
So 6 in total.
And I want to talk a little bit about where those rounds were located. So we've got one that you suspected came out of this box. Is that right?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, the box on the right in the photograph, what was inside that box?
There were blank rounds inside that box.
And were they all legitimately blank rounds?
Yes.
And give me just one moment to pull up some additional exhibits here.
I feel like this prosecutor's a little over prepared. She's not
I think you
quite sure where
testified that
she's
you
going with
collected
everything. She
some
knows.
items of evidence
Yeah, well, she's
from inside
she
the
can't coast
church.
like
Is
last
that
time.
correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you collect any gun belts from inside the church?
Yes.
How many, if you recall?
There was a gun holster, just one inside the church.
And did you take that back? Well, the holster, was there anything unique about it? Was it just a piece of leather, or did it have additional parts to it?
It appeared to be a shoulder holster. So the one that would not go around your waist, but one that would go over your shoulder. And it had a fake knife attachment to it.
And were there the piece of leather? Did the holster hold anything?
Yes, it was able to hold ammunition.
And when you collected that holster, did it have ammunition sitting inside of it?
Yes.
And the ammunition that was inside of that holster, did you closely examine it?
Yes.
And did any of that was in the holster cause you to suspect that there were any live rounds in the holster?
Yes.
How many rounds that were in that holster did you suspect were live?
1.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
And based on your work on this case, do you know who was the actor who was assigned to that holster?
Alec Baldwin.
Can we go ahead and, I don't know exactly. Yeah, let's publish it. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any objection to the exhibits that I showed you previously?
certainly don't have to this picture.
Okay, so I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 22 and ask for permission to publish.
I'll work on that.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the church, and it is a close-up of some of the benches or pews that were inside of the church.
Did he shoot the benches?
No, he did not.
What is, do you see something leather there?
Yes, on the second row of benches, there's a jacket and a holster.
Is that the holster that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Is that where it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And I would.
Oh. Yes, guys, David is woodworking.
I am. I'm standing a rocking horse. What happened to the sound?
All right, chat, hold on. StreamYard is shitting out on me today for some reason. I don't know what the deal is. So, guys, they're in a break. They're looking at exhibits. I got to refresh. Hold on.
I'll be here. Hello, everybody. Hey, 9 o'clock tonight on my channel. I've got a special stream you're not going to want to miss. I'll just plug that real quick. 9 p.m. Eastern, I should say.
Yeah. Oh, are you going live 9 p.m. Eastern, David?
Yep.
Oh, what are you covering? This or?
I can't say just yet.
Okay.
It's a surprise. But I have a lot of beer. I'll just leave it at that. There might be some white girl wasted activity.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, another beer. Huh. All right. Yeah.
Well,
So
but it's
stream.
gonna come up on the screen, so I don't want to publish it. No, but as soon as I move it, it's going to come up on all the screens. Okay. Let's do it now.
Yes, Vodka Blood. He's having What the Hell's and Nick Ricade on at the same time.
I have no
Exactly. That's what's happening.
And how about let's do 15, 16,
So.
objections to 15 and 16.
17,
No objection.
18.
No objection. I'm happy to stipulate that whatever this investigator.
Is it just me or does Baldwin's attorney sound like it?
Well, we need a little more identity, but it's 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
There's a little bit more.
So they're stipulating to things here, guys.
26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so what's missing is so you're not doing 22, 23, 24, 25, right?
22's on the screen.
All right, what about 23, 24, 25? I didn't hear you name those.
There's no issue.
Are these just photographs?
I just want to get the
Yes.
numbers. This becomes a problem later.
It's going to be photographs of the exhibits. Or what they found, the boxes of bullets.
What were the other ones you had?
24, 25.
I don't think I'm, all right, I'll go ahead and do 24, 25.
Wait,
No objection?
okay, so 22 is in evidence. I don't have 23. You don't either, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been keeping track and we don't
Right,
have.
so I think that, this is what
This
we're
judge.
moving into evidence, 23.
Well,
Okay, I don't need to be, yeah.
to be fair, Carrie Morrissey and Alex Spiros, Baldwin's attorney, have been absolutely fucking with each other throughout the pendency of this pretrial. And the judge has kind of had it with the two of them. So they have pissed her off pretty good at this point.
Well, at least it's equal. Both sides are pissing off.
Oh, they're both being dicks. They're both being dicks, and they made the judge very mad.
Was that yesterday or the day before?
No, no.
22.
I'm talking about in the entire lead up. Every pretrial hearing, they've been fucking with each other.
Oh.
Oh no, these two are highly antagonistic.
Maybe it's here, what
Then I wouldn't stipulate to anything.
I'm looking at the same picture that's up.
Well,
That's,
Some
I
of it.
think she's tested the church benches. Oh, that's not it.
22 is the church bench.
Mhm. What's
Okay.
up on the screen?
7 and 8.
It
So
says I'm
that's
with
right.
Alec. This is boring.
That is 22. You can see
Regardless,
in
thank
the
you for
lower
being
left
here.
there.
Thank you very much.
He's
for
like,
being
I got to sit through this whole damn trial.
We can't see on the lower left. Oh, exhibit 22. Okay, 22. Yes, it is. All right, so let me just clarify. All right, 13 has already been admitted. 12 has already been admitted. 26 has already been admitted. You're tracking me as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we don't have, 14 has been admitted, so 15 through 21, 22
I
is
don't think
just
that face
admitted.
is working for him.
We don't have 23.
That's fine. I'm not moving to the admission of 23. I think it's a duplicate.
Okay, let me just. All right, we don't have 25. We do have 26.
Right.
So did
Okay.
you want, so you said, what
We-
about
we-
25?
Yes, I will be moving for the admission of 25.
Okay, and then 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Correct.
Okay, so on the record, the court is going to admit 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Your Honor, there's objections, as I think the court might remember, to 31, 32, 33, they're not relevant.
All right, well,
I'll show you.
let's not confuse me at the late
Sure.
day, so I'm just going to write down what's been admitted, and then we will go from there.
Thank you.
Okay. This gets to be a real mess later, so 15. So we've got 15. Sorry to slow us down.
You ever watch Trial and Error?
21,
Is that a channel?
20.
No, it's a movie with Jeff Daniels and Kramer from Seinfeld.
30. And you're
Oh, no, I've
objecting to
never-
31,
This
32,
high-powered attorney goes out to this podunk town in the middle of the desert and has a trial.
I believe the court reserved
That's
ruling
this is.
on it.
I'm just thinking there's
we
like
can take it up in the-
Baldwin
All
sitting
right, so
there.
let's
It's
just
like,
go with
what the
what
hell? I'm
we've
in this
admitted,
little
we may
town
publish.
in the middle of
And
nowhere.
I apologize. I will move also for the admission of 23. What I was looking at there is different than the actual 23. Any objection to 23?
No, you said you needed 23. You said 24 you didn't want to
I did.
publish.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Come on, please. Let's do it that way.
Mystery Sniper, you want to know my opinion or do you want to know if I would make you one? I guess those are two very different things.
He wants to Glenn Ross these people. Yeah, I think he wants to, I'm sure he does, but then they'll Glenn Ross him into prison. So as far as the yawning thing, guys, you're gonna yawn. I can't really control that. But
You know, the interesting thing about yawning is when you're under stress and anxiety, you yawn as well. So so I'll sit in trial and I'm all hyped up as the attorney. I'm like listening intently and taking notes, and I'm yawning because I'm like stressed out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Sniper, I'll get a website up. I'll get some stuff. I'll make some stuff and start selling it.
This court's
Trying to make wooden baldos.
That's exactly what I'm going to make. Well, they're going to be little wooden cages. What you do with them is up to you.
I love how they're showing him like he knows what's going on. Now, I'm assuming, like, ultimately, the judge should be okay with this. They're increasing the amount of exhibits they're stipulating to. Like, they're going to stipulate to the authenticity. They're going to stipulate the foundation. Yeah, this is bullets and crap they found in the office. I think part of the argument is to show...
Ms. Popple, I'm going to show you what.
Well, actually, I'm a little confused in this situation, but we'll see.
I just turned down my mic a bit, so let me know if
We've
it's
just
still on.
moved these into evidence. I think we're just collectively moving them into evidence, and I can go through them now. Okay. States Exhibit 15. Ms. Popple, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
This is a close-up of the rounds that were in the holster that we were discussing.
Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Yes.
I see, how many silver primers do you see there?
There are 2.
And which one did you suspect was a live round?
The one that's closer to the center that has a cleaner look to it.
This one here?
Yes.
And the one that was on the left that has the silver primer, when you examined that, what happened?
When that one was examined, it was determined to be a dummy round.
Do you know who provided that dummy round to the set of Rust?
That's a big question. Well, she clarified. It was a big question.
Baldwin's holster, were there other gun holsters that you collected?
Yes.
And were there other holsters that contained what you suspected to be live ammunition?
Yes.
How many others?
There was one other gun belt that was located on top of the cart that had a suspected live round.
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Yes, Chet, they found
States
live
Exhibit
ammunition
16.
on
Can you
Baldwin's
tell us what we're looking at
bandoliers and gun belts.
Yes, this is a close-up of the gun belt that was taken from the top of the cart, and it is a close-up specifically of the rounds that were inside of it.
And was the suspected live round the one with the silver primer?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that box of ammunition that you the box of dummies that you took out of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 17.
Did they argue in opening that he was a producer?
And
no, they can't.
Can you point us to the suspected
His
live
being a producer is
round
irrelevant.
that you, testified
That's
to
what I was
inside
hoping
that
they would say.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the round on the far right with the silver and color primer.
This one right here.
Yes.
And I think you testified that there was some loose ammunition on the top of that prop cart. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you collect all that?
Yes, they did.
You took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Any of the ammunition that you collected from the top of the prop cart, did you suspect any of that to be live ammunition?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 26, which I believe was previously in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
So what is this a photo of?
This is an overall photo of all of the loose ammunition that was collected from the top of the cart.
So these 6 items here at the top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds. They have the crimped end.
So they're missing the projectile.
Yes.
Do they ignite? Do they make a sound? If you know.
Yes, they do.
Do they have gunpowder in them?
Yes.
What are they missing? Just the projectile?
Correct.
And these here on the left, these 2 rounds that look very much like each other, were you able to determine whether those were dummies or suspected live rounds?
Those were dummy rounds.
And the 2 rounds over here on the right, when you examined those, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
My concern was that they were live rounds.
And did you send those to the FBI?
Yes.
And then we see this round down here at the bottom. And I see a hole in the casing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were describing as a dummy round with a hole in the casing?
Yes.
So was that sent to the FBI?
It was not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those rounds that we're looking at right there, are they also in the previous photo?
Yes, they are.
Let's go back to 26. Are they these right here?
Yes, they are.
So they had silver primers, is that right?
Correct.
And did you collect and photograph that spent casing?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28.
Does Baldwin have like 5
Is that the spent
attorneys?
casing?
Yes, it is.
Yep,
I'll
he's
show
got a
you
whole
what's been
team.
marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the bottom of that same spent casing.
So when you talked about the primer being the area that the firing pin of the gun strikes,
Is this just me or is this very
are
tedious?
you referring to this
It
silver
is.
right here?
It's.
Yes, I am.
It wasn't
And
much better
do
the
you
first
know
time
what that
through.
little dimple in the top is called?
That is made from the firing pin.
Okay, that's the mark that's left?
Yes.
All right.
I would try to shorthand everything,
Now,
and if the
when
defense
you,
objects, then the tediousness is on the defense.
Ultimately,
Well,
conducted a search.
none of this
prop
hurts
truck.
him. So
Did
that's
you
why they're
collect
letting it in.
additional ammunition?
I know it's just well, I mean, it's just boring.
And
Like you can
It
cut
is.
this
there
way down.
any
Well,
live
the
ammunition
whole thing can be cut down.
found
but
in the prop truck?
remember, she's not a career
Or any
prosecutor. She's a
suspected
special
live ammunition,
prosecutor.
rather? No?
What's her general practice?
She's a defense attorney.
So what kind of
Very
ammunition
good
did you
defense
take out of the
attorney.
prop truck?
We took blanks and dummy rounds.
Do you remember approximately how many?
I would approximate 1,000 to 1,500.
Did you closely examine each and every one of those?
Yes.
Hang on, here we go. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19.
What's the weakness on the state for
Do you
for this
recognize that?
particular
Yes, I do.
evidence?
And
There
where was that
isn't a whole
located?
lot of weakness.
This was located in a bag on the prop truck.
They don't really have too weak of
When
a
you
case
say
here.
on the prop truck, because we weren't there, can you describe this truck?
I apologize. It is a storage truck. So almost like you would see a moving vehicle. It has that amount of storage in the back area of it.
And does it have a door that comes down?
Yes.
So you found this inside that prop truck in a bag, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go through the contents of this box?
Yes, I did.
And there were no dummy rounds? I'm sorry, there were no suspected live rounds.
There
Sound
was
is so off
one
from the
round
video.
that did not make a sound, so it was sent to the FBI as well. But
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that and how does it relate to the previous photo that we saw?
These are the rounds that were inside of that box, but they were taken out of the box and laid out to be photographed.
Is there anything unusual or noteworthy about these dummy rounds compared to the other dummy rounds that you found on set?
Yes.
What is that?
The dummy rounds found on set had this almost new shine to them. These rounds that were located have this antique look to them.
And do you mean that kind of brown color, that sort of antique color on the brass?
Yes.
And was one of these dummy rounds located in Mr. Baldwin?
Did the audio just go out? Something's
let me
up.
check.
The sound's not matching.
What happened?
The sound wasn't matching the image, and now the sound
Okay.
just went out.
Sound died again. God damn it. Ah. Yes, it's called patina.
No, it's called antiquing. It's called antiquing, people. It's where the witness testified to. We have to take that to truth. It's called antiquing.
Antique.
Not patina.
Well, it's patina is the actual term when you're talking about weapons like in brass.
Assumes facts are not in evidence, Sean.
Yeah, and she's also not a firearms expert, so but they're letting all this in because we're trying to clear it up. So here we go, chat.
On the
Just Game Awards? I don't know Game Awards.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20.
You just don't realize it.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is a projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
And how did you get that?
I responded to the hospital and received it from Deputy Lujan.
And when you took it from Deputy Lujan, what was it in?
It was in a plastic cylinder container.
And what did you do with it?
I took it to the office and photographed it with scale.
And after you photographed it, this is your picture here, right?
Yes.
After you photographed it, did it get sent anywhere?
Yes, it got sent to the FBI lab.
State's Exhibit 20, can you just tell us what that is?
This is the exterior of the church.
State's Exhibit 21, can you tell us what that is?
This is the interior of the church.
State's Exhibit 24, did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
When did you take that photo?
This was after the firearm was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Is this the condition
Wait,
the
is that
firearm
Baldwin's
was
wife
in
in
when
the
you
back?
recovered it from Lieutenant
I think
Benavidez's
so.
vehicle?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when it was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
All right, bear with me. Let me catch up with you here.
Is the baby in the courtroom?
No, I don't think so.
Did you participate in making the
God, the way she takes
decision
the glasses
about
off. She's acting, people.
Oh, she does this all the time.
items
It's
of
go like
evidence
this.
were going to be
And then
analyzed at the FBI?
She
Yes.
plays with them all the time. It's so
And
frustrating.
Let's go through
So
the items of
dramatic.
evidence that were sent to the FBI for analysis.
I'm just here pondering
State's
the
Exhibit 24,
universe.
we understand it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified previously that you sent it for DNA testing, is that right?
Yes.
And without talking about specifically that testing, did you get results back?
Yes.
Did you, I think you indicated that you sent it for functionality testing, is that right?
Yes.
And did you get the results of that?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you participate in a discussion or a decision to have additional testing done on this gun?
I believe I was part of that conversation, yes.
Okay. And so was additional testing of this gun requested at the FBI?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what that requested testing was?
I'm uncertain as to what they phrase it as, but I believe it was a drop test that was
Okay.
requested.
And what did you intend them to test for?
That the firearm, whether or not it would be able to go off without the trigger being pulled, I believe.
Okay.
is why you don't talk to the police
And
or the news media or
did
anyone.
you send some of the boxes of ammunition to the FBI?
Exactly.
Yes. Why?
We sent all of the suspected
Save
rounds,
that shit for the courtroom.
suspected live rounds, to determine if they were in fact live rounds. One additional round was sent that did not make a sound to determine whether or not it was a dummy round. And I believe that in the case of the box that was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, they wanted it in its entirety, so we sent them the entire box.
Okay. And when you're talking about the box, are you talking about the box that we saw earlier that said 45 long Colt dummies with a JS in the middle?
Yes.
And what kind of analysis did you want done on the box? Did it have anything to do with the box itself?
We wanted latent prints completed on the box itself.
Okay. And is it
Did she do that with her
customary,
hands?
if you can explain to us how this works, is it customary that,
This is
that
what
the
she
sheriff's
does. She does this
department
all the frickin' time.
swabs items of evidence for DNA?
Strangling the thought.
There are times where we will swab items for DNA. However, most labs, when we are requesting that they assist us, they want the items in their entirety. So they want to complete the swabbing themselves.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 24, which is a photograph of the firearm, with regard to that firearm, did you swab it for DNA?
No.
Why not?
Because we were sending it to the lab and that determination had already been made. We wanted to send it in its entirety to the lab.
So was it swabbed at the FBI?
Yes.
And
He's looking like a cartoon
terms
villain.
of-
I think he looks like a cartoon.
He does a bit.
Sounded like you did another search. You did a search of a business in Albuquerque. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why the sheriff's department wanted to search that location?
It was my understanding that because the owner of that business had assisted in supplying dummy rounds to the set, that we wanted to ensure that we weren't finding any additional live rounds. And to determine that, we needed to search that warehouse as well.
And what was that person's name, the person who owned that business?
Seth Kenny.
Seth Kenny.
And was Mr. Kenny there when you conducted the search?
Yes.
And did you find live ammunition inside that business?
Yes.
Visibly, in terms of the details of the ammunition, did it appear to be identical to the live ammunition that you collected from the set of Rust?
No.
What did you do with the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ, Mr. Kinney's business?
It was sent to the FBI.
Why? What were you asking them to do?
We were asking them to compare the gunpowder inside of the rounds found at PDQ to the gunpowder found inside the live rounds on set.
Why?
We wanted to determine if they originated from the same place.
And did you get the results back?
Yes.
I gotta jump off. I gotta go deal with a work thing.
All right, David, take
And
care.
if you
Guys,
would,
9 o'clock
I see
tonight,
you've got a
David.
box with you.
Yes, check
Yes,
it out.
Something
Can you
something
pull that box
something
out for us?
mysterious.
The may I approach?
Yes.
Let's have a look at what's in your box. Just the file. Okay. Can you give them to me?
Okay, so they're taking a break for a second here. Guys, David will be on tonight at 9 p.m., so stop by there. 9 p.m.'s late. Super Sinitical say I could join Runkle. He's also live. Yeah, I know, but I know Runkle's doing his own thing right now, so he might be busy. Am I live tomorrow? Yes, we are doing this live tomorrow as well, chat. We'll have this fixed, by the way.
Mr. Spyro, do you want to have a look?
So.
I think because it's in the box, I don't have a.
Do you want to come up here and have a look?
Sure.
So guys, they turned sound off on their own there. So they're having something go on.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 34, and I would ask you to tell us what we're looking at here.
So this this is the live round that was taken from the box located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle. It's been deconstructed by the
more than
FBI.
Worski.
Therefore, we have the casing, the projectile, and the
Canadians.
gunpowder that was inside all separated.
And is the gunpowder in this container here?
Yes.
For all of the 5 live rounds, suspected live rounds that were sent to the FBI, were they all disassembled by the FBI?
Yes.
And were they all returned to you in this condition?
Yes.
Do they all look exactly the same?
Yes.
I'm going to move into evidence States Exhibit 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Your Honor, if I could just ask one clarifying, just to find out the date of that, just so I know, because I haven't examined this.
The date of what?
When she received them back, or the date around,
I think she-
approximately even is fine.
Do you know approximately when you received them back?
I do not. I have that back at the office, but I don't have it on me at the moment.
Can you give us an estimate? Was it a month? Was it a year?
I would estimate 6 months to a year.
That's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you also say 39 or just ended 38?
I ended at 38, but there will be a 39. You said they all look the same, right?
Yes.
Is that true also of the powder in the little container?
Yes.
It all appears to be the same.
Correct.
And I'm showing you, sorry, I keep throwing them down, 35, 36, here's 37, here's 38. The live rounds that you sent to the FBI that you collected from PDQ, did those live rounds come back in kind of this same condition, disassembled?
Yes.
And
Are you able to zoom out?
oh, here is the glare. Would it be easier if I just handed it to you?
It's okay.
Well, can I approach and I'll hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 38.
Yes. For the record, these have all been admitted and published.
Yes, they all returned in such a condition.
So the live rounds that you took from PDQ, did I ask you to bring those here today?
You did not.
Do you have them back at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And when they were returned to you from the FBI, they were deconstructed like this, right?
Yes.
So you had a casing, a projectile, and a container of powder.
Yes.
Did the container that holds the gunpowder just visibly, did it appear the same or different than the live rounds that came from the set of Rust?
It was different.
And you could just see that with your eye.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been, or what I will mark right now as State's Exhibit 39, just for completeness. And what is that?
This is the spent casing that was located on top of the cart.
Okay. Is there anything else that you did in this case, generally?
In general terms, I was also asked to collect DNA standards, fingerprint standards from various parties so that those could also be sent for comparison at the FBI.
And what parties did you collect DNA standards from?
I collected them from David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez, and I believe Lieutenant Benavidez as well.
Did you, I'm sorry, do you know whether or not a DNA standard from Mr. Baldwin was collected?
It was collected by another agency.
Okay. Bear with me. When you took the firearm out of Mr. Benavidez's patrol unit, did it appear to be damaged or modified in any way?
Not that I was able to see.
And let me go back to State's Exhibit 21. What are we looking at there?
This is the interior of the church after I've laid down.
I told you it was still going to be
evidence
going.
markers.
So just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so that they know what are evidence markers and where do we see them in this picture so they can make sense of what they're looking at.
Evidence markers are utilized so that when we go back and reference photos, we can easily determine where things were placed in the scene, where things were when we went there. So in this photo specifically, any numbered areas were physical items of evidence or possible evidence that was collected by myself. Any areas that are marked with a letter were areas of suspected blood that were also swabbed and collected.
And just to be clear, the evidence that we've looked at that was photographed, all of these, is that all the evidence in the case?
No.
And the items of evidence that you brought in the box, that's not all the evidence in this case, right?
Right.
Do you still have all of the evidence?
Yes.
And where is it?
It is in the evidence vault at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
So if anyone wants you to bring it in, you can do that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I will pass the witness.
I think we're going to end for the day so that you all can get your exhibits together for.
She said I had enough for today. I can't take any more.
Yeah. Oh, she's done. She's done. It's like, kill me now.
Okay, thank you.
7 more days of this.
Jury, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't be looking at anything about the trial, anything about the subject matter.
There go the sound again, but I think they wrapped up. I was just in time for the let out.
Yeah,
but
I told you that it happened.
I was listening on the way though. I could have jumped on while I was driving.
Yeah. No, I understand.
So, this has been an interesting first day.
Yeah, and it's for those of us who've watched the first day. Well, can you guys hear us talk? Because they're all done anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure they can hear us. I think they're.
Well, I just want to make sure they can hear us.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind.
Yeah, give it a second. Well, yeah, then they're all done. We're all done for the day. So that is the end of the day. Worked out timing wise, perfect. Oh, we're gonna be doing something here. Hold on. Hold on, chat. We'll see what's going on. All right, let's try this again.
I thought you all agreed to that with the order that I haven't seen. Yeah, okay. Well, I thought that's what was agreed to, order of witnesses.
It absolutely was. I just wanted to confirm as we're running out, everybody's checking that nothing's changed.
Okay.
We'll confer you.
All right. Anything else?
If I could just beg the court's indulgence to just quickly look at Exhibit 6, which I wasn't able to see when they opened it. The firearm.
Exhibit 6?
Firearm.
Oh, 6.
That's just all I was.
Where is it? Is it here?
It's not here.
No, Martine
Oh, you
took
took it
it to save it. You can, I could ask Corporal War, if
It's okay.
Deputy Apodaca. I don't have my glasses on. Are you sure?
I was trying to catch it, but it's okay. I'll save
Okay.
some.
All right.
I'm happy to call him up. I can get him.
Worked hard enough today. Thank you.
Look at Alec. He's just fucking slouched in the chair like a
got his
rope.
got his gangsterling on.
Yeah,
on.
Thing is, guys, yes, he's presumed innocent. But you know what? To a jury, this doesn't look like, oh, hey, I'm a nice guy. Don't send me to prison.
No,
Don't look like a dickhead. It helps your odds.
it looks like I don't have time for this.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Ms. Morrissey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, have a good evening. Thank you.
So that's it. There. Fuck you, StreamYard. We're done streaming that. All right. Are we sure that the prosecutor and defense weren't dating and they broke up? Yeah.
This is mom.
Yeah. And then KLF says, I think he fucked up his back. If he really did that, that should be disclosed. He's suffering from a medical issue. He can't sit right. Like, I would tell the jury that, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, when you see my client, he's suffering from a significant back issue. He got injured recently. He can't sit in the chair right. So please forgive him if he looks like he's leaning over. Because I've had clients where they've had physical limitations.
Yeah.
I had one where the guy kind of was stuck like this the whole time because he couldn't look up. He had a big neck problem. And you had to, I told the jury, ladies and gentlemen, this is my client. Just so you're aware, he does have a physical limitation. So if you see him and he doesn't make eye contact with you, please do not, does everybody agree not to hold that against him? That he's suffering a physical limitation. He's not trying to avoid eye contact. You make sure that's known, because otherwise, if you just go like this the whole time, they're going to be like, the jury's going to say, what the fuck's wrong with that guy? You give them a reason to understand.
He was cool for the first half. He just was bored. He was tired of it.
I'm sure, but that's, it's like, motherfucker.
Right, you got to come on.
How bad do you not want to go to prison?
Right, you're an actor. Act, guy.
Do I have your attention? Like Alex says, A, attention.
Oh my
B,
God.
you better be closing. It's fucker walk time. And C, close. Or AIDA. A, do I have your attention? Are you interested? Are you going to make a decision? Are you going to take action? AIDA. God, I remember that. I remember that speech. It's good. Because, Alec, do I have your attention? It's fucker walk time, buddy. Are you interested? You better be. D, are you going to make a decision? Yes. Pay attention. Then A, what's your action? Alex not used to peasant furniture. Maybe.
Yeah, he needed some.
I'm sure he's on some Xanax or something right now. I'm sure he's on that.
Yeah, he was cool for the first half of the whole thing, and then next thing you know, he just kind of just was disinterested at that point.
Yes, and he's not. Yeah. So, and like I said, for a bunch of us, we've already seen this. So I know for you, it's a little different seeing everything there coming out that way.
Yeah.
Mega Bobass, you asked this earlier and we didn't have a chance to get to it yet. It says, whenever I hear lawyers swear in court, I can't help but hear Ricky from Trailer Park Boys representing himself in Canadian court. Sometimes I have to express myself when I want to be properly different. The neat thing is, when I'm in court, if there are swear words that have been said by someone, I can use those. I've been in court before where the prosecutor and I had to use all kinds of swear words. I remember I had a case where when I was defending it, the prosecutor had to drop N-bombs because my client and the other person and the witness were going back screaming it at each other. And it's funny because the prosecutor was like, well, did you have to use this? Did you have to use a racial swear word? And the black guy was saying, he's like, oh, you mean that? And he's like, yes. Did you end up saying N-word? And it's just, you're like, it happens. But you could swear if somebody, like, if you were a witness and your statement involves swearing, I'm like, did you, Mr. Hotep, did you really call him a motherfucker? Mr. Hotep, did you really tell him to suck your cock? And I could do that.
The jury being there like little kids.
Oh yeah, no, it's fun. You can say all kinds of stuff as long as it's what you said. Jem says the ones in the belt, they were just for show though. All of them are just for show. But remember, you're a cowboy, so you need bullets all over your bandoliers.
Yeah.
But they were still, the idea is it wasn't just one round. There were a bunch of rounds that were live. Bushmaster says, off topic, Null from Kiwi Farm sent his Twitter appeal in Hebrew. Maybe they'll notice him now. And then the Sky is a neighborhood for £2 sterling. The King sterling said Alec Baldwin paid, actually at this point now, just shy of like $14,000 to nap on Alex Spiro's shoulder. At $2,000 an hour, yes, he paid to have a nap and cuddle with his attorney. It's like, buddy, that's not good. So we'll see how tomorrow gets better. I'm hoping his attorneys tell him they need to fucking pay attention.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, they're gonna go back and look at this and go,
I'm sure they will.
He's doing himself no favors.
Twitter.
Say it again.
They're gonna have a team that's watching Twitter.
Yeah, they got to.
Range says, have you ever said the N word in court like Mark Richards? I have. I've had a client who was black and he attacked
in context.
And I'm like, did you call my client that? And you put him on, I had to make this guy uncomfortable. He's like, and I just said, say it. You're on video saying it. You won't say it now? You realize that's something you shouldn't say in polite society? And I got the guy to kind of back down. But he got his ass whooped, and the jury ended up agreeing with us that it was deserved. So, yeah, hard R and all, yes, because the white guy was calling my client that, and the jury didn't like that. So, yeah, sometimes you got to do it.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it if you're quoting something in context.
Yeah,
like I've even defended Howard Stern for saying it in context.
Yes. Bush says, yes, you can go pay $10,000 and cry with a bunch of men in their underwear for $10K. Have you seen those?
No.
Or the modern day night thing? Yeah.
It's up there with that paying $10,000 for some guy to tell you how to be a man.
Yeah, just go if you want to go do hard work, go work with a roofing crew for a week and you'll bond with some dudes and you'll get paid.
There you go. Go to Arizona where it's hot as hell and go work on some roofs. There you go.
Yeah. And by the time you're done with that crew, they'll be like, what up, brother? And they'll be like, hey, you want a beer? And you'll be all good.
Oh, man, it's ridiculous. I can't understand it.
They're watching me stream on Twitter. Okay, well, then I would say, Spiro, you guys did pretty good today. Your opening was garbage, but that's okay. But you really need to get Alec on some like fucking Adderall or something. Yeah. Get him fired up.
Yeah, speedball. Take a little nose candy or something. Keep him alert.
Well, got to be careful with that. But yes, give him some benzos and a stimulant. That might help him out. But or if there's an issue, they need to make the jury know like he might be like wallowing around in the chair, because otherwise, I mean, I screenshotted these things. This is a guy who does not look like he gives a fuck.
No, he doesn't care. He thinks this is a process. He's like, I'm just going to do this process.
And that might be the case, but it's like, oh my God, man, this is not good. And
wait till you get into those later rounds. You're gonna be like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's the problem. And right now it sounds like you could do this, but the jury's gonna remember. And like I said, here's the one picture. Like, does this look like this is in the middle of while your attorney's up there? And you're just like, oh, like that ain't gonna help you.
Boring. Change the channel.
Yeah, and here, this one too. Look at this one.
Jeez, man.
This ain't good.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And if I didn't watch it, live, I would be like, it looks like AI.
Yeah, or you'd have been like, are you sure you didn't catch him like, it's just like a half a second, like in between something?
No.
I'm sure that would be the other answer too. Because if you had shown these to me, I'm like, okay, great, you caught him like in between shots or something,
Right.
or on a sidebar. No, this is while the trial's actually ongoing, and I'd been like, ooh, like if he was my client, I'd have been kicking him in the foot, and I've been bumping him on my shoulder or my elbow, and be like, writing on a thing, like, pay attention. They're judging you right now.
Right. Billy Baldwin back there looking like Hunter Biden.
Yeah. Yes. And everybody's been asking on Twitter, who the hell is this guy in the back? Not facing the courtroom.
Yeah, who is that?
That's
he
court
like
security.
sheriff? I'm about to say.
This guy's court security.
I'll say, yeah.
So he's a deputy sheriff. He's facing that way to make sure nobody like storms in or anything.
Yeah.
His job is not to pay attention to the case. So.
And what's that? You said, what is it called? Something marker? What is it? It's a plugin?
Okay, it's called Page Marker.
Page Marker, right.
Yeah, here, hold on here, yeah, if you just go into Google and type in Page Marker as the extension, it's pretty cool. It's well worth it. You can do all kinds of fun stuff. And then when you're done, you just click on the Page Marker tabby thing and it goes away. They all go away. I mean, you can draw like, you can do whatever you want. You can draw big old wieners on stuff. And you can just click on the garbage can or you click on the thing and boop, gone. And it all goes away and you keep moving. Now, when you use it, it locks out your screen and freezes you out. So that's the only problem.
Oh, okay.
Trenton says that in the YSL trial down in Georgia, the state got the response in, yes. And I've heard people have read through it already. It's 80 pages long. They're just arguing we didn't actually talk about anything important. Except for the guy admitting, if I lie, will you send me to prison? And they said no. So, yeah, the whole thing down there is going to be a disaster. Cedar is saying, was there any evidence that the live rounds were planted on purpose on Baldwin? Baldwin made an enemy. No. No evidence of any of that.
But it seemed like, and what Dally was saying, which I kind of agree with him, if it wasn't people shooting on site, that girl just was rushing through her job, not double checking what she was doing, and she picked up some live.
Entirely. They're the expert armorer for the prosecutor. When he comes in, he says she did nothing right. Like they lost a gun on the set. Like an actual operating firearm, which the ATF gets very mad about.
Yeah.
She lost a gun. Guns were left out. There were multiple discharges. People weren't waving guns around willy-nilly. I mean, yeah, she did nothing right. She did nothing right. She did nothing safe. Not how they will do it. Are we covering tomorrow? 100%, guys. We're starting back up at 10:30 a.m. I had like two things in the afternoon. They got continued. So we're all good. It was good news.
Yeah.
I didn't have to do it. They continued themselves. So I am all day tomorrow as well. Friday is going to be in the afternoon. And then Monday is probably, I don't know when we'll do it, but Monday's going to be a disaster. So for me.
Yeah, that was the opening remarks was horrible for both of them.
Yes.
It was just slow and drawn out.
Yes.
She should have she should have abbreviated all her stuff and just let the witnesses speak for themselves, just in case she says something contradictory to her her case.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the whole thing. And the problem is when you're the prosecutor and you talk and talk and talk, you open yourself up to a big problem because now you've said a bunch of things and you'd better be like true.
Right. Right. Because then the defense goes, well, hold on. In your opening statement, you said this. Now he's saying this.
Yeah. And then that's what'll happen because they're like, they told you, they promised you X, Y, and Z.
Right.
And if they don't deliver it, now you look like a liar. So yes, both sides. And, the defense, not as much, because if the prosecutor starts referring to what the defense did or didn't say, I always object immediately because it's like, we don't have a burden of proof. It doesn't matter what I did or didn't do. But either way, you limit what you're talking about because especially you don't know what's going to happen. Like there's going to be a twist or turn we haven't anticipated yet. So I always try to keep it brief. If there's things I want to surmise, I will. But even as a prosecutor, I'd say, we will show you this happened. You will learn the story. You're going to hear from so and 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 so. They're going to explain to you how this gun was fine all the time throughout the 4 years it existed until the FBI had to test it. Meaning it was fine when it was used to kill Halyna Hutchins. You know, there's ways you can do it. So,
yeah. I'll tell you one thing, guys. On my wall, there are not props.
Yeah, those are not props, kids. Yeah, those are real.
And I treat them as if they're loaded all the time.
Yes.
All the time. Even when I put them up there for my streams, I'm checking them before they go up on the wall just to make sure I ain't do nothing dumb.
As you should. As you should.
So,
because you seriously care about them.
Yeah, my son will be on the other side of this wall playing PlayStation. So that's why I'm always checking to make sure everything's good to go. And that's the thing. You got these Hollywood elites. They want to talk gun control, but then they want the guns in there.
Yeah.
In their movies, and then they don't go through a Keanu Reeves Terran Tactical retreat. You know what I mean? They just out there thinking they know what they're going to do, and then boom.
Yeah, they just go and they get to play with the $5,000 9mm and go. Boo, 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 boo. It's like, wow, I could do that too if you gave me one of those guns.
Right. So like I said, guys,
yeah.
Be blessed, stay strapped, and make sure you keep your stuff locked up and accounted for, man. This is a cautionary tale.
Yes. Dolly's channel is Dolly Talks, guys. And here's the thing. You guys are going to get sent over there as soon as I'm finished here. And then say good dad Hotep. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Sean will get the fabled Alec Baldwin post-trial interview, and he will get $1 million. That would be awesome. I've already put in to see if I could speak to Alex Spiros Alex Spiros if this is over. I'm sorry, Nick. I've already asked. I've already asked if I could talk to Spiros or Nikas about this case. So I've already contacted them. So
I'm trying to find his channel now. And
KLF says, you sent us to the stream last night. We were all over 10 hours early. I know. I put you guys there so you knew where it was. Is anybody going to take bets on whether Alec freaks out during or after trial? I think he'll get a little upset during trial. We haven't really got to the good point.
I want to see him get nervous. I want to see what he looks like when he goes, "Oh no, this is real." I might not.
I think so.
Here, free man.
I think so. And Robert, you're right. He probably won't because number one, I don't have $2,000 off from. More importantly, I'm not like ABC or CBS or NBC. He'll talk to them for free. So,
you spell this name D-A-L-I, right?
D-A-L-I. Talks.
It's not pulling it up for me.
Hold on here. Let me bring it up for you guys.
I doubt if Alec Baldwin takes the stand. That would not be a good idea.
Is he? I mean, he's already said everything, so it can't. I mean, you're kind of left in a spot where you've already said everything you could say.
Yeah, and then now he's defending.
So how much worse can you make it? I mean, you theoretically can make it worse, but I think the jury's going to want to hear from him about like what the hell happened.
You can always go watch the George Stephanopoulos.
Yes. That. Well, yeah, you could do it that way, but I just think it's. I don't know. We'll see though, because it's going to take, you normally get through the trial and then you figure out whether or not you're going to testify. So you might,
he's going to get try to cry like the, what's her name? The girl, shit, I can't think of her name now.
Amber Heard.
Yes. Thank you. Amber Heard. I was drawing a blank.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's the thing. I don't think anybody's gonna, I don't know if anybody's going to go ahead and Yeah, hold on, guys. You went into Dolly. So, hold on here, guys. Let me bring up Dolly's thing so you could find him. He is at Dolly Talk, and here he is.
Oh, okay. That's why.
Yeah, and he's getting ready to start his stream. It's actually getting ready to go. And yeah, and he's got all the footage of Alec Baldwin acting like a spasmatron.
Did all by myself.
So, he's got. Yeah, this is just a taste. Look at him. Look how awful he looks shooting.
He's cool as hell.
Yeah. This is pretty good, guys. It's a good intro, and he just started. He's only a minute in, so I'm going to send you guys over to him. Yes, my dog stepped on a bee. Yes. Yeah, there's no Amica cream would not have helped. Amica cream would not have helped Halyna Hutchins. It is not a bullet wound patcher. So, all right, chat. I think I've caught up on all the super chats, guys. Thank you so much for your super chats today. I appreciate it. Everybody that's been watching over here on Twitch, over on Twitter, a couple hundred people over there. If any of you are real, thank you. I know a lot of you are fake machine spirits, so thank you, algorithm, for putting fake people in. And then everybody here on YouTube, I know, guys, we'll have this all fixed by tomorrow. So until next time, guys, remember, even if Alec Baldwin did it so far, he's still not guilty. He's not helping himself, though. We'll see what tomorrow brings. So, good night, chat. Cannon, thank you for being here again, man. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Appreciate you having
me. See you guys around. Take care, everybody.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fact